The Skies of Pern by McCaffrey. Copyright 2001 by McCaffrey. Read by Dick Hill. Performance copyright 2001 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved.
This book is respectfully dedicated to Stephen M. Beard, Ph.D., for putting my world in my hands. The Skies of Pern. Ours not to ponder what were fair in life, but, finding what may be, make it fair up to our means. And McCaffrey. Introduction. When mankind first discovered Pern, third planet of the sun Rukbat in the Sagittarian sector, they paid little attention to the eccentric orbit of another satellite in the system. Settling the new planet, adjusting to its differences, the colonists spread out across the southern, most hospitable continent. Then disaster struck in the form of a rain of mycorrhizoid organisms, which voraciously devoured all but stone, metal, and water. The initial losses were staggering, but fortunately for the young colony, thread, as the settlers called the devastating showers, was not entirely invincible. Both water and fire would destroy the menace on contact. Using their old world ingenuity and genetic engineering, the settlers altered an indigenous life form that resembled the dragons of legend. Bonded with a human at birth, these enormous creatures became Pern's most effective weapon against thread. Able to chew and digest a phosphine-bearing rock, the dragons could literally breathe fire and sear the airborne thread before it could reach the ground. Able not only to fly, but to teleport as well, the dragons could maneuver quickly to avoid injury during their battles with thread, and their telepathic communication enabled them to work with their riders and with each other to form extremely efficient fighting units known as wings. Being a dragon rider required special talents and complete dedication. Thus, the Dragonriders became a separate group, set apart from those who held land against the depredations of thread or those whose craft skills produced other necessities of life in their craft halls. Over the centuries, the settlers forgot their origins in their struggle to survive against thread, which fell across the land whenever the red star's eccentric orbit coincided with Pern's. There were long intervals, too, when no thread ravaged the land, when the Dragonriders in their weirs kept faith with their mighty friends against the time when they would be needed once more to protect the people they were pledged to serve. After one such long interval, when thread renewed its violence, the Dragonriders were down to one single weir, Bendon. Its courageous leaders, F'lar, rider of bronze Nementh, and Lessa, rider of the only gold queen, Ramoth, brought forward in time the other 5 weirs and all their inhabitants to renew the defense of Pern. Circumstances encouraged exploration of the southern continent, and there Lord Jackson, rider of White Ruth, his friend Flesson, rider of bronze Golanth, journeywoman Jancis from the Master-Smith Craft Hall, and Pimer, Harper-at-Large, discover the most important artifact in the settlers' original landing. Avis, Artificial Intelligence Voice Address System. With myriad files of information which the colonists had brought with them, Avis is able to restore lost pieces of information for all the craft halls. He is also able to tell them and instruct them how to rid their world of the cyclical dangers of the erratic satellite inaccurately called the Red Star. F'lar and Lessa, Bendon's courageous and far-seeing weir leaders, are the first to encourage lord holders and craftmasters to end the domination and start a new era on Pern. Almost all lord holders and craftmasters agree, especially since Avis can provide them with new methods and technologies to improve life and health. Those who consider Avis an abomination attempt to stop the splendid project, but are defeated. Instructed and trained by Avis, the young riders and technicians are able to transport, by means of the dragons, the antimatter engines of the 3 colony ships, still in orbit above landing, and place them in a massive fault on the red planet. The subsequent explosion is visible from much of the planet, and people rejoiced to think they would finally be rid of thread. However, thread continues to fall, because the swarm brought in by the red planet has not yet completely passed by Pern. Dragonriders and Harpers explain to those who will listen that the erratic orbit of the red planet takes it through the Oort cloud that surrounds the Rukbat system, on its way into the system and again on its way out, attracting to itself the mycorrhizoid spores that fall on Pern as thread. Now that the red planet's orbit has been irreversibly altered, that will no longer come close enough to affect Pern. This pass is the last one Pern will have to endure. They must now start planning for a thread-free future, making use of the Avis files, full of useful but not highly sophisticated technology that will improve life for everyone on Pern. Even the Dragonriders, for centuries the defenders of Pern, must fit themselves for new occupations. The questions are, which technology is proper without disrupting the culture of the planet, and how will the Dragonriders integrate themselves and their splendid friends? Prologue. Crom Mines, 5/27/30, present pass. Avis adjusted turn, 2552. The journeyman on duty in the prisoners' quarters at Mine 23 in the western foothills was the first one to see the bright, almost bluish streak in the sky. It was coming from a southwesterly direction. It also appeared to be coming straight at him, so he shouted a warning as he scrambled down the steps of the guard tower. His yells attracted the attention of other miners just coming up from the shafts, tired and dirty from their long day digging iron ore. They, too, saw the light coming straight at the hold. They scattered, yelling, diving for the nearest shelter under ore carts, behind the raw mounds of the day's tips, behind the gantry, back into the shaft. There was a rushing noise of thunder, rumbling from the sky itself, and not a cloud in sight. Some insisted that they heard a high-pitched shriek. Everyone agreed on the direction from which the object came, southwest. Suddenly, the high stone wall that surrounded the prison yard was breached, showering pieces of rock down on the other sections of the minehold and causing miners to fall flat, covering their heads against the fragments. A second explosive noise followed the first, punctuated by screams of terror from those in the prison quarters. There was the stink of very hot metal, a familiar enough smell in a place where iron ore was smelted into ingots before being shipped to smithcraft halls. Only this stink had an unusual acidity that no one could later accurately describe. In fact, from the moment the journeyman shouted his warning, only one man of the several hundred in the minehold kept his head. Shankolin, imprisoned in the Crom mines for the past 13 turns, had waited for just such an opportunity, a chance for him to escape. He heard the wall shatter, of course, and saw a moment's reflection of the blue-white light in the small window of the heavy door that was the only entrance to the building. He threw himself to the left, diving under a wooden bunk just as something large, hot, and reeking pierced the wall where his head would have been. It hissed as it plowed down the main aisle and buried itself in the far corner, dropping through the wood planks, smashing the corner pillar, buckling the wall, and causing part of the roof to collapse. Someone was screaming in pain, pleading for help. Everyone else was howling with fear. Wriggling out from under the bunk, Shankolin took just one look at the opening the meteorite had made, for that was the only thing that could have caused the damage just done, saw straight across the yard to the shattered wall, and reacted. He dived out of his prison, sprinted to the broken wall. On his way, he made certain that there was no one on the guard walkway or in the end turrets. They must all have abandoned their posts as the meteor streamed towards the mine-hold. He heaved himself up and over the broken wall and ran down the hill as fast as he could to the nearest cover of straggly bushes. Crouching behind them, he caught his breath while he listened to the continued sounds of confusion from the mine-hold. The injured man was still howling, and the guards would have to tend him before they did a head count. They'd probably want to have as close a look at the meteorite as possible. The metal types were valuable, or so he'd heard, when his deafness had lifted. He didn't hear everything, but at least caught most of what was said. He had never let on that he had recovered from the skull-ripping sound that abominable Avis voice had emitted when Shankolin had led men, picked by his father, Master Norris, to destroy the Avis and its evil influence on the people of Pern. Having caught his breath, Shankolin rolled down the slight incline until he felt it safe to rise to a crouch and make his way to the sparse forest. He kept turning his head this way and that, listening for any sound of men coming after him. Keeping low, he ran as fast as he could down the dangerous inclines. He could even hear the pebbles and stones rattling and bouncing ahead of him. One thought dominated. This time he would make good his escape. This time he had to be free, to halt the progress that the Avis abomination was inexorably making, as his father had told him in a hushed and fearful voice, destroying the Pern that had survived so long. Master Norris had been horrified to learn that the weir leaders of Pern believed that this disembodied voice could actually instruct them on how to turn the red star from its orbit and prevent it from ever again swinging close enough to Pern to drop the avaricious and hungry Thread. Thread could eat anything. Herd beasts, humans, vegetation. It could consume huge trees in the time it took a man to blink. He knew. He'd seen it happen once when he'd been part of the ground crews assembled by the glass hall. Thread truly was a menace to bodies and growing things, but the Avis abomination had been a more insidious menace to the very minds and hearts of men and women. From its disembodied words a perfidious treachery had been spread. His father had been amazed and disheartened by all the impossible things the Avis abomination had told the lord holders and craftmasters, the machines and methods that their ancestors had had, equipment and processes, even ways to improve glass, all of which would make living on Pern much easier. At that time, when everyone was extolling the miracle of this Avis thing, his father and a few other men of importance had seen the dangers inherent in many of these smooth and tempting promises, as if a mere voice could alter the way a star moved. Shanklin was firmly of his father's mind. Stars did not change their courses. He agreed that the weir leaders were fools, inexplicably eager to destroy the very reason why the great dragons were essential to the preservation of the planet. He agreed because he was so close to the end of his journeyman's time, eager to prove acceptable to his father, to be the one of his sons to receive the secret skills of coloring glass in the glorious shades that only a master of the craft could produce. Which sand would make molten glass blue, which powder cause the brilliant, deep crimson. So he volunteered to be one of those to attack the Avis abomination and end its domination over the minds of otherwise intelligent men and women. He was into the stream before he realized it. His right boot hit a slippery stone and he fell, striking his face across another rock. Dazed by the blow, it took him some minutes to push to his hands and knees. The chill of the water on his wrists and legs helped to revive him. Then he saw the drops of blood landing on the stream and floating pinkly away. He explored the cut on his face, wincing as he realized the slash started at his forehead, continued down one side of his nose to a gouge in his cheek, as jagged a cut as the rock which had made it. Blood dripped off his chin. Holding his breath, he buried his face in the cold water. He repeated the process until the cold water had somewhat stemmed the flow of blood. Even so, he had to tear off the tail end of his shirt to tie a rude bandage to stop the blood running from his forehead. Once he cocked his head, listening for any sounds of pursuit. He couldn't hear avians or the slithering of snakes. His running might have startled them away. With water still dripping from his soaked clothes, he got to his feet and sniffed at the slight breeze. During his long turns of deafness, his other senses had intensified. His sense of smell had once saved his life, even if he had lost the tip of his finger. He had caught the rank odor of escaping gas just before the mine wall had collapsed. 2 miners had been buried alive in that fall. Blood continued to drip from his cheek. He took another patch from his shirt tail and held it to the gouge. He looked this way and that, wondering how to proceed. There were men in the mine hold who boasted about their successes in tracking escaped prisoners. Bloodstains would make their job easier. He looked anxiously about him, but the stream had swept the blood away. There'd be no stains to be found. Perhaps the meteorite had delayed pursuit. There had been many injured, and no prisoner count had been made. Maybe the meteorite itself was of more importance to the miners than one escapee. He had heard that the Smithcraft Hall paid well for such pieces falling from the sky. Let them waste time sending a message to nearest craft hall. Let them give him enough time to reach the river. If he kept to the water, he'd leave no bloodstains to be tracked. Eventually, this stream would reach the river and then the southern sea. He'd have to keep holding the bandage on his cheek until the blood clotted. He was still a bit woozy from his fall. He'd find a stick to help him keep his balance and to check the water's depths. He spotted one further down the bank, sturdy and long enough to be useful. A few cautious steps forward in the stream, and he reached for it. He gave it a pound or two to be sure it wasn't rotten. It would do. He walked through a moonless night, slipping occasionally in muddy spots or dropping into unexpectedly deep pools despite using the stick to avoid them. When his cheek stopped bleeding, he shoved that bandage in a pocket. The one on his forehead had adhered to the dried blood, and he left it in place. By dawn, his feet were so cold and clumsy in the soaked, heavy mining boots that he stumbled more frequently, and his teeth had begun to chatter with the chill. When the stream broadened and he was more often up to his waist than his knees, he could go no further. Seizing hold of shrubs that lined the stream, he clambered out of the water and hid himself in the thick vegetation, curled up to preserve what warmth remained in his body. Nothing disturbed him until the ache of an empty belly finally roused him. It was well into the morning, for the sun was high. He had come much farther than he had thought possible. His rough work clothing had partially dried, but the mine-hold emblem woven into shirt and pants would mark him as a fugitive. He needed food and new clothing, in whichever order he could get them. Carefully he emerged from the bushes and, to his utter astonishment, saw a small cot-hold directly across the stream, which was now wide as a river. He watched the cot-hold a long time before he decided that there was no one working inside or nearby. He waded across the river, his bruised feet feeling every rock, and hid again in the bushes until he was sure he heard no human sounds. The cot-hold was empty, but someone lived here. A herder, perhaps, for pushed back on the rough sleeping platform were were-hides made supple by long usage. Food first. He didn't even wash the tubers he found in a basket by the hearth. Then he saw cold, grey grease in the iron skillet set atilt on the hearth. He dipped the raw vegetables into it, relishing the salt and the grease as flavoring. The worst of his hunger momentarily assuaged, he searched for more to eat and a change of clothing. As a younger man, he would never have filched so much as a berry or an apple from a neighbor's yard. His circumstances were as much altered now as the tenets of conduct his father had beaten into him. He had a duty to perform, a right to wrong, and a theory he must confirm or forget. His stomach churned with the raw, greasy food he had eaten. He had to eat more slowly or lose everything. Vomit was a hard smell to hide. In a tightly covered container that would save its contents from vermin, he found 3/4 of a wheel of cheese. He thought how long such food would sustain him in his escape. The fewer noticeable traces of his passing, the better. While the cot-holder might not notice the loss of a few tubers and grease in a pan, the disappearance of too much cheese was a different matter. So he found a thin old knife blade in the back of a drawer and sliced off a section of cheese, enough to provide him with a small meal, but he hoped not enough to be instantly noticed. Almost as if his restraint was rewarded, he found a dozen rolls of travel rations in another tin box and took 2. He would surely find more food if he was not greedy now. He believed in that sort of justice. He did remove the bandage on his forehead, a painful task, even when he had soaked his face in the cold stream water. 1 or 2 spots bled a little, but no blood trailed down his face, and he left the wound open to the clean mountain air. He went back to the cot-hold to look for clothing, but found none. He did take one of the older hides. This was the 5th month, and while the nights were not quite so chill, he could not count on finding shelter. He counted 7 hides on the sleeping platform and took the oldest, less likely to be missed. As he left the cot-hold, he investigated the tracks that led off in several directions. A flash of sunlight on something metallic caught his eyes, and he whirled towards the river, afraid that he had been discovered. It took him much longer to locate the source of the reflection. The oarlocks of a small boat. Under the thick shrubbery along the bank, it was almost invisible, tethered to a branch with a rope that was so worn by constant rubbing against a half-submerged stone that the slightest pull would part the last strands. He provided the pull, and, stepping carefully into the boat, used his stick to push him out into the current. Perhaps he should have tried to find the oars, but he felt an urgency to be away from this cot-hold and as far down the river as possible. Very little water had seeped into the bottom of the little craft, so he could expect it to serve his immediate need. It was also just long enough, if he cocked his knees, to enable him to lie flat and be unseen from the shore. That night, when he saw the glow baskets of a sizable small holding, not a large enough one to have a watchwear on guard, he propelled himself to the bank and tied up the boat by the tether he had mended during his long day afloat with strips of his tattered shirt. Luck was with him now, for he found a basket of avian eggs left on a hook outside a side door to the beast hold. He sucked the contents of 3, carefully depositing 3 more in his shirt, tucked into his waistband. Then his eye caught the shirts and pants drying on bushes by the flat river stones where women would have washed them. He found clothes to fit him well enough, and corrected the position of others to make it appear that what he had chosen might very well have fallen into the river and drifted away. In the beast hold, for a second look, though the animals moved restlessly in the presence of a stranger, he found bran and an old battered scoop. Tomorrow he would boil the bran and add the eggs for a good hot meal. Suddenly he heard voices and immediately returned to his boat, pushing it carefully out into the current and lying down, lest he be seen. The night swallowed the voices, and all he heard was the gurgle of the river in which the boat moved so silently. Above him were the stars. The old harper who had taught all the youngsters at the glass hall had told him the names of some of them. Indeed, the old man had mentioned meteorites and the ghosts that appeared in bright arcs in turn-over skies. Shanklin had never believed that those bright sparks were the ghosts of dead dragons, but some of the younger children had. The brightest stars never changed. He recognized the bright sparkle of Vega, or was it Canopus? This was the 5th month of the turn, but he couldn't remember the names of the other stars in the spring sky. In trying to recall those names, and when he had learned them, his mind inexorably returned to Avis and all that thing had done to him. He had only recently heard, in a repetition of very old news, that his father had been exiled on an island in the eastern sea with the lord-holders and other craftsmen who had tried to stop the abomination. Once the source was silenced, they could talk men and women into returning to their senses. The Red Star brought Thread. The Dragonriders fought Thread in the skies, and people lived comfortably enough between passes. That had been the order of life for centuries. That order should be preserved. When he had heard that the Master Harper of Pern, a personage Shanklin had admired, had been abducted, he had been deeply disturbed. But his ears had been blocked for turns before he gradually recovered some hearing and learned that part of the incident. He had never clearly heard why the Master Harper had been found dead in the Abominator's chamber, but it, too, had been dead. Terminated, one of the miners said. Had Master Robinson come to his senses and turned off the abomination? Or had the abomination killed Master Robinson? He must discover the truth. Once he got down Crom's River, perhaps Keogh Hold would be far enough, he could make plans and see just how badly the abomination had interfered with Pern's traditions and ways of life. Gathers began in springtime, when the roads dried of winter snow and mud, and he could simply blend into the crowds, and perhaps find more answers. He was hearing more and more these days, even the shrill song of avians. Once he caught up on current news, he would be able to plan his next moves. Surely, not everyone on Pern would want tradition degraded, or would believe the lies that the abomination had spouted. He called to mind those whom he knew had been seriously disturbed by the Avis' so-called improvements. By now, 11 turns on, some right-minded thinking folk would realize that the Red Star had not changed course simply because 3 old engines had blown up in a crack on its surface, especially as Thread continued to fall on the planet, as indeed it should, to be sure that all Pern was united against the menace of its return, century after century. At a gather, 6:15:30. I don't know why it had to mess up time, said the first man, morosely fingering a pattern in the spilled gravy in front of him. You're messing up the table, the second man said, pointing. He had no call to mess up our time, the first man insisted, rather more vehemently. Who? Second was confused. He? It? Avis, that's who are it. Oh, what do you mean? Well, he did, didn't he? Back in 38. Or 38, I should say. And the holder scowled, his thick black brows coming together across the wide bridge of his thick nose. Made us add some 14 turns all of a sudden. He was regulating time, Second corrected, surprised at his companion's vehemence. The holder had seemed a pleasant enough companion, knowledgeable about music, and knowing all the words to even the latest songs the harpers were playing. With his third skin, his temper had deteriorated, and possibly his wits, if time or how folk numbered turns was bothering him. Made me older than I was. Didn't make you smarter, Second said with a rude snort. Besides, Master Harper himself said it was all right on account there was He paused and used a belch as an excuse while he recalled the exact phrasing. There'd been inaccurate timekeeping, because of thread falling only 40 turns once instead of 50 like it usually did, and people forgetting to account for the discrepancies, the third man put in, regarding them superciliously. Second gave a snap of his fingers and beamed at Third for finding the word he couldn't recall. The problem is not what it did, First went on. It's what it's continuing to do. To all of us. He made a flourish that included everyone at the gather, laughing and singing and comporting themselves, oblivious of the danger in this continuation. Continuing to do? A woman who had been standing nearby slipped into a seat several places down the long gathered table on the opposite side from First and Second. Pushing things on us, whether we want improvements or not, First said slowly, eyeing her in what illumination dimly reached their far table. He saw a thin woman with an unattractive face, a pinched mouth, recessive lower jaw, and huge eyes that glowed with an inner anger or resentment. Like the lights? Second asked, gesturing towards the nearest one. Very useful. Much more convenient than messing with glow baskets. Glow baskets are traditional, the woman said, and her petulant tone carried into the shadows beyond the table. Glows were put here for us to cultivate and protect. Glows are natural, and have lighted our holes and halls for centuries, said a deep, censorious voice that startled the woman, who gasped and put her hand protectively to her throat. Certainly, First and Second, who had thought they were having a private discussion, were annoyed by the intrusion until the big man stepped out of the shadows. Slowly he walked to the table, the others watching his deliberate advance, noting the size of him as he deliberately sat down by Third. He wore a strangely shaped leathern cap that hid most of his forehead, but did not cover the scar on the side of his nose and cheek. He was also missing the top joint of the first finger on his left hand. Something about his scarred face and his purposeful manner compelled the others to silence. Pern has lost much lately and gained little. His unnamed hand lifted to point to the light. And all because of voice. This fifth person paused contemptuously, said to do so. Got rid of the red star, Second said, shifting uneasily. Fifth turned his head towards Second, regarding him so unwinkingly that his scorn was nearly palpable. Thread still falls, Fifth said in that deep, disturbing voice that seemed to use no inflection. Well, yes, but that was explained, Second said. Perhaps to your satisfaction, but not to mine. Two men seated at a table opposite the group looked over in interest and gestured at First to let them join the table. First nodded his head, and Sixth and Seventh hastily climbed into vacant spaces among the others. The voice is gone, First said, when the two newcomers were settled and he was guaranteed the group's full attention once again. Terminated itself, as it should have been terminated before it was allowed to pollute and corrupt the minds of so many, Fifth went on. And it has left so much behind, the woman said in a despairing tone, so much that can be misused. You mean the equipment and new methods for manufacturing all kinds of things, like the electricity that brightens dark places? Third could not resist teasing such somber and humorless people. There was no good reason for that thing to turn itself off like that, just when it was beginning to be useful, First said resentfully. But it left plans, and Fourth sounded as if that was suspicious. Too many plans, Fifth agreed, deepening his voice to a lugubrious and ominous level. What? Third prompted him, while Fourth's eyes rounded with fear and anxiety. Surgery. In that expressive, deep voice, the three syllables were dramatically drawn out as if he spoke of something immoral. Surgery? Sixth frowned. What's that? Ways of mucking inside a body, First replied, lowering his own voice to match Fifth's. Sixth shuddered. Mind you, sometimes we gotta cut a foal out of its dam or it strangles. When the others regarded him suspiciously, he added, Only a very well-bred foal we can't afford to lose. And I saw the healer once remove a appendix. Woman would have died, he said. She didn't feel a thing. She didn't feel a thing, Fifth repeated, investing that statement with sinister import. The healer could have done anything else he liked, Fourth said in a shocked whisper. Second dismissed that with a grunt. Didn't do her any harm, and she's still alive, and a good worker. I mean, and First went on, there's a lot of stuff being tried in the craft halls, not just the healers, and when they make mistakes, it can cost a man's life. I don't want them fooling around with me, inside or out. Your choice, Second said. But is it always your choice? Fourth wanted to know, leaning forward across the table and tapping her finger on the table to emphasize her point. Third also leaned forward. And what choices are we being given to decide what we want and need out of all those files Avis is supposed to have left us? How do we know we want all this technology and advanced gadgets? How do we know it'll do what they say it will? A lot of people saying, we got to have that, ought to have this. They're making the decisions, not us. I don't like it. He nodded his head to emphasize his distrust. For that matter, how do we know that all that hard work, and I had to work my arse off some days down at Landing, will work? Seventh asked with some rancor. I mean, they can tell us that it's going to work, but none of us will be alive to see if it does, will we? Neither will they, Third said with black humor. Then, too, he went on quickly, when he saw Fifth taking a deep breath. He wanted to get his opinion out before old Muffle Voice started in again. Not all of the masters and lords and holders are keen to just latch on to all this new junk. Why, I heard Master Meneley herself, even Fifth regarded him with interest, say that we ought to wait and go carefully. We didn't need a lot of the things that Avis machine talked about. What we do have, and Fifth raised his deeper, oddly inflectionless voice above Third's light tenor, has worked well enough for hundreds of turns. Third held up a cautionary finger. We gotta be careful what new junk gets made just because it's new and seems to make things easier. But you have electricity? Sixth said enviously. It's done naturally. We use sun panels and they've been around forever. Ancients made 'em, First said. Well, as I said, Third went on, some things will be useful, but we've got to be very careful or we'll fall into the same trap the ancients did. Too much technology. It's even in the charter. It is? Second asked, surprised. It is, Third said. And we can do something to keep us traditional and unsullied by stuff we aren't even sure we need. What? First asked. I'm going to think about it. I don't hold with hurting people, but devices, objects we neither want nor need, can be broken, or spilled, or got rid of, Fourth said with a firm nod of her head. She looked to Fifth to see his reaction. Third guffawed. Ah! Some folks tried that. Got their ears deafened. The machine's dead, First reminded him. Third snarled at being interrupted. Yeah. Got exiled for hurting the Master Harper. I did hear that the Master Harper died in its chamber. Perhaps the Master Harper had realized how insidious that abomination was. Could he have terminated it? Asked Fifth. The woman gasped, horrified by the speculation. That's a very interesting idea, Third said softly, leaning forward. Is there any proof? How could there be? First said in a horrified voice. The healers said Master Robinton's heart gave out from being bounced around during his abduction. He was never the same after, agreed Second, who had grieved as sincerely as the rest of the planet for his death. Heard tell there was a line printed on the screen, stayed there for a long time and then disappeared. And a time for every purpose under heaven, murmured Sixth. Couldn't have been Master Robinton that put up that message. Had to have been Avis, Seventh said, scowling at Sixth for such talk. Something to think about, though, isn't it? Third said. Indeed it is, Fourth said, her eyes blazing with zeal. There are other matters to think about. What that Avis machine... And though Fifth's odd voice had no inflection, his scorn for Avis rippled about the table, has insinuated into our way of life and corrupting the traditions by which we have survived so long. Fifth had no trouble dominating the conversation again. I do not, he paused, approve of harming a living thing, and again a significant pause before he continued. But permanently removing items that can have dangerous effects on innocent people is another thing. It would be wise to make certain that such new materials and objects should never see the light of day. Much less glow baskets or electricity, Third said, in a facetious tone that was not well received by even Second, while Fifth and Fourth glowered so repressively he recoiled. I go along with removing some of those gadgets and new junk, Second murmured, but he didn't sound entirely convinced. It's more than some of us, and he glanced from one face to another, never seem to get our fair share. I agree wholeheartedly. Like Dragonriders getting what they want first, Third said. Get our share. There are more folk than you might think, Fifth said in his compelling voice, who have genuine doubts about improvements from all this Avis stuff. Machine oughtn't to know more than a human being does. He gave another emphatic nod of his head and rose. Be right back with some other right-thinking human beings. By the end of the evening, there were over 20 right-thinking men and women discussing in low voices the possibility that the Avis machine, the Abomination seemed as appropriate a name as it had to the original protesters, might not have the good of real people at heart, it being a machine and all. No one exchanged names and hold or hall affiliations, but they all agreed to meet at the next gather, if they could. They agreed to find out who else might wish to organize a protest about undesirable and possibly detrimental abominations that were introduced as progress. It surprised First and Second, but not Third, Fourth, Sixth, and Seventh, and especially not Fifth, who continued to use those numbers as their gather identities, that many people had grievances, small and large, real or fancied, that needed to be aired, and perhaps addressed. Fifth never again spoke about the synchronicity of the deaths of the Master Harper and the Abomination, but that little rumor bound many to the cause who might not have given it much credence. But Master Robinton had been very popular, and if that Abomination had been responsible in any way for the Master Harper's death, then that was cause enough to ally. If devices were sponsored or suggested by the Abomination that non-human, or procedures they couldn't understand, distrust, or fear, and that damaging rumor of which death had been first, supplied an impetus that could be successfully channeled into action. There were those who found fulfillment within the group, and a certain perverse joy and execution of minor deeds of damage they saw as thwarting progress. but minor deeds that did not cause real alarm in hold and hall, or have deeper consequences in preventing the making and distribution of more and more abominable devices, caused dissatisfaction. Though it caused some distress to healers to find the latest shipments of new preparations from the healer hall missing from their shelves, it did not immediately occur to them that none of the older remedies were ever stolen. If a craft hall, manufacturing parts for new devices, found work damaged by accidents or acids spilled on packing crates, they put stronger locks on their hall doors and kept eyes open for strangers visiting in the area. If the printer hall found discarded sheets missing from the bin in which the ruined paper had been placed for recycling, none of the apprentices thought to report the matter. Then the Lilkamp traders, who were transporting some valuable components from one smith hall to another, found the carefully packed crates missing one morning and reported it to Master Fonderel at Telgar's Smithcraft Hall. Fonderel sent an indignant message to Master Harper Siebel, reminding the Master Harper that this was by no means the first time delicate items had mysteriously disappeared on the way to Smith Halls. One of the healer journeymen had casually complained about having to resupply new medications to a rather large number of healers working in isolated areas. Fonderel, Siebel, and Master Healer Oldeye began to notice such depredations. It was a Harper, Master McElroy, better known to the Master Harper as Pinch, who sifted through such incidents and found a sort of pattern to the thefts and pillaging. Part 1. Turnover. Landing 1-131 present pass. Avis suggested turn 2553. Since it was not at all unusual for Dragonriders to be found poring over the volumes in the extensive Avis archives, Flesson, rider of bronze Golanth, was not all that surprised to see a girl wearing the shoulder knots of a green rider from Monaco Bay deeply engrossed in study. What struck him as odd was that anyone was here in the main archive reading room at all during turnover. Tonight the planet, North and South continents, would officially celebrate the beginning of the 31st turn of the present and, hopefully, the final pass of Threadfall. Even through the thick walls of the building he could hear drums and occasionally the sound of the brass instruments from Landing's Gather Square. Why wasn't a girl, especially a green rider, out dancing? Why wasn't he? He grimaced. He was still trying to overcome the carelessly lustful reputation that he had earned early in this pass. Why wasn't a girl, especially a green rider, out dancing? Why wasn't he? Flesson grimaced. He was still trying to overcome the carelessly lustful reputation that he had earned early in this pass. Not that he was any different from many bronze and brown riders. Just more noticeable, Miriam had told him in her candid fashion. She had astonished everyone, including herself, when she had impressed Green Path at a Bendon weir hatching. Bean Tegellan's weirmate had mellowed her natural assertiveness, but she never spared him her blunt opinions. The girl was engrossed in her study of a fold-out page spread across the tilted reading desk, and he was somewhat surprised to see that she was studying Rookbot's planetary system. Not everyone's reading choice, certainly, Flesson thought. Many of the younger riders, who, if the Avis prediction was correct, would see the end of this pass in 16 turns, were studying to become proficient in another craft. In that way they would be able to support themselves once the traditional tithe to the weirs ceased. While Thread fell, the planet needed the Dragonriders to concentrate on providing aerial protection against the voracious organism that could destroy anything but metal and stone, so Hold and Hall provided their fighters with all necessities. That support would end when Thread ceased. Those riders whose families owned holds or halls might simply be reabsorbed, but Flesson was weir-bred. Then he had discovered Honshu in the foothills of the great southern mountain range, and, since the weirs had wrung out of the council that loosely governed the planet the concession that Dragonriders might claim a holding on the southern continent on which to support themselves, Flesson had claimed Honshu as his. In presenting his claim, he based his argument on the fact that he intended to restore and preserve the ancient habitation and its splendors for everyone to enjoy. He used every ounce of his considerable charm and every jot of guile with other weir leaders, craftmasters, and lord holders to secure that title to himself. He knew how fortunate he had been, and when the formidable intelligence of the artificial intelligence voice address system and combined might of all the weirs of Pern had diverted the orbit of the menacing red planet, he spent all his spare time from his duties as a Bendon weir leader in refurbishing Honshu. Having performed the task set by the ancients, Avis terminated his voice address system. All the files the original colonists had brought with them were stored, waiting to be accessed. The main source of contention on Pern was which, of all those technologies and riches, should be developed for current usage. F'lar shook his head. Tonight he had a puzzle he wanted to solve. A very minor one, but related to his insatiable curiosity about Honshu. He had not been a studious youngster. His interests, as well as his concentration span, had been limited to escaping lessons whenever he could, and having the greatest amount of fun. Impressing bronze Golanth had imposed discipline, because there was no way in which he would neglect his dragon. To protect both himself and his bronze, he had become one of the most adept riders, and was held up as a fine example, at least of riding, by whirling masters. Honshu, with the splendid murals in its main hall, had exerted a strange compulsion on him, to preserve the ancient treasures found in it, and to discover as much as possible about its founders and residents. With the boyish impudence that was his most ingenuous characteristic, he had appointed himself Honshu's guardian and caretaker. No one, yet, had challenged him, because he'd had the good sense to enlist the help of all craft hall masters. He had also worked harder than anyone else in clearing out the muck and mold and restoring the fabric of Honshu. He was here tonight, in a facility that was usually crowded with scholars or visitors, to solve the latest puzzle Honshu had presented him with. He had hoped to be the only visitor, so he could pursue his research without interruption. His fascination with Honshu was at odds with his reputation, and he was diffident about casually discussing that interest.
"You protect Honshu. I like being there very much," said his dragon, Golanth, from where he had settled himself in the hot noontime sun among the dragons who had brought their riders to Landing's turnover festivities. "Good sunning places, clear water, and many fat herd beasts."
Still hesitating quietly on the threshold of the reading room, F'lar grinned.
"You found it. We'll keep it."
"Yes," Golanth agreed amiably. F'lar stuffed his riding gloves into the turnover gift of a fine kerisak, giving the wide cuffs of the gauntlets a good push as the weirhide leather was stiff, despite the good oiling he had given it yesterday evening. The kerisak had been presented to him by Lessa and F'lar. He rarely thought of them as mother or father. They were his weir leaders, and that was more relevant. His birthing day, his impression day, the advent of Golanth into his life, and turnover were, however, always marked by some gift from them. F'lar didn't know if this was occasioned by their need to remind him of his parents, or themselves of their son. Fostering was the rule in a weir, so no child was without several people, not necessarily the birth parents, who took a special interest in him or her. As F'lar grew up and saw how easy-going life was in a weir, and the conformity required of children in smaller holes, especially in the major ones, he was glad he'd been weir-bred. He also hesitated about disturbing the single reader who was so engrossed in her study that she was unaware of him in the entrance.
"No one has ever disliked your company," said his dragon. "I don't like to break into such concentration," F'lar replied. "How do we know she isn't studying an alternative occupation for after?" "Dragons will always be needed on Pern," Golanth said stoutly.
Golanth was fond of making that observation, almost, privately, as if Golanth too needed to reassure himself. Maybe it was just the mindset of a bronze dragon, or more likely Nementh's, since F'lar's great bronze took a keen interest in a subtle tuition of any bronzes hatched on Bendon's sands. However, succeeding F'lar as weir leader of Bendon was most certainly not in F'lar's future plans. F'lar earnestly hoped that F'lar would lead the weir out of this pass, a triumph in itself, over and above what F'lar had done at its beginning with the slender force he'd had available then. Being wing leader suited F'lar's blithe personality, especially now that he had claimed Honshu as his special domain.
At least, no one had dared dispute the claim he and Golanth had announced. Now, if the Weir-leaders, or rather F'lar, would just come out and say that he and Lessa would retire there, no one would contest it. Unlike the position of Lord Holder, the Weir leadership was not hereditary and depended on many variables. As in the most recent case, when Ramart and Bedella of Telgar had stepped down, the challenge had been for the best bronze in the Weir to fly the first junior queen ready to mate. Jifri, rider of Bronze Willarth, was now Telgar's Weir leader, and Pala, Golden Talmanth's rider, was Weir woman. He knew them both well, and they would lead Telgar Weir under thread-free skies.
If we don't make the arrogant mistakes that the old-timers did,
Flessen thought,
expecting to continue receiving the perquisites due the Weirs during this last pass,
he amended. A movement brought him back to the present. The girl's boots scraped over the stone floor as she recrossed her ankles. She was hunched forward over the reading desk and now leaned her elbows on the table. Her profile was well lit by the softly disseminated light, and she had thinned her lips over whatever it was she was reading. She frowned, then sighed over the wide page. Flessen saw the well-defined arch of a black eyebrow as her frown relaxed. She had a long and very delicately formed nose, Flessen observed with mild approval. Her hair, a mid-brown, sparkling with red as she moved, was clipped short on top to reduce sweating under her helmet. Left long at the nape of her neck, the wavy mass reached halfway down her back, neatly cut off in a straight line. She came alert all of a sudden, turning her head abruptly, aware of his scrutiny. "Sorry, thought I'd have the place to myself," Flessen said genially, striding forward, his dress shoes making very little sound on the stone floor. Her startlement suggested to him that she, too, had thought she could study in solitary quiet. She was in the act of pushing back her chair when he held out a hand to prevent her from rising. Most riders knew who he was, though that was not vanity on his part, simply that he made a habit of flying thread with the two southern Weirs and usually attended every impression. The latter was sheer indulgence on his part, for at each impression he and Golanth reaffirmed their lifelong commitment to each other. Now that he could see her full face, he recognized her. "You're Ty, aren't you? Zaranth's rider?" Flessen asked, hoping he remembered rightly.
"You always do,"
Golanth murmured. She had impressed, unexpectedly, nearly 5 turns ago at Monaco Bay. She had come south, though he couldn't remember from where. There had been so many people flooding through landing since Avis was discovered in 2538. While she couldn't be more than her mid-20s, he wondered if she had been part of the workforce during those astonishing 5 turns of Avis. After all, Avis had demonstrated a distinct bias for green dragons and their riders. Flessen stepped forward, extending his hand to her. She looked embarrassed, dropping her eyes as soon as their hands had clasped politely. Her handshake was firm, if brisk, almost to the point of rudeness, and he could feel some odd ridges, scars, on the back of her hand and on her forefinger. She wasn't pretty. She didn't act sensual the way some green riders did, and she was only half a head shorter than he was. She wasn't too thin, but the lack of flesh on her bones gave her a slightly boyish appearance. "I'm Flessen, Golanth's rider of Bendon." "Yes," she said, shooting him a sharp look. Her eyes were set at an unusual upward slant, but she looked away so quickly he couldn't see what color they were. Oddly enough, she flushed. "I know." She seemed to gather breath to continue. "Zaranth just told me that Golanth had apologized for disturbing her nap on the ledge." She flicked him another almost contrite glance, awkwardly clasping her left wrist with her right hand so that the knuckles turned white. Flessen grinned in his most ingratiating fashion. By nature, Golanth is very considerate. He gave a little bow and gestured towards the volume open on the reading desk. "Don't let me disturb your studies. I'll be over there." He pointed to the far right. He could just as easily work in the alcove as in the main room and not intrude on her solitude. Knowing exactly where he could locate the records that he felt would inform him, he paused only to collect 3 of the most likely and brought them to the smaller reading desk in the alcove. A narrow window gave him a view of the eastern hills and the barest sparkle of the sea. He seated himself, placed the piece of paper that he had brought with him on the table, and started riffling through the thinly coated plastic pages of the Com Tower records to the right date. He was looking for one name, Stev Kimmer, listed in the colony records as stakeholder on Bitkim Island, now called Ista Hold. He needed to find any connection between Kimmer and Kenjo Fusayuki, who had been the original Honshu stakeholder. In his careful clearing of debris in the ancient dwelling place, he had found the initials SK carved or etched on several surfaces, on the metal worktop in the garage of the ancient sled and on several drawers. No other inhabitant had defaced or initialed anything. The only SK not listed as going north in the second crossing, when the thread-beleaguered colonists had resettled at Fort, was Stev Kimmer. Previous research revealed that the man had disappeared with a sled after Ted Tuberman's illegal launch of an appeal for help from Old Earth. Kimmer had not been seen again. The loss of a functional sled had been officially regretted. Kimmer's absence had not. The interesting point in his earlier search was that Ita Fusayuki had continued to hold at Honshu and resisted every invitation to move north with her children. Other colonists, like those at Iron Island and some of the smaller holds in Dorado, had hung on in the south as long as they could. Eventually all, save perhaps those at Honshu, had immigrated. There had been no reference to Honshu or the Fusayukis in the early records at Fort Hold. The initials, S and K, were distinctly carved. Flesson needed to find any other samples of Stev Kimmer's handwriting to be sure of his identification. Not that it mattered, except to him. With atypical zeal, Flesson yearned to complete the history of Honshu itself as accurately as possible. Who had lived there, when they had left, where they had gone, and why. Honshu was also an excellent example of colonial self-sufficiency. Clearly, it had been occupied by quite a few people, and designed for many more, though a whole floor of bedrooms had never been furnished. Then, all at once, and in some hurry, judging from details like drawers left pulled out in a workshop that had otherwise been meticulously kept, everyone had left. 12 of them, at least. To go by strands of moldering material, even garments had been left behind, folded on the shelves, lying in drawers or hanging in closets. The fact that all the utensils were still stored and hung about the capacious kitchen argued that, wherever the inhabitants had gone, they hadn't needed to take along household equipment. Storage canisters with desiccated remnants indicated that no staples had been taken with them. There were homely artifacts like rusted needles, pins, and scissors, but no human bones to suggest a sudden annihilation from attack or disease. Although all the other entrances to the interior of Honshu had been shut, the heavy doors to the beast hold had been propped open, suggesting that the ancients had released their livestock, but had left the creatures access to a refuge. He turned page after page of the daily comings and goings from landing, neatly recorded by the tower duty officers. He saw again the reference to Kimmer's defection with a much-needed operational sled. SK involved in the Tuberman launching. Observed on a northwestern course. Suspect that's the last we'll see of him and the sled. Z.O. Flesson had already tried to find any notes in Kimmer's handwriting from his time as stakeholder at Bitkim. There had been none from either him or Avril Bitra about their mining operations, though the Minercraft Hall still excavated the occasional fine gemstones from the clay at their original site. He closed the final volume with a frustrated, soft whoosh, and then glanced apologetically over his shoulder for disturbing the quiet. He noticed that the surface of her work table was covered with bound volumes. Idly, he wondered if she was having any more luck with her search than he was. Craning his neck, he could read the spine on the book facing in his direction. Volume 35, Yoko, 1320-28. The last 4 digits, which would be the turn involved, had been overwritten in red marker to read 2520. The correction had been made in the precise numerals only Master Esselin could produce. Stuffing the note with the replica of the initials back into his belt pocket, he rose with quiet agility, trying not to scrape the chair on the stone floor. Collecting the volumes he had been consulting, he returned them to the proper shelf. He stood for a moment, fists jammed into his belt, glaring at the rows of records that would not produce the answer to his puzzle. Was there a reason why he had to identify S.K.? Who would care? He did, for some obscure reason he didn't understand. He made sure the books were properly aligned on the shelf. Master Esselin was very particular about how his precious volumes were returned. Hearing her get to her feet and push back her chair, Flessen swiveled around to see her picking up the outsized book she had been studying. She hefted it up, pirouetting gracefully on tiptoe, to return it to the special shelf in the case behind her. "I hope you had better luck," he said with a rueful grin. Innocuous as the remark was, he startled her so much that she lost her grip on the awkward, heavy tome. One edge was wedged against the lower shelf. She struggled to get it up again and into its assigned place, but lost her grasp. Knowing how difficult Master Esselin could be about damage to any artifact in his custody, Flessen leaped across to catch the volume, just managing to keep one corner from impacting on the stone floor. "Not a bad save, if I say so myself," Flessen said, grinning up at her. Now, why did she regard him as if he were dangerous or shifty? "I've got it. Allow me." With what he sincerely hoped was a cheerful smile, he took it from her nerveless fingers and shoved it safely into place. That was when he saw the raw scrapes on the back of her left hand. "That looks nasty. Seen a healer?" he said. Solicitously, he reached out to examine the injury, fumbling in his belt pouch for numbweed. She tried to pull free of his grasp. "Ty, did I hurt you?" he asked, instantly releasing her fingers. He quickly displayed the distinctive green glass jar used for numbweed. "It's nothing." "Don't try that on me," he said, mock stern. "I'll get Golanth to make Zaranth tell on you." She blinked rapidly in surprise. "It's just a scrape." "This is southern, Ty, and you should know by now that even well-tended wounds can develop some peculiar infections." He cocked his head at her, wondering if he should try a coaxing smile. He had the jar open and passed it under her nose. "Smell? Just reliable old numbweed, fresh made this spring, my own private supply." He used the tone that had been effective with his sons when they were tots. He held out his hand again, palm up, wriggling his fingers to overcome her reluctance. "Someone might grab that hand later when you're dancing, and that'd really hurt." Music from the square swelled into an audible finale. She relented and, almost meekly, extended her hand. He lifted his palm up to steady her fingers as he turned the numbweed jar over the scrape, waiting for a glob of the semi-liquid stuff to ooze down. "It's easier to let it take its own time," he remarked idly, all too aware of her nervousness. The gouges weren't deep, he noticed, but went from knuckles to wrist. She should have taken care of it immediately. It was, he judged from long experience with injuries, several hours old. Why had she ignored it? She gave a little gasp as the cool numbweed flowed. Expertly, Flessen tilted her fingers, and they both watched the salve ooze down the scratches. At turnover, one is more apt to require Fellis for overindulgence than numbweed. That wasn't a particularly clever remark, Flessen said to himself, and gave his head a little shake. "There. That'll prevent infection." "I didn't realize it was quite so bad. I was in a hurry, you see." She gave the reading room a quick glance. "Trying to work without interruption." He chuckled, hoping that wouldn't offend her as much as his smile seemed to. "That's why I'm here. Now, wait a few moments longer to let the numbweed set," he added, when she started to move. He pulled out a chair, indicating she should seat herself as he dragged another for himself, switching it round so he could straddle it, resting his arms on the top. She propped her arm on the table, watching as the numbweed changed from clear to opaque on the scrape. Trying to appear more solicitous than overbearing, he let the silence lengthen, wondering what he could ask without giving additional offense. He didn't usually have problems striking up conversations. He was beginning to think that maybe he should have just left her alone in the reading room when the significance of all those Yoko records made sense. "May I ask why you're interested in the ghosts?" She stared at him in such astonishment that her mouth, with its very well-shaped lips, fell slightly open. He gestured. "Why else would anyone be looking at records of the end of the 13th month, when the ghost showers occur?" She looked everywhere but at him, and then suddenly blurted out, "I often do some research for Master Wanser, and he had heard that the ghosts, which we can't see down here, but you'd know about them since you're from Bendon," and stopped, swallowing as if she had said something untoward. "Yes, I know that they are not visible here in the southern hemisphere, and yes, they do appear extremely bright and numerous right now. I did notice. In fact, many people have noticed," he went on encouragingly. "But Having lived in Bend and Weir all my life, I remember that they have been as bright and as numerous on other occasions. I've studied some astronomy, so would my confirmation as a Bend and Dragonrider not totally untutored in his local starscape be any help to you?
Personal observations are always admissible, she said rather primly.
In fact, and she gave him the ghost of a smile, pointing to several of the volumes,
their brightness and numbers occur in cycles of 7 turns.
That's right, because I was 3 when I saw the pretty lights and asked about them, and this is the 5th time I've seen them so brightly in their hundreds. Here, I'll help you put these heavy books away. Spare irritating your hand. She seemed about to hesitate, but he stacked 5 volumes deftly on one arm and walked to the proper shelf. She hastily gathered up more.
Did you have any luck with your research? She asked when they had finished shelving them.
Actually, no, he said, but there may not be a source.
With all this?
She indicated the full ranks of shelving around them. Avis didn't know everything, he said, once again managing to startle her. That's not heretical, you realize, because he couldn't have recorded anything after the second crossing.
I know.
There was an odd note in that simple agreement that he didn't dare query. The answer to my puzzle probably doesn't even exist, he added.
What puzzle?
She inclined her body slightly in his direction.
Ah, curious. That's good.
Initials. He reached into his belt and found the slip of paper. S.K. He smoothed it out to show her. She frowned slightly, puzzled but no longer totally reserved. Curious is as curious does. I believe the initials are Stev Kimmers. She blinked.
Who?
A real villain.
Oh, the man who absconded with a functional sled after the Tuberman launch?
You know your history. She flushed, ducking her head.
I was very fortunate to be accepted to the landing school.
You were? I hope you were a better student than I was.
But you were already a rider, she said, startled into looking directly at him. Her eyes were an unusual shade of green.
He grinned. That didn't necessarily mean I was a good student. If you're still studying, and he gestured at the shelving, then you learn good habits. Did you stay on here when you finished schooling? She glanced away from him, and he couldn't imagine what he had said to alarm her.
Yes, I was so fortunate. You see,
she explained hesitantly,
my father brought us all here, from Karoon. He was a Smithcraft journeyman and helped here.
Oh? Plesson drawled the exclamation out encouragingly when she faltered.
My brothers were his apprentices, and my mother took my sister and me to the school in case we were lucky enough to be accepted. My sister didn't like school.
Not everyone does, Plesson said with a self-deprecating chuckle. Her quick glance gave him the impression that she had taken to learning as a fire lizard to the air. So?
Then, during the last term, when everyone at admin was so busy, Master Sambel sent me here to work. My father was anxious to find a good place to hold, and they went off.
And, Plesson thought from the sorrow in the set of her shoulders and dejected attitude, she had never heard from them again. Did anyone look for them?
Oh, yes,
she said quickly, glancing up.
De Gellin sent out a full wing.
She looked away again. No trace at all? He asked gently.
None. Everyone was very kind. I was apprenticed to Master Wanser. I read for him. He liked my voice.
I don't wonder at that, Plesson said, for he had already noticed how expressive her voice could be.
That's how I came to be at the Monaco Bay hatching and impressed Zarant.
Reading to Master Wanser?
No,
she said in an amused tone.
He liked to have someone telling him what was going on, so we were seated to one side of the hatching ground.
Plesson chuckled. Yes, I remember. Master Wanser had to push you at Zarant. You didn't know what to do, respond to the hatchling or tell Master Wanser what was happening. The smile that lit her face, and her green eyes, was evocative of the sense of incredulity and wonder that overwhelmed anyone lucky enough to impress a dragon. His smile answered hers, and both were silent for a long moment in fond reminiscences of their impressions. "You're still keeping up with your studies?" Plesson asked, indicating the old tome she had been studying. "Why not?" she asked, with a wry grin.
It's as good an occupation for a dragon rider as any.
I've been a bit interested in astronomy myself.
So I've heard.
Well, obviously she didn't want to continue that topic of conversation, Flessen thought, wondering how he had offended her.
Have you tried the charter? She asked briskly.
He blinked. The charter? She waved towards the special case where the original charter of the Pern colony was housed.
Kimmer was an original colonist, wasn't he? She said. He'd have had to sign his name somewhere, even as a contractor, wouldn't he?
Flessen got to his feet so fast he had to catch the chair from falling. His movement startled her as he strode over to it. "Now why didn't I think of that?" he exclaimed with exaggerated self-castigation. He strode to the airtight case that held what was considered the most valuable and venerable document on the planet. Fort Holt had ceremoniously returned the charter to landing. Indeed, no one had known what had been stored in the thick container that had been gathering dust with other Holt treasures until Avis had told them what to look for. Avis was certainly the only intelligence that had known the combination of the digital lock. Inside its airtight case, the charter had been revealed to be pristine. Master Woodsmith Benderek remarked that the plastic-coated pages could not have been damaged by anything short of being chopped into little pieces by very sharp blades. Now the charter was enshrined behind some of Master Morrilton's clear, thick panes, mounted on a mechanism, also an Avis design, which turned its pages to the one required. The capital letters would be similar, wouldn't they? Printed or written, Flessen muttered. Your research skills are better honed than mine. He shot her an appreciative grin. Let's get to the end. Contractor, he said under his breath, as the pages shifted in sequence to the final ones containing signatures, many of them mere illegible scrawls. There were 3 sections. The first listed the charterers, the second, longer, included all of the contractors, while the third named all minor children over 5 years of age who had come with their parents on this momentous venture.
There,
Ty said, her right index finger tapping the glass so that he could find the bold, handwritten Stev Kimmer, Eng. Period. With careful fingers, Flessen smoothed his note on the glass, just above the bold and legible name.
Couldn't be anyone else,
Ty said. She ran her finger down the listings.
No other SK.
You're right. You're right. He's here. It's him. With one of his exuberant displays of elation, Flessen grabbed her by the waist and spun her about, forgetting the reserve she had shown towards any of his overtures of friendliness. Whoops! He dropped her, staring a mute apology. She staggered a little off balance, and instantly he steadied her. Thank you very much for finding it so quickly. I was looking so hard I couldn't see, he said, giving her a quick bow. She had a very nice smile, he thought, as the corners of her wide mouth curved up, showing her teeth, white and even, accented by a tanned complexion that owed as much to heredity as exposure to southern sun.
Why was it so important to you?
You really want to know? He asked, with a characteristic ingenuousness that could still surprise people. Her smile deepened, causing 2 dimples to appear in her cheeks. He didn't know any girls with dimples.
If a dragon rider finds it more important than...
She tilted her head towards the noise of very loud dance music.
Turnover, eating and dancing? It must be important.
He chuckled now. You're a dragon rider, and you're here.
But you're Flessen, and a bronze rider.
And you are Ty, and a green rider, he countered. The dimples disappeared, and she looked away from him.
You are a bronze rider, and you are Flessen, and she's shy,
Golanth said.
Zarant says she wants to make something of herself for after. She never wants to be beholden to anyone else ever.
Like all dragon riders, Flessen said with considerable irony.
Not even to other dragon riders,
Golanth added, slightly offended by Ty's utter independence. We were getting along quite well when you found Stev Kimmer's signature for me, Flessen said gently.
Be very careful, his dragon said softly.
I think the numbweed is dry enough now, he added. I know I'm hungry and thirsty, and while I would prefer to go back to Honshu, I have to put in an appearance out there. He nodded in the direction of the music.
Is that where Stev Kimmer went? To Honshu? Why would that be his destination?
Ah, and Flessen held up a finger. That's part of the puzzle I've got. I did find his initials on surfaces in the hold, and yet the records Ita Fusayuki kept until a few months after Kenjo's death make no mention of him.
She died there?
Flessen shook his head as she absently followed his slow drift out of the archive room. I don't know that. Avis has records of messages sent to her, urging her to come first to landing, to cross north, so she was still alive during the second crossing. Or someone at Honshu was.
I promised I'd lock up,
Tai said, pausing in the entrance hall to set the alarm. Flessen nodded approval. All archival material, whether here or at a hall or hold, was provided with safeguards against natural or unnatural accidents. Outside, both stopped on the wide top step. The quick transition from twilight to full tropical night had occurred as they talked. Below them, spread out in festive splendor, were the lights, sights, and sounds of turnover. More enticing were the luscious aromas of the fine feast awaiting the revelers. As one, they inhaled the odors and then, again simultaneously, turned slightly to see the round blue lanterns of masked dragon eyes on the heights, the blue denoting the dragon's own enjoyment of the happy scene. The music came to a raucous finale, and the sound of laughter and excited chatter drifted back to them. The harpers are setting down their instruments, Flessen said, pointing to the platform. He rubbed his hands together. That means it's time to eat, and I'm very hungry. He looked around at her. She was exactly the right height for him. But would she dance if he asked her?
I am too,
she admitted, and tilted her chin just slightly. He knew she meant for the food, not the dance. But he made a bow and swept his hand gracefully, indicating they should proceed. You've got long legs. I'll race you to the roast pits. And he took off, hearing her laugh before he heard her boots scrabbling in the beach pebbles that lined the path. Tai, who knew rather more about the Bendon wing leader Flessen than he was aware, surprised herself by responding to the challenge. Despite all the tales she had heard from Miriam about the bronze rider, including dire warnings about his fecklessness, he had acted considerately and courteously towards her in the library. She had been surprised that he appeared to know his way around the shelves. He had certainly prevented her from getting in trouble with Master Estlin, who had his own ideas about what Dragonriders should study, especially Green Riders. After Tai's first distressing encounter with the pompous archivist, Miriam had comforted her with a tale of how nasty Estlin had once been to her in the early days of the discoveries at Landing, before Avis was discovered, and how the Master Harper Robinson himself had acted on Miriam's behalf. The fuss budget was the main reason Tai tried to pick unusual hours at the library, times when she wouldn't have to deal with the pernickety old man. Fortunately, the path from that wing of the archives was wide all the way down to the open area where the turnover festivities were being held. Now that the sun was down, lighting had come up so they didn't have to watch where they put their feet. Flessen was ahead of her, but he slowed, looking to his right, passing the Avis section with a respectful bend of his head. Tai knew that he'd been very much involved with Avis almost from the day of discovery, so his reverence was understandable. She slowed too, as much from surprise as to nod her own respects. Then he lengthened his stride, and so did she, trying to catch up. She wasn't a runner, but she was no dragfoot either, and really wanted to catch up. Riders kept fit, part of their dedication to their dragons, and running was good exercise. She ran into the dragon rider when he abruptly stopped, rounding a curve, trying to keep from knocking over a couple so involved in each other that they were oblivious of their surroundings. His halt and turn were close to acrobatic as he kept her from tripping. Contrary to what Miriam had led Tai to expect in Flessen's behavior, he held her no longer than was necessary for her to regain her balance. His eyes were merry with amusement as he jerked his head at the still, unmindful pair, lost in their private world. "Let us not be an obstacle in the path of true love," he murmured to her, and gestured that they circle round the lovers. He was breathing a little hard from the run, though no more than she was. They made the detour, and then, the race forgotten, loped easily side by side towards the roasting pits. Diners were just beginning to assemble. There was always an evening breeze at Landing, and that dried the sweat on her brow as they stood in line. They arrived just before the crowd streaming from the square. By the time they were served roast beast and quarters of grilled avians, and took their choice from steaming bowls of tubers and vegetables. The line at the serving tables had tripled its length. "Where shall we sit?" Flessen asked her, looking around.
"Surely you're joining your friends?"
No one in particular. I wanted free time at the archives. Look, over to our right, there at the edge. Quiet table." He raised his voice. "Hey, Jäger!" A wineman glanced their way. "Serve us, will you?" Flessen pointed and, putting his free hand on her elbow, steered her in that direction. The wineman reached the table just as they arrived. "White? Red?" Flessen asked her before turning to the wineman. "You have any bend in there, Jäger?" "Well, seeing as it's you, Flessen, yes, I can get one." The wineman put his fingers to his lips, and his shrill whistle pierced the happy noise of the crowd. On the far side, where skins of wine were hung in display, another wineman looked toward them. Jäger flagged his arms in a private code, and the man waved in reply. "That'll be 3 marks, Bronze Rider."
"What?"
Flessen demanded.
"I'll pay my share,"
Ty said quickly, reaching for her belt pouch. "That's robbery, Jäger. I could have bought from the source for 1.5. Ty was amused by the outrage in his voice. "Then you should have done before you got here, Flessen. And you know 3 marks isn't high for cold, white bendin'." The last 3 words were delivered in a slow, cajoling drawl. "But 3?
"I'll give—"
Ty began, and Flessen flapped his hand sharply at her while glancing in her direction. "Jäger and I are old friends," he said, his eyes sparkling and a firm edge to his voice. "Aren't we, old friend? Even for old friends, 3 marks for a 30 vintage cold white bendin' is a good price at turnover." Jäger was not to be moved by any consideration of friendship. "Bendin' marks," Flessen said, sticking his jaw out. "Bendin' marks are, to be sure, the best. Almost as good as Harper Hall." Flessen passed over the 3 marks just as the other wineman arrived with the skin, a large one. "Good turnover," Jäger said, tipping a salute to Flessen and a wink at Ty. "Well," and Flessen felt the skin, "it's properly cold." He unplugged the small end, gesturing for Ty to supply glasses from those on the table. He filled both deftly, restored the plug, and laid the skin under the table. "Safe skies," he said in the traditional toast. Quickly, she touched her glass to his. "I think it is a 30, he added after a judicious sip. He grinned broadly. "You know, 3 marks isn't that bad for a vintage bendin' white." His remark caught her taking her first sip, and she nearly choked on it. 3 marks would have been out of her reach even at a turnover celebration, when everyone tended to spend freely. But then, once she had completed the declinations that Aragon wanted, she hadn't expected to do more than get a quick meal here, and maybe listen to the Harpers a while, before returning with Zaranth to her weir down by Monaco Bay. She didn't have a great many marks in any event, though like many other green riders she could be hired to deliver small packages and letters almost anywhere in Southern when she wasn't involved in weir duties or researching for Master Aragon at Cove Hold.
"Thank you, Bronze Rider," she said.
"I'm Flessen, Ty," he replied with gentle chiding and a smile lurking in his eyes. He wasn't sure how to respond to that. "Let's eat," he suggested, taking his belt knife from its sheath. "I think from the smell of it the landing cooks have used their special sauce. Oh, what more can one ask for on a turnover night?" Ty wouldn't have asked for this much, as she picked up a clean fork and started on the roast tubers, her favorite. The wine was the best she had ever tasted, and so was the food. "How's the hand?" Flessen asked after they had eaten in hungry silence for a few minutes.
"My hand?"
Ty looked down at it.
"Oh, truly nothing now. My thanks again. And I usually do keep numbweed handy. I just didn't today." In truth, she had a big jar among the supplies in her weir, but she did not have one small enough to fit in her belt pouch. "How'd you do it?" "Oh, probably when I was scrubbing Zaranth this afternoon. She hunted today and needed a good wash."
Hunting and bathing Zaranth had taken longer than Ty had planned. She knew that the archives were more likely to be unoccupied on turnover days, so she had been anxious to get there, and not careful enough when rinsing the stiff brush she used on Zaranth's hide.
"There are barnacle-covered rocks in the cove we like."
"That can happen," he said with rueful agreement. Are you weird along the coast or inland? Ty tried not to freeze at the question. Brown's riders, with an eye to mating with Zoranth the next time she was ripe, wanted to know where she could be found. Zoranth wasn't even close to her cycle. Coast, she replied quickly. Almost too quickly. Do you spend a lot of time at Honshu? Coast, huh? See much of the Monaco dolphins? She made herself relax. She was being preternaturally suspicious. Yes, I do, she smiled. Thinking of her dolphin friends always made her smile. It seemed to have a similar effect on Flessen, who grinned back at her. He had such a merry smile, just as Miriam said he had.
Thinking of her dolphin friends always made Ty smile. It seemed to have a similar effect on Flessen, who grinned back at her. He had such a merry smile, just as Miriam said he had. Natua has a new calf. She showed him off to Zoranth and me, she said, quite willing to talk about dolphins. She did? Flessen was really interested. It showed in the way his eyes sparkled and his whole face lit up. Golanth and I must take the time to admire him. She'll show him off to anyone, she's so proud. I'm better acquainted with the cove hold and Redis's pods, you see, he confided in her. I know, she replied. Quite likely, he said, shooting her a teasing glance. Dolphins like nothing better than to gossip. They can spread news faster than runners. We have too many animals on this planet who can talk back to us humans. She gave him a startled look and then let herself chuckle. I suppose we should be grateful that fire lizards can't talk. A large mercy, he agreed. It's bad enough they sing. But they had such beautiful descants. I suppose so, he replied amiably. She knew that Lessa, his mother, had a prejudice against fire lizards. Miriam had said it was because no one had known how to control the creatures when they were first brought to Bendon. Did Flessen share her bias? She didn't know what to say to change the subject. He spared her by speaking first. What has you so interested in Rookbot's system charts? Ah! She was grateful for the change in topic. Well, I'm close enough, being at Monaco Bay, and I was an apprentice. She floundered a moment. So you said? So I'm often asked to check out figures on the original charts, which are much too valuable to be anywhere else. Good Master Esselin. Flessen's tone was facetious. She flushed. He doesn't really approve of me, even if Master Steiner entrusts me to take Yoko updates to Cove Hold, because I'm only a green rider. There's no such thing as only a green rider, Ty. A wing never has enough green riders, he replied so staunchly that she was startled enough to catch his eyes. That's the wing leader in me talking. Besides which, Master Esselin is a pompous old hair-splitter. Ignore him. I can't. And weren't you hoping to avoid him, too? Whenever I can. And he dropped his tone to a whisper as he leaned across the table to her, doesn't approve of me being in Honshu. But you found it, she said, surprised. Yes, he said, nodding with an air of mischievous satisfaction. And I take great care of its treasures. So I've heard. So you have heard some good of me. She knew he was teasing her. She knew she was often too solemn. Even Miriam said she shouldn't be quite so conscientious. But that was just how she was. She just didn't know how to respond to levity. As if he hadn't noticed her uncertainty, he reached for the skin. More wine, he said briskly. She hadn't realized her glass was empty and obediently held it out. Does Aragon let you stand any night watches with him at Cove Hold? He asked. Yes, I'm a good timekeeper. Conscientious was what Aragon called her, too. Time is a critical factor in astronomy, he replied. She was surprised that he knew that. Did you study astronomy? Not, apparently, as studiously as you have. He wasn't teasing now, he was quite serious. And to good advantage, since we must look beyond our traditional duties. I like people who think ahead. You certainly are, with Honshu. His expression altered again, as if he too had considered his future, which added another dimension to the outwardly light-hearted Dragonrider. He grinned, impulsively covering her hand with a reassuring pressure. Yes, I've plans for Honshu. Then, in another abrupt change, he added, "I'll just get us second servings before the roasts are all gone." She wouldn't have had the nerve to go back for more to eat, but Flessin took her plate before she could protest. Slightly awed, she watched as Flessin, and he was just as ingratiating as Miriam had told her, chatted with the cook while the man carved generous slices from the roast. All the tables around them were filled now with boisterous diners, enjoying the excellent turnover meal. Though several called cheerfully to Flessin as he made his way back, he returned the greetings without stopping to chat. He wasn't at all what she had expected from Miriam's tales of some of his pranks at Bend and Weir. Well, that had been turns ago, before he had impressed. He did have a serious side to his nature, along with that most amazing sparkle in his eyes. She should be wary of such a sparkle. Miriam had said he had been very much a bronze rider. Maybe she should slip away while she had a chance. But that seemed very discourteous. He had barely touched the second glass he had poured. A bright chord of music cut through conversations, and she saw that harpers were ranged on the platform, ready to entertain the diners. Moreover, there'd be new music for a turnover. She had intended to stay that long. She reached out for Zaranth's mind, but the green was obviously enjoying herself on the heights with the other dragons. Flessin deftly placed the dish before her. It was piled so high she wondered where she'd put all that food. "I brought you some of the things I like, too. Fresh from the ovens." He topped off their wine glasses. "With music! Good!" He had no trouble putting away his second helping of turnover food. Nor did she, but then her parents had raised her to eat what's on your plate and be thankful. She took a hasty sip of the white bendon. She hadn't thought of her family recently. Her life with them had been so different to the one she now had, even before she had impressed Zaranth. Zaranth and Monaco Weir was her family now, and closer than she had ever been to her blood kin. Determinedly, she concentrated on something else, and the music caught her up. Sometime during the first round of songs, their plates were removed, and a basket of southern fruit, northern nuts, and sweet cakes was deposited on the table. Claw was also being served, and Flessin, she noticed, drank more of that than the wine, which he continued to savor in sips. It was expected that the diners would join in the chorus of the ballads. When Flessin opened his mouth to join in, she was astonished. He complained about fire lizards? They could harmonize, and were supplying descants from wherever they were perched. He couldn't even find the melodic line. He wasn't quite a monotone, but so near to one that she hoped the lusty voices around them drowned him out. Yet he was, well, not exactly singing, although he bellowed out the right words, carrying on as if he didn't care. He merely waved to those at the nearest table who were grimacing at him and vigorously indicating that he should either shut his mouth or go elsewhere. Should she try to drown him out? She had an alto range, but at least she sang on pitch and with reasonable musicality. He was gesturing broadly for her to sing, urgently. His merry eyes caught hers, and from the mischief in them, she suddenly realized that he knew very well how badly he sang and didn't care. That he was willing to show such a defect in a culture that apotheosized music, and certainly encouraged vocal talents, astonished her. Miriam might criticize his fickleness and breezy attitudes to weirmates, but why hadn't she mentioned his flawed voice? Now, still lofting his hearty non-tone, he cupped his ear to indicate that he couldn't hear her singing. Out of pique, she took a deep breath and joined in, hopefully loud enough to cover his performance. Vigorously, he approved her efforts, amiably marking out the tempo with both hands. He had a good sense of timing. At the rousing end of the final chorus, he closed his mouth but applauded enthusiastically. "Why do you sing when you know you can't?" she demanded in a low voice. "Because I do know all the words," he replied, not at all abashed. She had to laugh, and waved her hands helplessly. This group of harpers had finished their stint, and Flessin stood up, surveying other tables, waving to someone who waved back, though he made no effort to leave. Then, suddenly, he was hailed. "Thought we heard your bellow, Flessin." Ty saw the unmistakable figures of Tgelin and Miriam making their way towards them. That wouldn't do at all. While the bronze rider was urging them to join him, Ty got to her feet and, pausing only to take her wineglass with her, the white Bendon was too good to be abandoned, she slipped into the shadows and away. She heard him welcoming the bronze and green riders. "Gellin, Miriam, you'll never guess who I met at the—" His voice broke off as he realized that she had gone. She halted in the darkness, waiting for him to identify her. She'd never hear the last of it from Miriam. "Gegger," he called after a beat. "You have any more white Bendon?" Ty hurried away.
"That was silly," Zoranth said. "You know how Miriam can be. Why would she object?" "You know Miriam," Ty replied. "You're silly."
Then Zoranth asked wistfully,
"Do we have to go now?" "No, love, I want to listen to the music. I can do that from any part of the square." "You'll have to stand. Everyone who can is at Landing's turnover." "Don't tell Golanth where I am,"
Ty said, remembering the proximity of the two dragons on the heights.
"Why not? Just don't." "Oh, as you wish."
Zoranth sounded confused.
"It's all right."
Ty found herself a place to stand at the edge of the throng and listened to the splendid music. She made her glass of Bendon White last through the concert. It really was the best wine she had ever tasted. It was when she was making her way back to the heights that she heard the crashing. Glass? Rather a lot of glass, by the sound of it. An accident? She ought to see what was happening. That was much too much noise for a simple mishap. In Bendon Weir, 1-1-31, present pass. Avis. Lessa, Ramoth's rider and Bendon's Weir woman, emerged into the winter night air, shivering as the crisp cold struck. At least the blizzard, blanking out high reaches and a good bit of Tillich Hold, had not marred this last night of Bendon's turnover. She wrapped the long, fur-lined coat about her and wished she had put her gloves on, too, though the basket of hot pastries which Minora had pressed on her as they left kept her right hand warm. When F'lar finished closing the panel on the rousing chorus of the latest Harper ballad, she slipped her left hand between his elbow and the rough hide of his jacket. He slung the wineskin over his left shoulder and pressed her hand tighter to his side. Out of habit, they both glanced across the bowl, which was eerily silent. Opposite them, on the ledges to the Weir woman's quarters, they could see their dragons in the moonlight. Blue-green, two pairs of dragon eyes winked open and followed the progress of their partners across the flat, frosted bowl. Bellier, its brightness better than a glow basket, lit the eastern arc of the huge double crater, throwing the entrances to the individual weirs into darkness. The moon illuminated the watch-dragon and his rider, striding up and down the rim to keep warm. "Don't dally, girl," F'lar murmured, shrugging into the warmth of his jacket and lengthening his stride. "If I had a Harper mark for every time I've crossed the bowl," Lessa said. "Add those to mine and we'd be as rich as Torek." Lessa gave a snort, and her breath misted before her. She quickened her steps. Maybe they should have gone south, where turnover could be conducted on sun-warmed beaches and the more temperate southern night. But Bendon Weir had been home to her for 35 turns now, and F'lar's all of his 63, so that, although they had made their traditional appearances at Bendon Hold on turnover first night, heard marvelous music at Ruafa on the second, they preferred to end the celebration here. She was glad enough to be able to enjoy some quiet time after the frenetic pace of this turnover passed. She wondered if, at the end of this pass, after, as people referred to it, he would decide to leave Bendon. Or maybe, if he could not bear to leave the splendor of the Weir, at least spend the worst of the cold months in the south. Maybe not in Honshu, which Flessin had repeatedly invited them to share, but nearby. She understood, on one level, that the prospect of after did not obsess F'lar. During was his responsibility and hers. Finishing this pass honorably and still Bendon's Weir leader, and knowing Thread would no longer threaten Pern, was his committed goal. Especially since they had both made such a point of urging their younger Dragonriders to learn an alternative skill, Lessa kept trying to insinuate after in their private conversations, to see what he'd really like to do after. Idling on a sandy beach in Southern would quickly bore a man who had always been active, and if he would not contemplate the options, maybe she'd have to make the decision for both of them for where they'd live after. Only where? Suddenly, both dragons reared, staring up into the night sky, the color of their eyes briefly reflecting the orange of alarm. Startled, Lessa glanced over her shoulder and grabbed tightly to F'lar. Ooh! The night cold was nothing to the fear that surged through her, making her heart race at the brief trails of fire in the north. Then she was disgusted with her primitive reaction to what she now knew were meteorites burning up in the atmosphere. As a child, she had believed her nurse that those flares across a night sky were the ghost dragons of the first pass. "Errigan said we'd have a lot of ghosts this turn." F'lar chuckled at the old explanation, his breath puffing white. "So long as they keep their distance." Another flare caught his eye, barely a finger length in the northern sky. His sigh drifted white in the frosty air. "There really are a lot more of them this turn, as Tyrannus complained last night at Bendon. They certainly are bright. Why, that one," and she pointed her finger, following the arc in its path before it blinked out, "looked like it might land." "They never have." "Well, you heard Tyrannus. All that nonsense about it's all—" and she altered her voice to Bendon Lord Holder's slightly nasal speech pattern. "Because we let Avis change the orbit of the Red Star, and this is the result of meddling with things we don't know enough about." F'lar laughed, because her imitation of the Bendon was so accurate. "One of the reasons Avis delayed the blast was to put the Red Star far beyond affecting any other of the planets in this system. The mathematics was accurate to the 10th decimal point, or so Wanzer assured me at the time. Or ask Flesson. He's into astronomy with that old telescope in Honshu." "I might indeed ask Flesson," she said. "It's something like this that would agitate the Abominators into doing more harm than they've already done." "You think they're behind some of those peculiar incidents of vandalism Seabell reported?" "Who else would be that vindictive and destroy only new medicines or materials, or waylay traders carrying components from one Smithcraft Hall to another?" "Let's talk about it in the weir. It's far too cold to dawdle out here, woman." He tugged her into a jog, throwing an arm about her shoulders to prevent her slipping on the icy ground, and they quickly reached the stairs up to her quarters. "Are you two coming in?" he asked the two dragons who had not moved from their ledges. "We will watch the ghosts until they leave," Nemeth said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "As you wish," F'lar said. "Silly beasts," Lessa murmured, smiling fatuously as she pushed aside the entrance curtain. Sometimes she wished she had a hide as impervious to weather as a dragon's. Or was it just that this winter was unusually cold? "Between is colder," Ramoth remarked. Once she was inside, Lessa swiftly made for the nearest heater unit that kept the main room comfortable, putting Minora's basket, still warm, on the table as she passed it and stripping off her long fur. She hung it on the hooks to the left of their sleeping room. "I didn't think we'd have to worry about Abominators again," she said with a weary sigh. "Natan checked the island where we exiled those that were convicted of abducting Robinton." F'lar's expression was austere, his lips thin with aversion. He kicked the heavy curtain rather more forcefully than was needed to be sure that the hem excluded the cold draughts. "In fact," and his face altered to a less forbidding look, "there were some youngsters, since several spouses went with their men." "Oh," Lessa paused. "And the earlier group, who were caught damaging other craft halls, the ones who were sentenced to the Telgar mines?" "Ah, now there's a possibility." He shrugged out of his jacket and would have dropped it on the chair, but Lessa pointed sternly at it and then at the hooks where she had hung her fur. He grinned, scooped it up, and hung it with exaggerated care. "Go on," she urged him, knowing he was going to tease her before he answered. He got 2 glasses from the cabinet and deftly poured wine from one of Morrilton's elegantly carved glass bottles. He handed her hers, but stepped backwards until he was close enough to feel the heat from the radiating unit on his legs. "That meteorite, the metallic one that everyone in the Smithcraft Hall is going on about, smacked a good-sized hole in the prisoners' quarters, broke one man's leg, and it wasn't until evening that a count was taken. One was missing. One of those, F'lar's lips thinned with remembered anger, who were involved in that attack on Avis. He was deafened. Big man, should be easy to find. He's missing the tip of his first finger. F'lar took a sip of his wine, savoring it. Lessa allowed him that enjoyment.
But he hasn't been found yet, has he?
With a wave of his wineglass, F'lar dismissed the problem. Telgar, High Reaches, and Fort Weirs have been alerted. Runners carried the news along their traces and warned the traders.
Lessa gave a cynical snort. Some of the traders are not above harboring a holdless man.
From the mine master, this man kept to himself. Seemed to dislike new things.
Made by Avis, of course,
she said in a caustic tone. F'lar raised his eyebrows. By Avis, of course.
Do you think this one man is responsible for all those thefts and vandalism? Too wide a spread.
Quite right. But there are enough people with petty grievances against Hold and Hall who might delight in causing trouble here and there. He rocked back and forth on the balls of his feet, relishing the warmth. I don't consider that as serious a problem as deciding what more Avis refinements, and he pointed to the heating unit, we can safely introduce.
No one has objected to having better lighting, Lessa said, and heat. After all, solar panels came with the ancients. So did hydroengineering and generators. We just have to speed up the education process to produce the necessary improvements that will reduce drudgery after.
I don't approve of life being made too easy, F'lar remarked.
You were never a drudge,
she said caustically, reminding him of her 10 turns spent as one. Don't forget that this weir was scarcely luxurious until thread started falling again.
How could I?
She grinned at him, her eyes alight with laughter.
But that doesn't mean an indiscriminate release of technology. The craft halls are the worst offenders there.
You mean you object to what Master Oldive is doing in surgical procedures and more effective medications?
Of course not, she said with a scowl. But I don't think everyone agrees with some of the surgical stuff.
She gave a little shudder. You would if your life depended on correcting an internal problem, like your guts protruding out of your belly because the stomach lining had ruptured, F'lar said with a humorless laugh.
Shara said it's called a hernia and is not life-threatening, she responded in a brusque tone. Then, in an abrupt change, exhaled. I take the point. We have to educate others to do so.
Agreed. And we have to get our younger riders to educate themselves, too, for after.
Well, some will have no trouble, she said. They don't consider it beneath their dignity to deliver messages or transport urgently needed bulk items. Tagatarl sent us a copy of the dictionary that he copied from in Avis's files with definitions of technical terms, far more current than anything the Harper Hall has. Sibel said he's got orders from every major hold, nearly all the minor ones and most of the halls.
Then maybe understanding and defining a technological vocabulary will become wider spread.
His facetious tone caused her to grin. That wouldn't hurt. But it's the older riders who show absolutely no interest in supporting themselves after who worry me. Why is it so belittling for a dragon and his rider to extend their abilities in other quite respectable pursuits? They know that living in Southern is not a matter of flinging up some fronds to cover huts on the white sands and picking ripe fruit off the nearest tree. They won't even consider helping the beast herders to keep the feline predators from causing witless stampedes into gorges and ravines, even if dragons have always killed their own food. Dragons don't share their kills, even with their riders.
It was F'lar's turn to chuckle at her acerbic remarks. If you're hungry enough, I suppose roast feline can be tasty.
Shara said it's tough, and often tastes more of fish than flesh.
We've 16 more turns of threadfall, love, he said, refilling her wineglass.
Now,
and she gave him a sly look,
if Benden's weir leader should make a decision as to what he will do after?
He chuckled indulgently as he held out to her Minora's basket of delicacies. The spicy odors wafted her way.
What is Minora tempting us with?
She wondered, unfolding the napkin. They certainly smell edible. You take your pick. She did, delighting in the flaky pastry and the spicy filling.
I think,
Lessa mumbled through her full mouth,
that she plans to go from one end to the other of the recipes. She had us download from the Avis files.
It's a shame she never got down to speak to Avis. He'd have liked her.
Lessa grimaced. If you remember, we offered to take her many times and she refused. There was always too much to do. She licked the last of the pastry flakes from her fingers. F'lar sat down, and she noticed the bone weariness evident in the slow way he settled his body in the comfortably padded chair across from her. Only with her did he have the luxury to relax. If she missed the painful stiffness that indicated his bones were aching, Nement would tell her, and she'd make him take a dose of the medication Old Ive had made to relieve the problem.
"Is there ever enough time?" she asked.
"There should be," he scowled, sweeping back the forelock that was silver now. "There should be all the time in the world after."
"Have you decided where we'll go after?"
He frowned, brushing that inquiry aside. She fretted at his reluctance. They certainly should have their choice of residence, barring beautiful Honshu in deference to Flesson's proprietary interest in it. But what? And a dreadful thought arose from the deepest part of her mind. She did not refuse that flash of unnecessary alarm. She did hold it deep in her thoughts. What would happen if Ramoth should fail to rise to mate in the coming turns, as Bedella's Solth had done recently, and Ramart had gratefully retired to Southern with his weirwoman? Somehow, she had always assumed that she and F'lar would remain weir leaders until the end of this pass. There would come a time, even if it wasn't imminent, when inevitably Ramoth would not feel the challenge of fertility. Lessa gave her head an impatient shake, smiling as she remembered the most recent time Ramoth had risen gloriously to challenge the bronzes, and Nement vigorously conquered. Her grin broadened as her dragon caught that thought. But Nement lived in constant danger of injury.
"He is strong and clever fighting thread. He evades score and ash as nimbly as any green," Ramoth responded in stout support. "Nement is the only bronze I will ever accept, and there isn't another as daring. Even if he sleeps more than he used to. Be easy."
With the bond between the riders so acute, F'lar invariably knew when Ramoth had spoken to her rider. He cocked one eyebrow at his weirmate. "What's on her mind?" Then he chuckled. "Or yours."
"When are you going to make up your mind where we'll go after?" she asked, with a hint of exasperation, as if that was what occasioned Ramoth's remark. F'lar gave her a long, patient look. "We can go where we want. Be certain of one thing, we shall not be dependent on anyone." Briefly, his jaw settled into an inflexible line. "That will make a very nice change," she said at her driest.
"We could see if one of those eastern islands would suit."
"What?"
She scowled fiercely at him, realizing that she had risen to his bait. He chuckled again. At least he was in a good mood. "I know the weather here's terrible, but I've spent all my life in this pile of rock." He shot her a look to see if she would disagree.
"Rock is cool in the summertime," she agreed diffidently, then added in a nostalgic tone of voice, "when I think of how much history we have made here."
"Indeed, and how many changes have occurred since we became weir leaders."
"Too sharding many losses in the past turn, too."
"There is a time for every purpose under the heaven," he quoted softly. Tears welled quickly in Lessa's eyes at that reminder of Robinton and Avis. 2 turns and a few months were not enough to distance that double loss.
"I miss Robinton so much."
"Who doesn't?" F'lar replied softly, lifting one hand briefly in resignation before he continued. "I was thinking more of Laudy and Warbret. And good old Argul." He let out a sigh of remembered frustration.
"We must be charitable," she reminded him in her more usual caustic fashion.
The bronze rider had been a thorn in both their sides, despite his outward acquiescence to F'lar's weir leadership. There was always the hint, when Argul took orders from him, that he, Argul, would have done differently.
"He did obey, you know, and his wing thought highly of him as a leader."
F'lar grunted, twirling the stem of his glass, and apparently absorbed in admiring the ruby color.
"I'll miss Laudy," she went on, after nibbling at a pastry, "although I do like Langrel as Egan-holder. Very nice person."
Handsome, too." She shot him a glance.
"He needs a good wife."
"He'll have no trouble."
F'lar poked at the contents of the basket before selecting a triangular one and popping it in his mouth.
No, not bad. She found another of the same shape. Oh, no, it isn't. She licked her lips. He sipped his wine, regarding her from the corner of his eye. Do you favor Genician for the holdership at South Bowl? That's another issue for the next council to decide. Bowl has an historical precedent for lady holders, you know. He nodded his head, waiting for her to continue. Certainly Lady Morella has been directing the hold unofficially for a long time, saving Sanjel's face. She got Genician educated at Landing, too. Grog likes the girl. Old enough to take hold. Well respected. Lessa shrugged. Jackson says she's as organized as Shara is. He'd be glad to step down from the position of youngest Lord Holder. F'lar stretched out his right leg, grimacing as the tendon resisted full extension. He gave a sigh. He's all right, Nementh told Lessa privately, waking from his nap. All that dancing he tried to tell me he didn't enjoy, Lessa replied. We need younger minds dealing with all the changes, she said aloud. He turned his amber eyes on her, amused and slightly condescending. Young heads can be as certain that they are right as the old ones, and no experience to draw on. He ate another pastry, licking his fingers as the juice within leaked. Ida Roland's been studying astronomy with that journeyman of Wanser's. He got Moralton to make him some special mirrors for a telescope to set up on that bridge of his down at Nerat's ankle. For all that I like Curran as master fishman, I'll miss Ida Roland's sly wit in the council. She took another tidbit, and then a sigh escaped her lips after she swallowed. I shall miss them. I miss them all. F'lar reached over the table to cover her thin, small but remarkably capable hand, squeezing her fingers. We both shall, love. He picked up his glass. To absent friends. She raised hers, the glasses touched, and they finished off their wine. Simultaneously, they rose. F'lar slipped his arm about her slender shoulders, drawing her against his body as they walked in step to the sleeping room. Lessa didn't think she'd gotten to sleep before they were both roused by angry dragon trumpeting. Southern Hold, 1-1-31, Present Pass, Avis. Torek was recovering from too much wine consumed the night before. The red was definitely too young to be potable, even if it had come from his own vineyard and therefore was handy and cost him nothing, except this morning's headache. Well, it took time to establish vines, and, considering the cost of the starts from Bendon, he had been eager to see some return on the investment. Master Vintner Welliner's estimate of how much wine he would be bottling from the hillsides under cultivation was inaccurate, too. If this year's press was not up to what he'd been led to believe he could expect, he'd have a long chat with Welliner. Torek slowly opened dry eyes in his aching skull. You are getting old, father, Bessic said. He handed Torek a steaming mug. Mother's compliments. Torek stifled a groan as he took the mug. Though he knew from experience that Ramallah's morning-after cure was efficacious, the steam was slightly nauseating, and he averted his head before attempting the first gulp. Bessic settled himself in the sling chair, stretching his legs out and crossing his ankles, thumbs hooked in his belt as he regarded his father with a bland expression. Osborne's here. Sailed in from Largo last night. Got here at dawn. Torek nearly dribbled the potion down his chin at the unwelcome news. Had Bessic timed that remark until he had the cup to his lips? The two men tolerated each other warily, not because of blood ties, but out of begrudged respect. Torek grunted and drank as fast as the heat and the taste allowed. I told him that you are busy. I am, Torek said. The liquid made him belch and left a vile taste in his mouth. He stood, balancing himself on his bare feet, to prove that he was capable of overcoming the previous night's excesses as easily as ever. He strode to where Ramallah had laid out fresh clothes and stepped into the new short trousers and matching loose shirt that would be comfortable during the heat of the day. He growled as he had to sort the rank cords against his right shoulder. Nuisancey things, as if everyone didn't recognize the Lord Holder of Southern. That caused him to snort, as any reminder did of how he had been gulled by the weir leaders. From the corner of his eye he saw the smirk on Bessic's face, as if he read his sire's thought. Didn't you think to bring in... Bessic interrupted him by pointing to the breakfast tray on the table. Despite the fact that the pounding in his head was easing, Torek was still in a foul humor. What's on Osborn's mind? He's always at me for some concession or other. He's a good holder, Bessick said, knowing not only that his approval counted for nothing in Torek's opinion, but also that, by being scrupulously fair, he could sometimes irritate his sire. Torek waved his hands dramatically. He's a man never satisfied. First it was a drum tower, then a pier, and a sloop, and a crew. He gets results. So, what does he want this time? A whole Dragonrider? Though there was always a Dragonrider available to Lord Torek, the relocation of southern Weirs still rankled. It was irksome, too, that the Weir leader, Gavan, the impertinent scut, so punctiliously performed his duties to the hold that Torek never had grounds to fault him. He had managed to swallow that mortification, since he really did prefer not to have the constant traffic of dragons overflowing the harbor, but perhaps he should not have taken issue with Gavan over the matter of Weir's support to subdue the rebels and that Sharding Denol on Iron Island. Why, he wants to celebrate the end of turnover with his Lord Older, Bessick said, getting to his feet. Dutifully listen to whatever Harper reads the report, and, quite likely, to see what other craftsfolk he can lure to his hold. Hasn't he got enough? Torek demanded, seething. Some can't get enough, Bessick murmured, reaching the door as he delivered that parting shot. Get out! Get out! And Torek lunged, aiming a kick at his son. Bessick didn't so much as look back over his shoulder, so Torek kicked again at the heavy yellow wood door, which slammed satisfactorily, echoing down the stone hall. Bessick knew his father too well. Limping, because he had caught his bare toes on the wooden edge, Torek wheeled and attacked the food on his tray. The tonic had cleared his head, and now his stomach grumbled as much with hunger as with irritation. Where would Osborn put more craftsfolk? He had already enticed some of the best-trained people from landing once the Great Bang had been accomplished, supposedly ridding the planet of Threadfall forever. Torek was not at all convinced that Avis had known what it was doing. Imagine blowing a whole planet off its course with the stuff left in long-dead engines. Still, in 16 turns, or was it 17 in this pass, the end of Thread meant he could proceed with his plans to develop the small portion of the southern continent that he had been able to wrest from the Sharding Bendon Weir leaders. That inequity would always infuriate him. He made an effort to calm himself. Ramallah was certain his indigestion came from stress. He should take his meals calmly and eat slowly. He was, after all, lord of an important hold, no matter how much larger it should have been. His lady, Ramallah, was already chatting with Osborn, seated in the main hall. She rose when Torek entered. Perhaps you would both like more claw. There's still time before Harper Centauri reads the report. Is your wife here? Osborn gave an almost imperceptible wince. She was here, and, if they had arrived by dawn, she had had plenty of time to spread marks about, Torek thought, his humor revived by Osborn's discomfort. Yes, join us for claw, Osborn. Come outside. It's a fine day for our last one of this turn. Torek clapped the man heartily on the shoulder. I'll just bring fresh claw, she called after them. Torek indicated the smaller of the two tables that were situated on either side of the hole's entrance. A small awning shaded it from the bright sunlight. He took his usual chair, so arranged that anyone sitting opposite him had the sun glaring into his face. Now, what's on your mind, Osborn? The man was no fool. He settled himself, elbows on the table, and leaned forward. There was little danger of being overheard, slightly above and well back from the entrance to the hold. I'm wondering if you know what the subjects of today's report will be. Of course I know. And what's to be voted on? Torek replied with some heat. I had to sit in on the Sharding meeting, didn't I? Barring trivia with the council insisting that the original intent of the charter be followed. Torek did not approve of the publicity regarding the charter, a document so old that it should be regarded as an artifact, rather than guidance for this planet's needs 2,500 turns after it had been promulgated. and harpers holding discussion groups to be sure children and drudges could recite it by rote. There were a few provisions that he would like to see quietly annulled, and the clauses that named the perquisites of major landholders extended. He would live to see the last day of this pass, and he certainly intended to exert his not-so-small influence when the charter was reviewed. After, and suitably altered once Dragonriders were no longer needed, Torek had endured many boring hours to be sure no one in the council slipped in any more surprises on him. He was developing a few surprises of his own.
"Is that all?"
Osborne was plainly disappointed. "Oh, there'd be the usual reports from landing. Premises and promises." Torek dismissed them with a wave of his hand. "The availability of printed texts for those wishing to improve themselves," he snorted. "Then he stopped himself, remembering that Osborne was no fool. "And you know that any improvement will stay here in Southern and in Largo." He inclined his head tactfully at Osborne as he recalled Bessic's reason for Osborne's visit. "You have such a growing number of crossfolk there. We wouldn't want to lose any of them. Did you find any new recruits this turnover?"
"None that I would dare tempt from here, Lord Torek," Osborne said with oily deference. "Not," he added quickly, "that we don't always need more." Torek merely nodded. Generally he approved of Osborne. The man came of a bloodline that had produced many sensible holders who knew how to get the most out of their workers. Looked like a much younger version of his sire, Bargain, even to the pale eyes and a deeply tanned face, a body that had sweated off excess flesh. Anyway, Osborne had older brothers, and now that he'd had a taste of holding in a decent climate, he'd not want to return to frigid high reaches.
"So, I will bring back news of this meeting and the report for my holders."
Osborne's lips twitched slyly.
"As well you do," Torek replied, allowing his eyelids to close briefly in acknowledgment of the tacit understanding. Just then Ramallah emerged from the hold entrance carrying a tray of refreshments, so he added, "We will discuss it later." They had time to finish the claw and most of the little spiced rolls before the big bass harper drum boomed to announce the imminence of the public meeting. The deep sound echoed off the cliffs, reverberated to the ships at anchor in the deep harbor, vibrating along the stones of the hold and, it seemed, into one's very foot-bones. As Torek rose and strode up the wide, shallow stairs carved out of the rock path that led to the cleared space on the height, he glanced down to the other levels of the hold complex. In small groups, holders were surging up from the wharves where numerous small craft bobbed on buoys or were tied to the pilings. He moved through the crowd towards the platform on the southern edge of the gather area where a single harper sat, holding the traditional scroll that contained the report he would shortly read. Torek looked from right to left, occasionally awarding a brief smile to those who deserved his favor. Since he had taken over Southern 31 turns ago, 24 self-sufficient holds had been established under his direction and tithed to him. He could see representatives of each holding, significantly fewer from the more distant ones, and identify the shoulder knots of many journeymen of various crafts. With an all too fleeting moment of satisfaction, Torek took the 6 steps to the platform, 2 at a time, defying anyone, especially Bessic, to assume that he had been the worse for wear earlier that morning. Centauri was already seated, the thick scroll of what he would now read held in one hand. Centauri had been chosen by Robinson himself as suitable for the position of Master Harper for Southern. Robinson had been one of the few Northerners whom Torek had respected, so he had not appealed against the appointment. He had come to regret it, for Centauri was a subtle and stubborn man, and took his position so seriously that even when Torek had suggested several minor changes to the traditional teaching, Centauri had listened affably, but altered nothing. Torek had come to regret it, for Centauri was a subtle and stubborn man, and took his position so seriously that even when Torek had suggested several minor changes to the traditional teaching, Centauri had listened affably, but altered nothing. The old man was very popular, with a dry sense of humor,
and an ability to improvise lyrics about local incidents that made him a very difficult man to discredit. Torek had tried, and kept hoping that an opportunity might yet arise so that he could indisputably send Cinturi away. With a curt nod at his intransigent Harper, Torek turned to face the audience. Holding up his hands, he brought conversations and laughter to a halt. Even fire lizards stopped their flitting about and disappeared into the forest, curving about the space. "Master Cinturi needs no introduction," Torek said, lifting a voice that had once carried above storms. "I see you have a scroll to read us today, Master Harper." Master Cinturi rose, giving Torek a bland stare for such a terse introduction. Torek enjoyed giving subtle jabs, especially to Harpers and Dragonriders. Where were the Dragonriders who should be here? Torek glared out across the tanned faces, looking for the Weir leader. If Kavan hadn't come... Torek located him on the left, where trees and the ferny shrubs of this highland formed the bordering park. He counted at least 15 Dragonriders, and the 3 Queen Riders. Shards! He could make no complaint that they had been delinquent in performing this weird duty. Cinturi had taken 2 steps forward, an easy gesture of his hand waving Torek to the other chair on the platform. Deftly unrolling the traditional scroll with his right hand, he proceeded to read, winding it up with a skill born of long practice. Torek took the chair, crossing his arms on his chest. He was almost as annoyed now as he had been this morning when he had awakened. The Dragonriders were in attendance. They, and far too many other people, would eat of the feast the Lord Holder was required to produce. And how could Cinturi make himself heard so effortlessly? He hadn't even raised his voice, just intensified it with some Harper's trick. To occupy the time it would take Cinturi to get through that thick scroll, Torek surveyed the polite faces below him. Spotting his brother, Mastersmith Hamian, Torek uncrossed his arms because Hamian had assumed a similar stance. Him and his new plastics haul. Plastic indeed when he should be working metals, especially that load of, what was it called? Box something, that produced very lightweight and malleable ore. Torek hadn't encouraged his young brother to pursue his mastery in the smithcraft, only to have him fritter his skills away on some Avis nonsense. The summarily exiled master glassmith Norris had been right to call the artificial intelligence an abomination. The sun was now mid-heaven, and even in his loose clothing Torek was beginning to feel the heat. Packed rather tightly together, the crowd was becoming restless, fanning themselves and shifting weight from foot to foot. Those who had no one to leave their children with were beginning to sidle to the edge of the crowd, taking the fretful, whinging brats away. Was the Harper speeding up the tempo of his recital? Why not? The scroll would be displayed on the notice board when the reading was over. He caught the change of pace and heard Cinturi's concluding remarks. "Now, I can start taking your private petitions, which, I assure you, will be scrupulously dealt with." When had private petitions been mentioned in the council leading up to turnover reports? Sharding Harper Hall, meddling with what was hold business. His holders had no right to complain. They worked hard, and they got what they deserved. Quickly, Torek scanned the assembled to see if any petitions were being removed from belt pouches or dress pockets. Not that some of the finery he could see had pockets, or much in the way of skirts, for that matter. Cinturi finished reading. Cheers, loud calls, whistles, and other raucous noise welled up and combined with the heat to bring back Torek's headache. While the bloody Harper descended the steps, Torek went down the back way into the cool shade. He needed to find Dorse. The man had said he would be back from his latest trip north. His public duty completed, Cinturi stepped off the platform, aware that Torek had scooted off as soon as he could. Just as well. The Harper could collect petitions without Torek's interference. He whipped open the sack he had brought for the purpose and, securing the scroll of the report under his belt, took the petition shoved at him as soon as he reached the level. "They'll be read, I assure you. Harper's word on it. Thank you. Yes, the council will see this. Thank you. It will take time, but this will be read." He repeated these phrases as he made his way through the crowd to post the report. Yes, this will be read." It became a litany. "They'll be read," to the left, "a Harper's word on it," to the right, and "Let me through, thank you," as he made his way forward until he reached the notice board. He handed the scroll to the apprentice in Harper blue and held it flat to be tacked up. The days of laborious copying by cramp-fingered apprentices were now well gone. Council reports were printed by master printer Tagatarl's speedy presses on some of the new heavy paper, made in rolls and then plastic-coated so the notice could not be easily defaced. Copies had been sent to every major and minor hold to be read on this day of turnover. Even Torek would have to let it remain displayed, at least until the turnover crowd had all departed to their holes, which, knowing Torek's ways, would be as soon as possible. However, judging by the number of small craft, it would be the work of 2 days at least to clear the harbor. Not that Torek was a bad holder. Quite rightly, he insisted that everyone earn his or her right to hold on his land. The man had had to put up with the vagaries of the old-timers as well as incursions by thousands of folk streaming south, hoping for easier living. For all the tribulations the immigrants left behind, they acquired as many new ones here, but many of their supposed grievances would be minor. He left most of the eager petitioners behind as they began to read through the report or went to look for shade, food, and drink. He was given 2 more crumbled sheets on his way down to the Harper's Hall and slipped into a small entrance when he spotted Dorse and one of the hard-faced men Torek used as guards hurrying up the stairs. They were busy watching their feet, but he particularly didn't like the obstinate and sly expression on Dorse's features. Cintari knew that Dorse often did errands for his lord holder. When the 2 men had passed around the bend out of sight, Cintari continued on his way. That's when he heard the crash of glassware and the dull sound of an axe hitting wood. But Dorse and the other man were on their way up, so who was throwing things about? With the petitions weighing him down, he decided to get them safely to his hold before he returned to investigate the noise. Healer Hall, 1-1-31, present pass. Master Healer Oldive eased back from the worktop, closed eyes bleary from peering so long into the microscope, and sighed deeply. So similar, and yet the samples did not match anything from Avis's pathology files sufficiently to call them the same virus. Ah, what splendid and frightening new dimensions for learning and healing. Slowly, aware that his body was cramped from inactivity, he extended one leg as far as he could from the rung of his stool. Letting it hang down and gripping the seat of his perch, he stretched the other leg. While his new stool was very comfortable, and certainly these new premises were designed for the maximum efficiency, the major result was that he could now spend more time thoroughly immersed in whatever work required his complete attention, and forget such minor considerations as moving from time to time to get a new glow basket or find the reference records he needed. Then he raised his arms, as far as his deformity allowed, before rotating his neck to ease those aching muscles. "Oldive? Oh, my word, Shara!" He swiveled the stool so that he could face her in the corner where she, too, had been single-mindedly peering into her microscope. "I didn't realize you were still here." This laboratory was such a pleasure to work in, and today he and Shara had it to themselves, since anyone with any sense was up at Fort Hold's Gather Square enjoying themselves. Through the wide expanse of special triple-plated glass, he could see the banners displayed from the windows of the hold, and yet not feel the cold that was gripping the northern continent. While he wished he could be in 2 places at once, and right now one of them would by preference be the large, sunlit landing healer facility, he was still luxuriating in the new headquarters at Fort. Headquarters. Such a lovely concept, and such splendid quarters, with sufficient teaching rooms and airy dormitories as well as more aspiring healers than ever before. More need of them, too, he admitted. "We do get involved, don't we?" Shara said with a tired smile. "Have you been able to identify that virus?" He shook his tired head. "Could it be one of those mutations that are mentioned in pathology records?" she asked. "Considering what we've learned about such things, there's been plenty of time for them to alter from the specimens Avis had." "And that would account for the fact that the plague can decimate otherwise healthy holes," Oldive said sadly. He gave himself a little shake. No sense being morbid. "But such things have been with us a long time and are, fortunately, not upon us right now. Well, this is the last day of turnover, and you should be with Jackson and your children." "They're all very well occupied with Roatha's festivities," she said fondly.
Jackson had to read the report and accept petitions. I could do much more here than sit there and be bored, you know."
She indicated the slides that she had been studying. She kneaded the back of her neck, arching her back against having hunched so long over her instrument.
"Will we ever have one of those electron microscopes that Avis mentioned?"
Olddive permitted himself a chuckle as he carefully descended from the high stool. Had his spine developed normally, he would have been tall. His legs were long, but the malformation of his backbone had resulted in a pelvic slant. By using a slight lift in one shoe, his limp was barely noticeable.
"There are so many calls on Master Morrilton's skills," he said ruefully, and gestured to the cabinets filled with special glass products, the very slides they were viewing, and the myriad other paraphernalia that had been created by the glassmith for healer use. "A start, of course, on the quantity needed to equip all healer halls," Shara said in an acid tone, "especially when the Council unanimously, for once, agreed that the healer hall has priority. We are concerned with the health and well-being of everybody, not just new gadgets that we've done without for 2,500 turns."
While Olddive completely agreed with her, he raised a hand in gentle rebuke as he walked across the airy room to the small stove where the claw pot was kept warm. Someone had brought in a tray of food. He flipped back the napkins and saw the generous servings. When had these been brought? The meat rolls were still warm. He oughtn't to concentrate to the exclusion of everything else.
"Someone brought some food," he informed her. "Oh, yes, I should have told you," she said contritely as she slipped off her stool and joined him. "I just wanted to finish that tray of slides."
She poured claw for them both.
"Oh, we do very well, my dear Shara," he said, talking around his bite of the roll. "We have achieved all this," he gestured around them, "and Morrilton is considering dedicating one hall to nothing but healer requirements."
He glanced back at his workstation and his unidentifiable virus smear, then held up his hand as an odd sound impinged on the silence of the laboratory. Shara listened hard.
"Sounds like breaking glass."
"Breaking glass!" she repeated, setting down the mug and rushing to the door. As soon as she had opened it, the noise was far more audible and far too close.
"Mir! Tally!"
she cried, calling for her two fire lizards.
"What's the matter? What's going on? What clumsy apprentice has been let loose?"
Olddive cried. Despite his physical disability, Olddive could move swiftly, but Shara, after one startled look to her right, hauled him back from the threshold and closed the door, throwing the latch.
"Ruth!"
The white dragon might be asleep on Ruatha's fire heights, but he'd respond to her mental call from any place. Mir and Tally arrived, mid-air, mouths open to shriek panic, but Shara's stern command aborted that instinct.
"I don't know who, Olddive," she said, dropping her voice to a whisper, "but there are people crashing about in the still room as if they thought no one would hear them."
Once again the intrepid master healer attempted to leave the room, and she caught him by the arm.
"There shouldn't be anyone else here but us," he said grimly. He had given leave to even the lowliest apprentice to enjoy this last day at Turn's End.
"But there are," she said, her eyes sparkling with anger as she opened the door to the noise of considerable destruction. A shadow fell across the long window of the laboratory, and she grinned, pointing.
"However, we shall deal with it."
Olddive gasped at the sight of a white body, wings outstretched, all but plastered against the glass, his eyes flashing the red and orange of alarm.
"Ruth,"
Shara said, relieved that he had responded so quickly.
"Tell the hold's fire lizards to attack the intruders."
Fire lizards held Ruth, the white dragon, in awed respect and would obey him without question. She gave him a very clear mental image of what she had seen in her brief glimpse down the hall. Mir and Tally cheeped once and disappeared. Scant seconds later, she and Olddive heard loud cries, angry fire lizard bugles, shouts of pain, and more banging and crashing. Shara opened the door wide enough to see down the hall. A mass of fire lizards was trying to enter the still room. Then the mass split into several groups, which zipped off, screeching challenge, swooping down the stairwells at each end to the other levels of the hall.
"There are several groups throwing things about in the hall," Ruth told her. "That is wrong. Fort dragons come."
She and Olddive watched as the fire lizards drove 4 people out of the still room. They could hear human cries echoing from other points. Olddive groaned in dismay.
"They'll be damned sorry they ever thought of this," Shara told him angrily as she started purposefully down the hall. "Damned sorry." "I never thought of intrusions when we built here," Oldive murmured, shaking his head in bitter denial of the event as he followed. He had been so proud of this new hall, with its marvelous equipment, its spacious and well-organized facilities. The previous quarters had been better protected in the angle between the Harper Hall and Fort Hold, but the Healer Hall was usually so busy that on a normal day no unauthorized persons would have been on this floor. Shara reached the still room first. The reek of spilled liquids and wet herbs was nothing to her appalled survey of empty shelves, cabinets with broken doors, glass shards everywhere. Even the marble worktops had been cracked. She slammed the door to spare Oldive the sight. "Everything's ruined," she said tersely, and pulled him towards the stairs, dreadfully certain now by the sounds of screams and shouts from the lower floors that there would be more damage elsewhere. Fire lizards drove the intruders out of the hall where the humans were halted by the sight of a dozen dragons, their wings spread to form an impregnable wall, their eyes whirling red with anger. More dragons hovered overhead, their wings casting dark shadows on the scene below. Shouts and drumbeats echoed down Fort's rocky canyon, confirming that reinforcements were on their way. The cowering vandals were herded into a knot, clothes rent by fire lizard beaks and talons, bloodied hands raised to protect their faces. While no dragon would hurt a human, the fire lizards were under no such restraint, and darted in to peck or claw when anyone in that huddle moved. "Call them off now, Ruth," Shara said, pausing to catch her breath on the broad top step, "and thank them for coming so quickly. We need the wretches alive, and able to tell us why they despoiled a Healer Hall." Though some of the wild fire lizards looked as if they would disobey, a second rumbling bark from Ruth caused them to disappear, leaving the dragons to stand guard. When the dragons did not advance, one of the men uncoiled and stood up, glowering at Shara and Oldive. "Why are you here?" the Master Healer asked at his sternest. He counted 18 men and women in front of him, a sufficient number to trash more than his fine still room. His heart sank at the destruction they must have wreaked. "Why have you destroyed the very materials and medicines? The abomination must be halted!" a man shouted, his body taut with his fanaticism. "Its taint removed forever from Pern!" "Abomination?" The word made Shara shudder. That's what some people called Avis. And those Abominators had kidnapped Master Robinson to force the Council to shut Avis down because of the technology he represented. The restoration of the technology that their ancestors had used, and that many, many people wished to revive. Oldive caught her eye, and his expression turned bleaker still. The others began to chant, shaking their fists in the air, undeterred as they now realized that the dragons would not harm them. "Vileness must be expunged," the leader went on, louder, more daring. "Erase abominations!" Shara began to shiver in the cold. Oldive's face looked pinched. Though she could see nothing beyond the high, interlaced wings of the dragons, she could hear the pounding of hooves on the hard-packed road, and the rumble of a cart, and shouts of many voices. Leoth, bronze dragon of Natan, the Fort Weir leader, cocked his head as if he had understood the taunts, his eyes beginning to whirl with orange spurts. "They're coming, Shara," Ruth said, and craned his head ominously toward the protesters. Their chanting noticeably faltered as the sound of hoofbeats and shouts penetrated to the dragon circle. Their leader rallied them to greater efforts. "Tradition must be upheld!" He glared around him, his angular face and burning eyes inciting his followers. "Halt abominations!" "Turn back to tradition at turnover!" screeched one of the 3 women, waving a bloody hand at Ruth, who frowned down at her. "Our petitions have been ignored. We protest the abomination and all its works. Abomination! Abomination!" Stoically, Shara and Oldive endured the chanting. Smoothly, as humans neared, the dragons began to close their wings and give way so that the reinforcements had a clear path to the despoilers. Leoth stepped closer to Ruth. Shara knew that his rider, Natan, would be in the vanguard. But it was 2 of Lord Grog's sons who arrived first, riding bareback on a grey runner beast that wore no more than a head collar. Halligan hauled it to a stop just short of the captives, doing a flying dismount to confront them. Such was the fury in his face and manner that the group backed away from him. In one of those irrelevant observations that can occur even in moments of crisis, Sharon noted that grey hairs marred the brown of Halligan's fine gather clothes. Horan, taking a belligerent stance next to his brother, was equally untidy. A group of blue-clad harpers, led by Master Harper Sibel, arrived on foot to increase the force. The cart, driven by Fort Weir leader Natan and crammed with holders, some clutching clubs, nearly rammed into them. With an enlarged audience, the prisoners renewed the volume of their defiant messages. "Destroy all the abomination's devices! Purity for Pern! Turn to tradition! Avoid abomination!" The holders began booing from the cart as they jumped down, clubs raised threateningly. Those in healer green continued to where Shara and Oldive stood on the top step. "See what damage has been done, Kita," Oldive ordered in a low voice to the healer journeywoman who rushed to him. A convulsive shiver ran through him. "Check the infirmary first." Shara was racked with compassion for him. He had been so proud of his new hall, and what marvels healers could do to relieve suffering and prevent epidemics. Now this, and at turnover. "A cloak for Master Oldive," she added urgently, suddenly realizing that she was feeling the cold seep through the adrenaline rush of the last few minutes. "Harpers!" Sibel said, gesturing for his men to help. "Assist Kita!" Over these orders, the chant continued in rabid cadence until Lord Grog reached the scene. As well his mount had been saddled, Shara thought, just as someone threw a fur-lined wrap over her shoulder, for Grog was no longer agile enough to ride bareback like his sons. "Abomination away! Restore our tradition! Shut up!" Grog bellowed, the volume of his voice as intimidating as the powerful runner beast he pulled up just short of knocking the leader down. The man rocked back, and it was then that Shara noticed that he and the rest of his vandals had the effrontery to be wearing green. Not the genuine healer green, but close enough to answer how they had been able to gain access to the hall. At his most fearsome, face suffused with fury, eyes protruding, Grog stared down at the man. He looked larger than life, fine in his gather clothes with a cape billowing out over his mount's rump. The silence was palpable. Then it was broken by a plaintive moan. "I'm bleeding," one of the women said in a mixture of outrage, shock, and horror, as blood dripped from her face to her upheld hand. "You can bleed to death for all I care," Shara snapped, furious. "Head wounds invariably bleed freely," Oldive said, descending the wide steps. Shara hurriedly followed. Throwing back the corner of the cloak someone had put on his shoulders, he reached into the belt pouch that he always carried and drew out a bandage to staunch the wound. Although the woman shrank away from him, her eyes wild, he was able to assess the long gash on her head. "It will require stitching." The woman went white with shock, a look of absolute horror on her face before she folded in a faint. "No!" cried the leader, dropping to his knees to shield her body. "No! No abomination! Spare her that!" Grog let out a contemptuous oath, his mount dancing nervously. All the onlookers echoed Grog's reaction, and cries of "Shame!" were loud and angry. Oldive, however, turned a look of mixed compassion and rebuke on the protester, and sighed with genuine regret. "Let her bleed, healer," someone advised. Others around Oldive mockingly repeated, "No, spare her, spare her." "Healers have been stitching wounds as needed for the past 2.5 centuries, Oldive told the leader with quiet dignity. "Still, she is unlikely to bleed to death." "More's the pity," was the quick jibe from a spectator. Oldive held up his hand, and the crowd turned respectfully silent as he went on. "The laceration is long and shallow. If the scalp is not stitched, there will be an unsightly scar. The hair must be cut away to prevent infection. Numbweed would reduce her discomfort." He paused, and then added in a wry tone, "Numbweed flourished on Pern long before our ancestors arrived." With each of Oldive's sentences, the prisoners had moaned or writhed. The leader glared at the master healer. "By giving my advice freely, I have fulfilled my duty as a healer," Oldive said stolidly. "It is up to you to accept or reject." "Spare her! Spare her! Away, abomination!" cried several of the prisoners, lifting their hands in entreaty. Oldive gave a slight nod of assent. Her healing is now in your hands."
He turned from them, outwardly composed. Sibel stepped solicitously to his side, and he acknowledged the tacit support with a little nod. Just then, journeywoman Kita came storming out of the hall, other healers behind her, shaking their heads, visibly devastated by what they had found.
"They've smashed every piece of Morton's last shipment," she cried, glaring at the culprits, hands clenched at her side. "It'll take months to replace our supplies. The still room's a complete shambles. Every sack, canister, and bottle in the treatment rooms has been emptied, and what they didn't burn—"
She paused in her telling to take a deep breath before she could continue.
"They urinated on."
Before Grog could intervene, a holder launched his club at the prisoner nearest him, whacking the man to his knees.
"No!"
Grog roared.
"No!"
The crowd wavered, but its forward surge aborted.
"I am Lord Holder. I mete out punishment, and they shall be punished."
His face was livid with fury that anyone would usurp his prerogative. He legged his big mount forward.
"You!"
He jabbed a finger at the leader, who skittered to one side on his knees as the runner beast's hooves came very close to stamping on his feet.
"Name, hold, craft."
"Notice that they're wearing dark green, Lord Grog," Kita said in a taut voice. There was an angry murmur for the additional insult.
"No rank knots or hold colors,"
Sibel said, walking round the vandals, closely observing them.
"I'll ask you once more,"
Grog said.
"Names, holds, crafts?"
He and the crowd waited with brief patience. The prisoners looked more obdurate than ever.
"Search them,"
Grog said with a wave of his hand. More than enough erupted from the crowd to obey.
"I said search them, not strip them,"
Grog added when he observed the force used.
"Why not? Maybe the cold will loosen their tongues,"
suggested a burly holder wearing fort colors and a journeyman's knot. The vandals found their tongues only to protest vehemently against such handling.
"We have rights,"
the leader cried, surrounded by willing searchers.
"You just lost them, not answering the Lord Holder,"
the holder bellowed, roughly turning out the leader's pockets, scattering a few quarter marks on the frozen ground. Suddenly, Kita pointed to one of the women, shirt and jacket opened, to expose a red and inflamed chest.
"I recognize her," the journeywoman said. "She came to the hall for ointment to ease a rash." "Come here."
Grog gestured to the woman.
"You will not touch her with your abominated hands," the leader said, shaking himself loose of his searchers. "You had no problem with my abominated hands when you wanted something to stop the itching," Kita said, as she pulled the woman out of the group. "And from the look of it now, I'd say you didn't even use the salve. Well, I hope you itch forever."
She released her, and the woman sidled hastily back to her companions.
"Kita," old Dive asked, "can you remember exactly when she was here? If she gave a name or any details?"
Kita nodded and dashed up the stairs to the hall on the errand.
"No doubt she had a good look round the hall as well,"
Sibel said. Nothing more significant was discovered on the vandals' persons. Grog ended the search, and the prisoners adjusted their rumpled clothing. Sibel spoke up.
"The clothes and boots they're wearing will tell us where they were made, and we've weavers and tanners enough at the Gather to make such identification."
Then Shara gave a bark of laughter, pointing to travel stains and scurf on the worn boots.
"They're not dressed for the Gather, are they? In fact, they've done some hard riding. Could they possibly have stabled their runners in the hall's beast hold for a quick escape, and left interesting items in their saddlebags?"
She saw several of the vandals flinch, and laughed again as Grog roared for Halligan to check. The hall's stabling was to the west of the main entrance. A half-dozen holders accompanied Halligan on the search.
"Stuffed in here, Father,"
Halligan shouted back.
"Still saddled, eating their heads off." "A gallop to the harbor and a ship to sail away in?"
Natan asked.
"It's been done before,"
Sibel said, his eyes narrowing with anger, his expression grimmer than ever.
"Would you be kind enough to check Fort Harbor, Weir Leader?"
Grog asked Natan.
"My pleasure, Lord Holder."
Pivoting, Natan singled out 4 riders, standing by their dragons. As soon as the dragons were aloft, fire lizards appeared, shrieking glad cries and following them in graceful fares.
"Rather stupid, really,"
Grog said, easing himself in his saddle and staring down at his prisoners.
"Never considered the possibility of discovery, did you? Thought you'd do the dirty and get away without being seen." The leader looked arrogantly in another direction, but the rough body searches had considerably subdued the others. Most of the bluster was drained out of them. Two looked dismayed as Halligan and the others led their mounts out for inspection. Willing hands emptied the saddlebags onto the ground, spilling out the usual camping gear. 15 of them, aren't there? Natan said, rubbing his jaw. One of my sweep riders saw such a group camping in the trader clearing by Ruatha River a few days back.
You didn't report it?
Grog demanded, offended. To me, Lord Holder, as he reported all those heading towards all the turnover celebrations, Natan replied with a diffident shrug. He mentioned them wearing Healer green. Grog harumphed at that detail. Who'd know these were not legitimate folk, braving the discomfort of winter travel for the magnificence of turnover feasting and dancing? Who'd have thought the Healer Hall would be attacked? Shara, standing close to Oldive, could feel the man beginning to shake with reaction. The cold was penetrating her boots, and he was only wearing soft leather shoes. You must go in, Master. This has been a terrible shock for you, Shara murmured, and began to withdraw him from the scene. No, I must stay. It is my hall they have defiled. He hunched into the wrap, pulling it tighter against him. Sibel, who seemed to notice so much, stepped close, offering Oldive a small flask. It's some of that fortified wine of yours, the Master Harper murmured. Oldive gratefully took a hefty swig. Father! Halligan's cry was triumphant as he held up a thin wallet. He hastened to put it in Grog's hands. As the crowd watched in anticipation, the Lord Holder made an exaggerated inspection of the wallet's contents. Then he held up a piece of paper by an edge.
What? You make use of abominations? He cried, eyes glinting with malice as he turned to the leader. No less than a map printed by Master Tagatarl's abominable press. Useful things, abominations. Shara tried not to grin at Grog's style. He had always appeared so pragmatic. Mockery was unusual for him, but today the gatherers loved it. Dancing and singing was all very well, but this was the most unusual diversion. They must remember every detail to tell missing friends and kin in Holden Hall. B, Grog read by dropping the single sheet to eye level. That's you? He fixed the leader with an inquiring look. One of 'em comes from Crom, Lord Grog, shouted a holder busy examining a runner beast. Brand on this one's rump, under the mud. He shot a disdainful glare at the prisoners for such shoddy animal care. This one's Crom, too, a harper reported. They could have been stolen, Natan remarked, but even that's significant enough to start a search there for stolen runner beasts. B? Father, Horan began, if there's a B, could there also be an A and C, and Abominators raiding other healer holes today when they're apt to be empty? The sound of distant drumming echoed down the canyon, startling everyone. As one, heads were turned towards the Harper Hall drum tower. I'm afraid you're right, son, Grog said with a weary sigh as he and the others familiar with drum messages identified the source, Bull, and the message, vandalism. Shara became rigid with renewed anger as the message went on to crisp details. Genesian sending, Healer Hall destroyed, 2 journeymen and 1 apprentice injured. Don't hold with hurting healers, Grog cried. His mount danced as he tightened his legs in angry reaction and barely missed knocking into the intruders. The Lord Holder began to give crisp orders. Use the cart, take them to the hold, or put them in one of those rooms on the lower level. His expression was malicious. One without abominable lights. No contact with anyone for any reason. Give them only water. Bottled water. The onlookers cheered. Him? Grog's finger jabbed at the leader. Take B to the small room. Natan, Sibel will question him there. Will you attend, Master Oldive? I must oversee. The healer waved vaguely at the hall. Shara moved to support him. Yes, of course, you've better things to do with your time, Master, Grog agreed, circling his mount while he decided what else needed organizing. But she's unconscious, cried the woman with the rash, pointing to the wounded one who was still in a heap on the ground. Then she can't object to being handled by abominable hands, Grog said,
dismissing that complaint and motioning to the nearest men to put her in the cart which had been backed up to receive its load of prisoners. There were certainly enough hands and clubs to ensure that the prisoners quickly obeyed.
"Take all that gear up to the hold, lads,"
Grog told the men still inspecting the saddled runners.
"Bring me that bony-backed Cromnag. Halligan, throw B over the beast and tie his hands. I'm not going to stay here in the cold any longer. I've other duties today."
He made his mount pivot on its hindquarters for a final survey of the scene. He kneed it to the stairs as Master Oldive, with Shara and Seabell beside him, started to ascend.
"Dreadful display of ignorance. Dreadful,"
Grog said, bending from the saddle to sympathize with the healer.
"You took no hurt, Master Oldive. I shall deal with that rabble to the full extent of my power as Lord Holder. They expected to wreak their worst and disappear to the pits they came from. Ah!"
The runner beast sidled, sensitive to his rider's anger.
"Abomination! I'll show them abomination! I will find and punish all who perpetrated these outrages."
Oldive shook his head sadly.
"I doubt they will be the last."
Seabell shot him a wary glance, pursing his lips tight. Grog scowled fiercely.
"I thought we'd got rid of the lot of 'em after the problem at the Ruatha gather. Didn't I see Ruth here?"
he added, looking about.
"He's probably gone for Jackson,"
Shara replied. Grog cleared his throat and reined his runner beast back to where B was being trussed aboard the nag. Halligan, bareback on the grey pony, held the lead rope. Standing up in his stirrups, the Lord Holder addressed the crowd.
"Any of you who care to help the healers restore order to their hole will be well rewarded,"
he shouted, circling again to be sure all heard his message.
"Let's clear the way, then. Thanks for your help, every one of you."
He led the way back to Fort Hold, Halligan just behind him, while those not tempted by his offer of a reward followed at the brisk pace he set. The dragons and riders who had not gone on search sweep now sprang off into the air and, with great wings working, made the short flight back to the square. They were halfway up the canyon when the air exploded with new arrivals of dragons from several directions. Surprised, Mir and Tally set their talons into the cloth on Shara's shoulders.
"What else can have happened?"
she cried in alarm. She recognized not only Ramoth and Nementh, but also Golanth carrying Flessin and Heth with Kavan.
"I fear Master Oldive may be right," Seabell murmured, "that the attacks here and at Bull were not isolated."
Ruth, the last to arrive, uttered a squawk of surprise and agilely winged in under the others who were still hovering. He dropped precipitously to the ground, a maneuver that sent a sharp current of air up to lift the skirts of Shara's coat. Her compulsive shudder was stilled when Jacksom's arms encircled her.
"Did they attack Ruatha too?"
she cried, horrified by the thought of all her carefully prepared and preserved medications destroyed. "No, no," Jacksom hastily reassured her, hugging her tight.
"But Bull was attacked."
"I heard the drums." He held her tighter. Alerted by the arrival of more dragons, Grog came galloping back, his cloak flying and his expression fiercer than ever. He dismounted very agilely for someone his age and joined the newcomers. In that brief interval, Shara fretted that Ruth had inadvertently alarmed too much support. Flessin might pay no attention to a needless summons, but she doubted the Bend and Weir leaders would be so charitable, not when they were close enough for her to see their stern expressions. They both looked tired.
"The healer hall too, huh?"
F'lar said, in a far too accurate assessment of the scene as he strode over toward Shara, Oldive, and Seabell.
"What do you mean by that, F'lar?"
Grog demanded.
"The same sort of thing has happened at Bendon Hold and Landing," F'lar said.
"And Southern,"
Kavan said, nodding courteously to Lessa and Shara.
"We had just got Toronas calmed down when Flessin contacted us,"
Lessa said, her voice as weary as her face.
"This can no longer be considered random damage," F'lar said, "but a planned and coordinated attack."
"Let's go inside,"
Oldive said, his voice low with fatigue and an explicable depression.
"The dining hall is warm and wasn't touched,"
Kita said encouragingly, appearing on the top step.
"We could all use something hot,"
Shara said, urging Oldive to lead the way. These incursions were far too widespread not to have been planned, Lessa said, when they had all been served cloth, fortified with the Harper Hall's restorative liqueur, making too much good use of the laxity everywhere at turnover. Not well enough executed or timed, though, Flessin remarked sardonically. One of Tgellen's Green Riders investigated the sound of breaking glass and forestalled a more comprehensive destruction. His usually amiable expression was harsh. Tgellen is questioning the 3 that were caught. The Benden healer was not as lucky, F'lar said, though his journeywoman says he'll recover. Our wings will search until full dark. Cinderi got just a glimpse of the Vandals, Cavan said, and added in an apologetic tone, The jungle's too thick to hope we'll find them easily.
We've got this lot, Grog said with great satisfaction as his fist came down on the table in emphasis.
That leader looked an obstinate sort, Seabell remarked, the kind who might die for a principle. I doubt the others are of similar fortitude, Shara said wryly. Scalp wound is a moaner. Itch's rash is going to spread all over her body, Kita said, passing around a tray of tiny, hot gather rolls. Shara tisked in mock pity. Let them get thirsty, too? Thirsty? Itchy? Scalp wound? Lessa asked pointedly. Seabell explained, and Lessa's grin of understanding turned into a wide yawn. My apologies, but we didn't get much sleep last night, she said. There are guest quarters here, Lessa, Old Ive offered quickly.
We're not that decrepit, F'lar said stiffly.
Maybe you're not, F'lar, Lessa said, rising slowly to her feet.
But I was looking forward to a good night's sleep 8 hours ago, and I would be grateful for some of it. Anywhere.
Of course, Grog said. You're always welcome at Fort.
And Ruatha, Jackson and Shara said in unison, knowing how much Lessa liked to visit her birthplace. The Benden Weirwoman shook her head with a rueful smile. Ramoth and Nementh are already ensconced in the sun on Fort's fire heights, she said, rising. I'm for a quiet room. Here, she pointed downward. No gather noise.
Shards! I have to get back to the gather, explain this mess and collect petitions, Grog said, getting his feet under him to stand. Those abominators can bloody wait. Do them good.
If anything will do that wretched lot any good, Shara added bleakly. Kita hurried forward to escort the Benden Weir leaders to guest rooms. I must return to report to Lord Torek, Gavan said ruefully, pushing back from the table. I doubt he'll appreciate that he's only one of many targets.
Torek does indeed prefer to be singular, F'lar said, lifting a hand to acknowledge Gavan's uneasy truth with the southern holder.
Torek does indeed prefer to be singular, F'lar said, lifting a hand to acknowledge Gavan's uneasy truce with the southern holder.
We'll keep him informed,
Grog promised with a curt nod of his head. He had his own quarrel with the testy man.
Landing, bending, bowl, southern. How many targets could there be?
I wonder did they count on blizzards at high reaches? Lessa asked drolly, and followed Kita out of the dining hall. F'lar paused briefly.
Flessin, are you coming with us?
No, sir, though I'm tempted. I want to see if that Green Rider's all right. They messed her about before her dragon arrived. As the meeting broke up, no one was tactless enough to voice the customary turnover good wishes. Before Grog, Seabell, and Natan reached the gather square, more drum messages came rolling in. Alert, Seabell said, translating the initial beat and setting himself to hear more bad news, from the Smithcraft Hall.
Not Founderal, too. He's been extraordinarily conscientious in locking his halls and stores against incursions.
Ah, yes, I see. Grog's face relaxed into a pleased expression as the drum rolls ended.
They tried. I wonder what he'll find out from them. Oh, shards, everyone's waiting.
They could all hear the harpers playing a sprightly tune to a sparsely populated dance square. Around all 4 sides, knots of people were warming their hands at the braziers, murmuring among themselves, and anxiously watching the progress of their lord holder on his big mount.
Father!
Horan's shout reached their ears as he came down the wide hole steps at an almost dangerous clip. He rushed to his father, waiting till he was close before he gasped out his message. "Father, we found something you have to see."
"Later, Horan, later.
"It's extremely important."
Sharding abominators. Thought we'd seen the last of their kind," Grog said impatiently. "Sibyl, go and see what's so bloody important. I'd better deal with them."
His gesture indicated the waiting gatherers.
Damnable way to start turnover.
With that, he kneed his mount to a trot all the way to the Harper's platform. The tune was brought to a conclusion with a flourish that Sibyl wryly approved, and the crowd flowed forward to hear what the Lord Holder had to say. Sibyl caught the eye of the nearest person in Harper blue, an apprentice girl who rushed up to him. "Warla, I'll be at the hold with Lord Horan. Bring me the text of all the messages coming in. I'll send any replies directly to the drum master." He summoned his gold fire lizard, Kimi. Holding her to his shoulder, he and Horan jogged up the wide staircase to the freezing expanse of Fort's upper court. He heard the cheers as Lord Grog stepped up on the Harper's platform. "So, what is so important, Horan?" Sibyl asked, once they were out of the wind. Horan gulped. "The most ghastly—" His face contorted with revulsion.
"Abominator can't?"
Sibyl was surprised. Horan gave a shudder. He opened the door into the Lord Holder's five-sided office. A table had been set up on which the Vandal's gear was spread. Granger, the trusted steward of Fort Hold, was busy searching a saddle-pack. "That!" Horan pointed to a thin pamphlet with a dirty cover, its pages roughly fastened by crude stitches. His nostrils flared, and it was plain he wanted nothing more to do with it. Granger's expression was similarly revolted. Sibyl bent over to examine the pamphlet, obviously a very amateurish effort. Why, Tagatarl's youngest apprentice could have done a neater job. In bold block letters, similar to the single letter on the Vandal's map, the title of the pamphlet read, "Tortures of the Abomination." Yes, the same hand had made the B. Just look inside, Sibyl." Horan flicked his fingers in disgust. Sibyl lifted the cover, and only stern self-control kept him from slapping it shut. He could see what had made Horan squeamish. The picture was indeed revolting to look at. It depicted shapes indecently colored, of unusual appearance, and what looked like knives holding flesh back from what could be a long incision. A caption had been blacked out. Underneath, again in the black block lettering, "A body laid bare, pulsing in torture. It could be yours." "It's all like that. Revolting pictures," Horan said. "Where could they get such things?" Impassively, Sibyl flipped several more pages and found one picture he actually recognized. The compound fracture of a human tibia, the flesh colored an unrealistic pink against which the ivory bone contrasted nauseatingly. He had seen such an injury in a hill hold, turns before. The printed caption read, "Shattered by blows." Sibyl made out page numbers almost obscured by the dirty finger marks, and right by the margin of the picture, figure 10 and figure 112. Checking, he found none of the pages were sequential, and realized that the pamphlet was comprised of random photographs, undoubtedly removed from a perfectly proper medical text released from Avis's comprehensive records. "Gimme." Sibyl turned his fire lizard's head towards him, one finger stroking her neck affectionately. He scribbled a quick note on the pad he kept with him and held it out to her. "Take this to Kita at Gila Hall. You know her." He projected a vivid image of Old Ive's discreet journeywoman. The little queen made a throaty noise and disappeared from sight. "Revolting to us, perhaps," Sibyl said, negligently pushing the pamphlet away from him, "but instructive to a healer when not used as disinformation." Horan shuddered. "Those photographs are quite likely of surgical procedures. Those are not well understood as yet," Sibyl went on, looking directly at Horan. "Your own grandfather died of a burst appendix that the then master healer could have removed. Such an operation was known, and successfully performed." Horan's face was pale as he nodded understanding. "Healers have recovered much lost or imperfectly understood information," Sibyl said. "Master Oldive has been training his most skillful men and women to perform surgery that will greatly lengthen life and improve health. That," Sibyl gestured disparagingly at the pamphlet, "was deliberately produced to misinform people. To undermine one of the most basic rights of the Charter, he was pleased to note that both Horan and Granger reacted to that reference, the treatment of ills and wounds. You know, he said, pointing at Horan, that when Master Oldive offered treatment, that stupid female rejected him. She's been well schooled in the delusion. No one is forced to accept healer help. Certainly no one's bones are broken in torture, not by healers. He dismissed the pamphlet with contempt. There was a scratch on the door, which swung open. The burly minor holder who had assisted with the prisoners peered round the door. Master Harper, Lord Horan. He entered at Horan's wave. I thought you'd like to know that they are talking. Talking? The prisoners, naming each other at least. I thought you should know. Indeed we should, Seabell said. That could be most useful. The half-open door hit the man in the back as someone else tried to enter. Master Seabell? A man in proper healer green with a master's knot came in, breathless. Ah, Master Crevellan, just the person to explain what exactly we have here. And Seabell slapped the dirty pamphlet in his hand. As Crevellan stared down at it with some apprehension, Kimmy slipped into the room and resumed her perch on Seabell's shoulder. Crevellan's particular skill is surgery, the Master Harper explained. Do tell us what these pictures actually depict. Back at landing, 1-2-31, present pass. As soon as the warm air of landing's morning hit him, Flessen realized how tired he was. You need to go back to Honshu and sleep. There is no fall for 2 more days, Golanth told him as he circled above the panorama of landing. I just want to check on Ty. They kicked her around a lot. Priscilla said she'd be badly bruised, but the gash on her cheek wouldn't scar. She's not here. Golanth stretched his head skyward and stroked his great wings for height. Surely she's in bed in her weir, Flessen said. Zeranth is sitting by the sea. Zeranth is by the sea? Flessen echoed in amazement. Ty is in the sea. Shall we go there? By all means. Flessen was annoyed with himself for having been so concerned if she was well enough to go swimming. So concerned that he had left what would have been a fascinating session at Fort. He wondered if Tegelen had had better luck questioning Landing's captives. Golanth went between and came out again, circling, but this time skimming the brilliantly turquoise and blue sea. Dolphins immediately tail-danced to greet him, squeeing their welcome. He was as well known as Ruth was to the various pods along the southern continent. Golanth swung shoreward until Flessen saw the swimmer, a black spot in the sea. Swimming is good for eggs, Golanth remarked. Quite likely, Flessen replied with uncharacteristic sarcasm. The swimmer was Ty. She seemed to be treading water as they overflew her. Come in, Flessen yelled through cupped hands. Then he pointed to the shore. Craning his neck backward, he saw that dolphins accompanied her. Well, maybe she wasn't so reckless if she had dolphin escort. Yes, she swims with Natua and her new calf. Were you listening then last night? He never knew when Golanth was. Last night seemed a very long time ago now. I like dolphins. Flo is with them. And here come others from the pod. Close to land now, Flessen could see Zeranth sitting upright on the shore, watching her rider. Golanth landed, dipping his head politely to the big green, and managing deftly not to churn sand onto her. Draped on Zeranth's neck ridge were a towel, a shirt, and shorts. Flessen slipped off Golanth's back and took a moment to shuck off his flying gear, wishing he could strip and swim. You could, you know. Golanth. Flessen should have grown accustomed to his dragon's teasing. Then he saw Ty limping out of the water, and, grabbing the towel from Zeranth's back, he jogged down to the edge of the sea. Only because he knew that his flying boots would take a long time to dry did he resist the impulse to continue into the water. Bruises did indeed cover her body, legs, and arms. Priscilla had done a neat repair of the gash on her right cheekbone. "What's wrong, Flessen?" she asked anxiously, splashing the rest of the way. "What are you doing?" he demanded, looking, but not looking, as was polite, at her long, lean figure and her long, lovely legs. "Admiring Natua's calf," she answered tartly, taking the towel from his hand and wrapping it about her. "There he is." She pointed to the dolphin heads, large and small, bobbing as they watched her safely landed. Salt water's good for wounds, you know. And washed off all the numbweed. He reached for his belt pouch. He had seen her wince when the towel rubbed against one of the contusions. I brought some with me, she said, pointing to her clothes. And I suppose Zaranth can apply it? He gestured to the bruises running down her back. Why are you angry with me? Flessen let his breath go out in one exasperated sigh and glanced around him, looking for a good answer, even the right one. I'm sorry. I was worried. She gave him a little smile. Thank you. Zaranth was doing all the worrying I needed. She shot a fond glance at her green dragon, Golanth sitting beside her now, in much the same pose, an arm's length taller at the shoulder. How bad was it at the healer hall? Flessen blinked, time disoriented. Landing was half a day ahead of Fort. Give me your numbweed and I'll apply it while I tell you. He did, in perhaps more detail than was possibly discreet, but she was a rider, already involved, and deserved to know. On her part, Ty was grateful that he could spread on more salve. The salty water might have been good for the bruises, but it had stung the cheek cut and the scrapes. The solicitude of the dolphins was, in itself, another balm. When they went to the aid of humans in the sea, they didn't stop to consider the consequences, they acted. Everyone else seemed to lecture her on how foolish she had been to burst in on the vandals. She didn't bother to justify her actions. Of course, she hadn't had any reason to suspect what she had found. Men swinging hammers and crowbars with such fervent expressions of enjoyment on their faces that at first she had thought they'd gone mad. She had wrestled a bar from one man's grasp, her interference confusing him. She poked him hard enough in the groin to drop him to his knees before she started swinging the bar indiscriminately around her. She'd been so furious that she really hadn't thought of the danger to herself. The very idea of someone destroying healer remedies, some of which might be needed before the night was over, had given her a strength and an agility she hadn't known she possessed. But what would have happened to her if that vandal had managed to complete the swing of his crowbar? She flinched, remembering how close it had come. Didn't mean to be so heavy-handed, Flessen said in quick apology. I'm nearly finished. Not your touch, Flessen, she replied. It's the thought that there are still abominators, causing willful damage for some perverted reason. You'd think that a healer hole would be the last one to be attacked, for any reason. He screwed on the cap of the numbweed jar with an angry twist, and then stared out across the sea, turning his head northeast, in the general direction of the islands where the first Abominators had been exiled after the abduction of Master Robinson. There's no chance, is there? She asked, seeing where he stared and dreading the answer. That they've been rescued and are responsible for these new attacks? Flessen shook his head, rolling up the sleeves of his rumpled gather shirt. The sun wasn't up very high yet, but even here by the sea the air was getting warm with the new day. I suspect riders will investigate. Do you know if Tagellon learned anything? Ty shook her head, her lips twitching in amusement. Green riders are the last to hear. Besides, Priscillin sent me to my weir. I went, but I couldn't get comfortable. That's understandable, considering the number of bruises I just tended. Have you fellas to take? He had returned her numbweed jar, and now fumbled in his pouch. Yes, I do, she replied, and rose to her feet. I help Priscillin, you know. I've all I need. She grinned. Except my arms don't bend to reach the awkward spots. Thanks. I think I will be able to rest now. Promise? She cocked her head at him in mild reprimand. You're the one who needs to rest, Bronze Rider. Thank you for your concern. She extended her hand toward Golanth. Zaranth will take me back. And I will take you, Flessen, Golanth said, rising to all 4 feet. To Honshu. For a confused moment, Flessen looked after Ty's towel-draped body striding across the white sands to her dragon, and saw her begin to dress. It will make sense when you've had some sleep, Golanth remarked as rider and dragon watched the green make a graceful spring into the air, neatly downwinging to gain altitude and quickly reaching a gliding height on a sea thermal. Zaranth's a good size for a green. You're sweating. It'll be cooler and much nicer in Honshu right now. Flessen rolled down his sleeves, shrugged into his riding gear, and jumped to his dragon's back. Then let's get there, please, Golly. They were already airborne when a horrible thought crossed Flessen's mind. What if yet another gang of Abominators had broken into Honshu during one of his absences and smashed some of the brittle artifacts?
You are silly tired. It takes days to walk there, not even a runner trace to guide a stranger.
Runners! The runners should be asked if they've seen any suspicious groups. Their tracks are so often used for more than the official carriage of messages all across the continent.
Someone else will remember to do that. We're going to Honshu.
With that, Golanth took them between. Fort Hold, late night, 1/1/31 present pass. The Bendon and Fort Weir leaders and Lord Jackson and Lady Shara of Ruathahold joined Lord Grog, his sons, Master Harper Siebel, and Master Healer Cavellan at a late private meeting in the small dining room. Not as lavishly decorated for turnover as the main hall, and located on the inside rank of the hold's main reception area, the comfortably sized room was warm and partly wood-paneled, with a mixture of tastefully hung portraits and landscapes of varying styles and periods. Since the possibility that the Abominators exiled in 2539 had somehow escaped the remote island of their exile occurred to others during the afternoon, Natan had gone with one of Sibel's most discreet men to make certain that those men and women were all present and accounted for. As it was night-time in that part of the planet, it had been easy to check. The island was one of many in the long eastern archipelago, its precise location known only to Natan. Even the most diligent search by other dissidents would have been unlikely to find the inhabited one.
At the time, I wasn't all that certain everyone involved in the shameful business of abducting Master Robinson was apprehended,
Grog said brusquely after Natan delivered his report. Those involved in the original attacks in 2539 on Avis and the craft halls were sentenced to labor in the mines, Jackson said, his expression as bleak as Grog's. Do we know if they're still in custody? Most are registered as dead, Sibel replied, but added with regret. Of the two remaining, one escaped when that meteorite tore through the mine hold. A search was initiated, of course, but it's believed he must have died. Difficult terrain, little vegetation, not much of it edible. He was deaf and not considered very bright. I don't think we have to worry about... He looked down at his notes. This Shankolin. He dismissed the problem with a wave of his hand. Then let's deal with today's atrocities, Lessa said, restlessly trying to find a comfortable position, her slender body taut with indignation at the scope of the destruction. Impetuous as ever, she wanted answers before she could go back to Bendon with an easy mind. She and F'lar had got some rest at the Healer Hall and had an excellent dinner in Fort's smaller dining room. However, the ability to sense people's thoughts, and sometimes to cloud their perceptions with the strength of her mind, could be useful in extracting or confirming truths. Avis said she was as much a telepath as any of the dragons. F'lar called it leaning on people, though she had never been able to cloud his mind. Still, though it was an enervating process and one she disliked being required to use, she had leaned on people to advantage on a number of occasions. Tonight would probably be another. How many in total, Sibel? Bendon, Landing, Southern, here, South Bull. Trouble avoided at Crom because the healer was stitching a wound and the patient's relatives beat off the drunken louts, then caught them when they tried to sneak back in, Sibel said with wry amusement. Vitra's healer chased two off, and Nirat was locked up too tight, though an obvious attempt had been made to break in. Haven't heard anything from Karun. That makes 23 apprehended while damaging healer property, and 9 who were detained for damaging 3 separate glass halls. Master Fanderel says there were prowlers at Smithcraft Hall, but no harm done. Benelek was working late. In view of the number of attempts, he thinks there may have been one at the computer hall, too. They're frequent enough.
I hadn't realized there were so many,
Grog said, twisting his glass until the wine came dangerously close to the rim. Then there's less possibility that these were all random local disgruntlements, F'lar said. If there hadn't been so many, and such emphasis on healer halls, Lessa said, frowning slightly, I might attempt to understand their reasons for such attacks, especially now when petitions are part of the turnover celebrations, a clearing away of grievances to start a new turn in good heart. Nor would they give their hold and hall affiliations. I know there are still many who survive quite well as holdless, but that doesn't give them the license to attack halls and deny such services to others. Did I understand correctly, Grog, that the prisoners became thirsty enough to talk?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
The success of that tactic briefly cheered Grog.
Not having anything but bottled and abominated water worked well, though not quite as I'd thought. Zala, the scalp,
Grog chuckled at the nickname she had acquired,
was terrified that tunnel snakes would be drawn by the smell of blood and eat her alive. She got everyone else so worked up they dropped more information than we could have anticipated. Isolating their leader helped. No real discipline in the bunch.
Grog harumphed at such moral weakness before he went on.
The B on the map stands for Batim, the leader's name. He comes from Crom, evidently served as a guard at Crom Hold, but he's been elsewhere too, strictly for pay. 3 are from Bitra, 5 from Aigan, the others from Karun, Ista, and Nirat. All have one thing in common.
He gave an apologetic nod to Master Crevallen.
They have what they think are good reasons to mistrust healers. Viscula, the itch, blames the craft for not ridding her of her rash. Lecce is missing fingers due, he claims, to healer incompetence. Another blamed healers for not saving his family from fevers. They do not, he held up his hand to forestall an obvious question, know from whom Batim received his orders.
How, or if he received any at all, is almost as important, Lessa said, her tone cross. He can't have been acting independently. There were too many other such incidents to consider this a random attack. Lady Lessa, Halligan put in, raising his hand to answer that. The runners have been asked to tell us what messages have been delivered to Crom, to whom, and sent by whom. That will take time. She gave a snort. There are always fire lizards to bring messages, and no record of where they came from or who they belong to.
Even fire lizards have scruples, my dear, F'lar said dryly. Also, turnover is a very good time to move freely.
Was it just healer holes that were attacked? Jackson asked.
No, some of Moralton's were,
Seabill said, tapping the pile of drum messages in front of him. Those who specialized in making equipment for healer purposes. Anyone else who had break-ins would have drummed in by now. Only Landing and Torix Hold were attacked in the south.
Cove Hold?
Lessa asked urgently.
Not with Dram's Tiroth on watch, my dear, F'lar reminded her. Has Tegellan made any progress questioning the ones he caught?
Again, all 3 men had grievances against healers. By destroying medicines and equipment, they achieve nothing but the enmity of the people who must now wait to be treated, Master Crevallen said, his tone distressed, and delay our discovery of the cause and the cure for acute rashes, or learn enough to repair crushed fingers. There's so much we don't know, and then we're damned because we can't remedy all conditions. He gave his head a quick shake. I apologize.
No need to, Crevallen, Grog said, gruffly reassuring. Anyone with an ounce of common sense knows how dedicated and loyal healers are. We cannot change minds and attitudes overnight, or spread knowledge planet-wide. It all takes time.
And then, something as vile as that, the Master added, pointing to the pamphlet in the middle of the table, has no trouble getting spread around. He was still obviously shaken by the perverted use of the medical diagrams. All the more reason to be sure the truth, Lessa paused to stress the word, is circulated, and countered when such, she waved at the pamphlet, perversions are discovered.
Such damage is easy to do, Seabill remarked, and very hard to undo.
Runners listen and are listened to, Halligan put in hesitantly. They are welcome everywhere, too. All eyes were on him, and he cleared his throat nervously. People believe what they say.
Harper Hall often hears of rumors, inconsistencies, minor problems, Seabill said. But I wouldn't care to involve runners too much. They are as vulnerable on their routes as healers.
But faster on their feet, Halligan said with a little smile, and able to deal with danger.
If they would be willing just to listen a little harder right now,
F'lar suggested, raising an eyebrow. Halligan nodded. I'll ask. Anything that will prevent a repetition of today's attacks, Lessa said firmly.
Any assistance would be welcome, Crevallen added urgently, leaning toward Halligan. Master Oldive is going to be terribly upset by that vileness. He's had such plans for the extension of healer services. If such untruths are circulating, healers may be discredited or endangered. So often they travel alone and great distances.
Any healer who requires the assistance of the Weir need only let us know, F'lar said, looking to Natan, who nodded vigorously in agreement.
The problem often is that we can't know how serious an injury or a condition is when we're called to attend, Crevellin said. How many healers have fire lizards? Shara asked, acutely aware of how useful hers were. Not many, here in the north, Crevellin replied regretfully. I thought healers had priority on Master Bassage's little hand units. Lessa turned to F'lar. The Weir leader's expression was rueful. They do, and Master Bassage is working as diligently as possible, but the materials come from various sources and have to be handmade. Again, it all takes time. Oh, some have been delivered, Master Crevellin hastily admitted, but not enough. And even then, he added with a little shrug, the things don't work in deep valleys. The benefits of Avis's technology are often ambivalent, F'lar remarked. They require work, Grog announced bitingly. Determination and application. Too few of this generation want to work. We know the problem. It's the solution that eludes us, Sibel said. He sounded and looked tired. Shall we deal with the problem of this Batim? Grog asked, regarding Lessa with a benevolent eye. For all the good it's likely to do, Jackson remarked, hooking one arm over his chair back. He might just let some clue drop, F'lar said blandly. Grog gave a sharp nod to Halligan, who rose and left the room. He's been cleaned up. He'll undoubtedly start claiming his rights. His sort usually does. And the rest of his crew? Lessa asked, frowning. And the, scalp's injury? Shara asked, not at all solicitous. Ah, you heard her reject Uldive's offer. Magnanimous of him when you think what she had just done. However, Grog continued with a malicious grin, they've been fed, and washing took care of the dried blood and other dirts. You had them washed? Lessa asked. They objected strenuously to being hosed down, Grog said, and Halligan said they complained that the food they were given was too salty. Lessa grinned at Shara, who also felt that some deprivation was very much in order, but Master Crevellin was dismayed by the news. The door opened to admit Halligan, followed by the prisoner, propelled into the room by two guards. No longer in bogus healer green, he was clad in a patched shirt and trousers too short, so that hairy legs protruded. His feet were bare, and his lank hair was still damp. His expression was both arrogant and sour, expecting the worst and prepared for it. When Batim realized who was present, he twitched his shoulders defiantly and strutted right up to the board. Involuntarily, his eyes darted to the bread, cheese, and fruit on the table, and he licked thin, dry lips. I want my clothes. I demand my rights, Batim said without preamble. Sorry about the clothes, Father, Halligan said, clicking his tongue apologetically. I really couldn't present him in what he was wearing, beyond cleansing. I have my rights, Batim repeated, which do not, and Grog's fist came down hard on the table, bouncing plates and glasses, include trashing the healer's hall. Abominations! We destroyed abominations. I have rights. Not in my hold, you don't. What is your hold? Lessa demanded, almost idly. If anyone would claim you, Grog continued contemptuously. We know you came down from Crom. Batim twitched a lip derisively. Sometimes it's what's not said that speaks for itself, Sibel remarked across the table to Lessa, who shrugged diffidently. Batim glared at the harper, who took a sip of wine, ostentatiously savoring the taste in his mouth before swallowing. Holdless, then, are you? Grog remarked. Vistula left the Crom Hill hold to follow you, didn't she? Minsum, Golter, and Lecce are Beatron. They're often so gullible, those Beatrons. He gave a pitying shake of his head. Small wonder Zala has such a great fear of tunnel snakes coming from Eigen Caverns. Bagala, Vikling, and Palol. He stopped naming the other prisoners as the sneer on Batim's face deepened. Leader he might have been, but he had no loyalty to those who followed him. That also was information, of a sort. Ah, well, not that that matters. They chose to follow you. F'lar pushed back his chair, impatiently cutting through the air with one hand. This is such a waste of time, Grog. Do let me take him for a short dragon ride. If Between doesn't loosen his tongue, I'll just leave him there, and that's the end of the matter. That startled the prisoner. Master Crevellin stared in dismayed astonishment at the Bend and Weir leader.
Why bother Nement, F'lar? Jackson commented, flicking an indolent hand. When we'll know by morning where those runner messages originated. Runners don't talk, Batim protested. They may not, Lessa agreed with a wickedly innocent smile. But they keep records of acceptance and delivery, don't they? In case anyone wishes to trace the progress of important messages. Clearly, Batim hadn't considered that at all. She could see his impudence wane. Traders would remember where they sold enough green cloth to outfit 15 people. He hadn't considered that either. I hate to keep thinking that so much evil emanates from Bitra, she added artlessly, and was not the only one who caught the glitter in the prisoner's eye. Though I rather suspect, she said on the end of a sigh, that Nirat's partly responsible this time, and he gave an involuntary twitch before she added with a patient smile, and Karoon. No one missed his nervous swallow. They're so hidebound in Karoon. She sat back, smiling with satisfaction. Really, Sibel, you must increase your efforts there to show the hill folk how to improve the quality of their lives. Sibel held up one hand in a rueful gesture. We would if we could. Hill folk are the most hidebound of all. Inadvertently, Batim's face mirrored the Master Harper's opinion. That narrows it down, doesn't it? The Lord Holder said, rubbing his hands together in satisfaction. Take him away, Halligan. I have rights! Chartered rights! You're all so big about that blinding charter of yours, Batim cried hoarsely as Halligan called the guard in. The prisoner made a frantic surge towards the table, but was thwarted by the quick-footed Halligan. Struggling, Batim reached straining fingers toward the glasses. Water! I've had no water all day! Actually, Lessa said in a cold voice, the charter does not cite water in the list of rights. But it has to! Halligan and the guard hauled him out of the room, and they heard him demanding water as the door closed. Lessa gave a shudder of distaste. Master Crevellin continued to stare fixedly at the Bend and Weir leader. Crevellin, Natan said, touching the healer's arm. F'lar only threatened the man, no more. You know that dragons won't hurt a human. The threat is usually sufficient, F'lar remarked, resuming his seat. But the culprit has to believe the threat will be carried out. Batim would have ignored any physical coercion, apart from a one-way trip, a dragon back. So he put him off balance. He grinned at Lessa, and elicited some interesting reactions. Oh, was the healer's response. My pardon for doubting your methods. Considering what harm the man did your craft, you are remarkably forbearing, Lessa said, dropping her pose of indolence. I am dedicated to saving life, Weir woman, Crevellin replied with great dignity, not taking it, and learning all you can from Avis to improve, whereas the Abominators seem to want to stop progress in its tracks, she replied coldly. We found out as much from what he didn't say, though the thought of trying to trace him in Karoon, where the hill folk won't even discuss the weather, is daunting. She caught Sibel's eye and held it. Shall we enlist Lord Cashman's help? Jackson asked. I know he's new in his holding, but if his people are in any way involved, he should be consulted. Sibel cleared his throat. None claimed Karoon as their hold. Did we expect them to? Lessa asked scornfully. Did you learn anything else from Batim, Lessa? F'lar asked. His weirmate gave a fastidious shudder. Only what was foremost on his mind, denying where he came from. He reacted more strongly to Karoon than anywhere else. She gave him a trenchant glare. He was very annoyed that they had been caught, and was steeling himself against the abominations that would be practiced on him to make him speak. The very idea! Master Crevellin was appalled. Someone like Batim would probably enjoy being tortured, Jackson remarked. Jackson! Shara expostulated. He's right, you know, Lessa said. Don't deny that you would have liked to help, considering how distressed Master Oldive was. Then I would have, Shara replied candidly. Not now. I'm sorry they don't know better. They're a grudging lot, Jackson reminded her. Look how that woman reacted when Oldive offered to treat her and went to the trouble of explaining that he would be using traditional materials. She didn't want to hear the truth. Is it possible that we, he asked, indicating all the leaders, have not taken into consideration how Hold and Hall will receive Avis's innovations? Sibel cleared his throat. We do hear things now and then, That suggests that some people are dubious about progress, often because they doubt they'll ever be able to afford it.
Or don't fully understand the benefits?
Lessa asked, thinking of her own quarters, warmed by an Avis improvement. Cold seeped through the stone floor under the table and chilled her feet halfway up her shins. It'll take more than the few turns we've had since Avis died to explain to all who need to know, Seabell said.
For that matter, Rogue remarked, I have a significant number of small holders who won't believe Dragonriders diverted the Red Star because thread is still falling.
Some will never understand, Jackson said wearily.
We certainly make it as clear and to as many holds as possible, Seabell said, trying not to sound defensive since the burden of explanation was the Harper Hall's responsibility. But the understanding of some is limited. And those are happy to believe easy lies rather than complicated truths, Jackson said, shifting in his chair. Most of my hold has at least had basic lessons, but even so we are constantly having to dispel misconceptions. Grog brought both hands down on the arms of his chair.
That is not the question tonight. We have to decide what to do with this lot, and, if at all possible,
he added, nodding toward Seabell,
find out who planned such widespread raids. There had to be a central person or persons for so many to have acted as simultaneously as they did.
And see what can be done to prevent any more, Jackson said. Possibly we can find out more from the Carunian, Seabell said, checking the pile of notes in front of him. Taller by name. He's a tanner, judging by the calluses and eye stains on his hands.
He could be a hide binder, a bookbinder,
Lessa muttered. Badly done as it was.
Is Tara the one who lost his family to fever? Crevellin asked. Our healer hall at Wide Bay keeps meticulous records.
Good point, Seabell said. I'll also find out what Tagatarl does with blurred or damaged pages.
Unless Wide Bay Healer Hall is missing some of their medical texts, Shara added.
Yes, we must find out where and who issued that filth, Crevellin urged. I doubt we will, Seabell said. But if you'll pass the word of such things to your healers, we'll have Harpers keep their eyes open. Maybe even the runners would help. He glanced at Halligan, who nodded. Then he began to tick off more points on his fingers. Right now, we've enough to make some discreet inquiries in Karoon, trace the Crom horses, see if anyone else saw them on the way here, or perhaps crossing Telgar and Karoon, find out where they got the fabric for their clothing, and pass around sketches of Batim, Scalp, and Itch.
And suggest that all halls keep guard at night, F'lar said.
You're within your rights, Grog, Jackson said, pausing to smile ironically. To keep them as long as they might be needed.
Needed? Grog was offended. I'll have them out of my hold as soon as possible.
Scowling, he glanced around the table, assessing all.
I know what I want to do with them, what I firmly believe should be done with all these dissenting abominators.
He brought his fist down again on the table.
Exile them.
Crevellin jumped at the crack of fist on wood. I thought that required a trial and jury, he said, surprised. Grog gestured to include those present.
Masters, weir leaders, and lord holders, adequate judges. The Vandals were caught in the act. Plenty of people saw what they did. Destroyed valuable property, depriving others of medicines and services, and not just in fort.
He waved an encompassing arm and focused narrowed eyes on the irresolute healer.
Ordinarily, I'd send them to the mines. However, the notion of being exiled might make others think twice. I wouldn't want anyone to think the healer halls can be attacked with impunity, right, Master Crevellin?
Yes, the man admitted hesitantly. It will be hard enough to replace what was spoiled and broken today.
Though stopping that sort of travesty, he added, pointing to the pamphlet, is even more important.
I thought you'd see it our way, Grog said. We'll proceed accordingly.
Seabell rose. I shall have many messages for Kimmy.
Mir and Tally can help if you wish,
Shara offered.
Tris, too,
Natan said. He got to his feet, stretching stiffly.
You know, exile is a just punishment for them, Lessa remarked. They can't escape it or each other. Don't make it a large island, will you, Natan?
She took F'lar's hand to get to her feet and retrieved her heavy, fur-lined riding jacket from the back of her chair.
We shall all keep our ears and eyes open during fall 2 days from now.
How soon can you get any information from the runners, Halligan? F'lar asked.
Halligan shrugged.
They've first to spread the word. When I explained the matter to Torlo at the fort station, he wrote messages for every pouch being forwarded. Pern has relied on the runners for much, F'lar stated. It always will, Lessa added on her way to the door. Shara wondered if she was the only one to see Halligan's delighted reaction to Lessa's reassurance. She was as eager to get home as Lessa. It had been a very long and trying day.
We'll sort this out,
Grog said at his heartiest.
Thank you, one and all, for assistance in this vexing matter. Let's hope the new turn improves from now on.
I'll second that, Jackson replied fervently. Fort Hold Runner Station, 1-2-31, present pass.
We've no word from Crom yet,
Torlo said the moment Halligan walked into the runner station. Torlo had just finished dispatching the day's runners, laden with craft hall messages, resulting from a very busy turnover.
Hard frost makes a hard trace.
We're, Hold and Hall, are indebted to you, Torlo, Halligan said courteously, wondering now why he had proffered services last night which he might not be able to secure. Runners had unassailable ethics.
No more than our duty to trace letters,
the old man replied with a careless flick of his hand.
Especially after all that dirty business at the Healer Hall.
Then he cast a shrewd look at his early morning guest.
Too early, too, for you to be looking for Tenna, bearing in mind you should know by now how long it takes her to make a run back. You got to spend most of turnover with her.
Halligan cleared his throat, not sure how to state his real business of the morning.
Huh? Something else, is it?
Torlo, who was a perceptive man under his brusque manner, pointed to the corner of the empty hall of the runner station.
Fresh claw, Lord Halligan.
Torlo, who was a perceptive man under his brusque manner, pointed to the corner of the empty hall of the runner station.
Fresh claw, Lord Halligan.
Maybe this should have been done more informally, but Torlo had called the tone by using his title. Hiding his chagrin, Halligan accepted the hospitality and slid onto a settle seat at the end table, while Torlo filled cups and brought a breadboard with some of the morning's bake on it. Everyone would have known about the meeting in the Hold's private dining room. That Batim had been questioned. Certainly the fire lizard traffic out of the Harper Hall last night would have been noticed. The runners had never objected, in so many words, to fire lizards carrying messages. They appreciated that speed could be a critical factor which had not yet interfered with their craft. In the very early days, while clutches were still being found on the beaches of Bol, Istai, and Karun, runners had used fire lizards too. The young lord sipped the claw. It was always excellent here, and deliberated exactly how to approach Torlo. He had several very good reasons for not antagonizing either the man or the runners, and for carrying out last night's request, not the least of which was his firm regard, his brother called it an obsession, for Tenna. The Abominator who led the Vandals let drop some information, he began, choosing his words carefully.
He's one of them?
Torlo's contempt was deep.
Same as who abused Master Robinson?
Similar, but this time turning their spite on the Healer and Glass Halls.
Glass Halls, too?
Torlo's spiky brows shot up on his lined forehead, his deep-set eyes fast on Halligan's face. He leaned forward slightly across the tables.
What about smith halls? Something in Torlo's manner suggested to Halligan that they would have been legitimate targets. Halligan wondered why. Smith Hall set up tighter safeguards after the first raids 10 or more turns ago, he said. Yes, recollect now. Torlo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That Avis guarded itself, didn't it? A hall shouldn't have to protect itself, Halligan said. True. Especially healers, the one craft that's benefited most from the knowledge Avis left behind. Agreed. Torlo motioned for Halligan to help himself to the sweet rolls on the board. He broke a piece off himself, pushing the crumbs into his mouth. Delaying, Halligan thought, so he continued. Station Master, didn't Master Oldeye remove that growth from Grawley's leg? Couldn't have been able to do that before. I believe Grawley's running again. And the cataract film from Tuvor's eyes? He's got clear sight now. I heard they can keep guts from popping out of a man's belly, and they're not niggardly with their help. Didn't they show Beastmaster Frawley how to reduce the wobbles in that fine colt? Aye. So what are you driving at, Lord Halligan? Some are spreading evil untruths about the healers, with vile pamphlets. Runners burn the ones they're given. They've seen some? Halligan was jolted so badly he spilled claw on his hand. Runners won't spread filth like that. But where? When? Does it happen often? So Crevellan was right to fret over the matter. Torlo gave him a long stare. Runner business. We take care of it. But where? We must stop it. Do runners know where it comes from? Torlo shrugged. Runners stop it going further. Yes, but not all of it, Halligan said, becoming more agitated. The Vandals had a particularly grisly copy. Master Crevellan was distraught. He's not the only one. Halligan stiffened at the satiric tone of Torlo's voice. What quarrel do runners have with the healer hall? He asked in a low voice, though there was no one else in the dining room just then. None. Torlo was surprised by Halligan's query. With whom, then? Torlo paused, then a slight grin lifted the corner of his mouth and his eyes met Halligan's squarely. You're not what you seem, Lord Halligan. Runners are as essential to us all as healers, Station Master. What's the problem? Torlo considered that, and then, making his decision, leaned forward. We've no objection to healer hall improvements. They benefit all. When improvements threaten an entire craft, now that's a different track altogether. Who would threaten runners? Lady Lessa said last night that runners would always be needed. Torlo gave an ironic bark. Did she? And who'll be needing the dragons if the truth is told about the Red Star? Halligan reassembled his thoughts. He had never thought to step among so many verbal snakes. Red Star? You don't believe the Red Star was moved? But surely you saw it happen here in the north. Saw the light in the sky. But what did that mean to someone ground-tied? Halligan tried another tack. All right. Usually a pass is 50 years. This time Avis definitely said it would be less. We know from our own records that has happened several times before. So there are 16 more turns to go till the end of this pass. If it ends in 16 turns, then grant that Avis knew more than we ever could. That when he gave a definite answer, it'll be proved truth. He said the Dragonriders accomplished what he set them out to do, alter the Red Star's orbit so it can never come close enough to Pern to drop the threat on us again. Halligan was rather surprised by his own intensity. He'd only been on the fringes of the massive effort that had occupied the planet for nearly 5 turns, but in his own heart he had believed in Avis's solution to Pern's cyclical problem. He had needed to believe in it. I may live another 16 turns to the end of this pass, Torlo replied. So will you, but it'll take another 200 to be sure that Avis was right. The point is, Station Master, there are so many smaller miracles available to us right now to give Avis credibility. Torlo's cynical smile was lopsided. Like making dragons and runners unnecessary? If dragons won't be needed against Thread, they'll be looking for other things to do. Runners will be unnecessary. Runners unnecessary? Halligan exclaimed, throwing up his hands in dismay. He knew the Dragonriders were working hard on their own future, but runners had an assured one. Why, your craft started serving a need before the dragons had their first weir.
Right now, runners are making traces and stations in the south. Your craft, like all the others, is expanding.
Torlo leaned forward across the table, his eyes sparking with anger.
Not when there are Dragonriders taking messages and packing people and parcels.
Halligan countered quickly.
How many small halls and holds can afford to hire a dragon? Running a message costs only a 32nd of a mark. There are currently 6,240 dragons, and half of them are bronze, brown, and gold, who wouldn't consider running messages. You've that many runner families working all the hours of a turn, and using youngsters on the short runs to keep up with the demand, not to mention what'll happen when the traces are laid in the south. The queens aren't flying to mate as often, or clutch as many, scaling down now that the end of this pass is in sight, so I don't really see greens and blues in competition with runners. You've never been upset about fire lizards.
Torlo snorted.
Only a few of them can be trusted to deliver messages.
That's true enough, Halligan agreed, though his father's queen, Murga, being exceedingly well trained by Manali, had never failed. And no runner has ever failed to bring messages through. His thoughts went to Tenna, out on the frozen traces at the moment. Torlo regarded him thoughtfully.
Nor will we ever.
So what is really bothering you, Station Master?
Those smith-hole thingamies.
Torlo made a cradle of his fingers, scowling as he tried to find the exact word.
The comm units? Them! Seen one myself. People will be able to talk to anyone. Won't need runners to take messages then.
Relief made Halligan laugh.
No, Torlo. Can't happen. Why not?
Torlo's sharp question was tinged with a belligerence he rarely displayed.
Too expensive, Halligan blurted the words through his laughter. Simple as that. Takes Master Bassage and his whole months to make the things. Have to get the elements from several other halls, and they have a short range here in the north because there isn't a satellite relay. A what? Like the Yoko to relay the signal? Healer Hall has to put up the relay for this part of the west and one up at Tillich, possibly a third at Telgar. 2 in the east, I heard. They'd worked better on the southern continent because of the Yoko, but with so many starting up holds and halls down there, it'll be a long time before they have marks for that sort of gadget. My father will use runners for a long time. He trusts you. For all he's forward-looking on many issues, he trusts people more than machines. No, Station Master. Runners will be necessary for as long as they've legs to run with. They were the first craft fort hold supported. Turns before the first weir was established. We'll never not need you, Master Torlo.
Torlo's expression had cleared as Halligan enumerated the problems to be surmounted by the new technology.
Avis is like that, isn't it? Shows how to do things better, and that takes time all in itself. Perhaps that's the best way. No need to have things when we don't know we really need them.
Torlo rose, tactfully bringing their dialogue to an end. As he got to his feet, Halligan wasn't sure whether or not the station master had agreed to help the hold.
We support healers, road and trace, Halligan,
Torlo said with an emphatic nod of his head as he escorted the young lord across the big, low-ceilinged room.
Those as hears will give a word to the wise, to them as is too badly informed to know what's what.
That's what's needed, Torlo.
Myself or Tenna will tell you.
The station master tipped 2 fingers in a salute, leaving Halligan no option but to leave. How could the runners think for even a moment, Halligan wondered, as he made haste in the cold weather to tell his father of this conversation, that their services would ever be redundant. But the weirs would be. His step faltered as his eyes went instinctively towards the distant weir in the hills above Fort Hold. Weirs, but not dragons. There would be a reason for dragons to remain in Pern skies, doing something. Why, it was ludicrous to think of Pern without dragons. The air froze the hair in his nostrils. Was it warmer down near Bole, where Tenna was running? He hoped so. His much-respected sire had been somewhat dubious about Halligan's keen interest in Tenna, but it was proving a very useful connection. Halligan wished he could persuade Tenna to make it a lasting commitment. There were enough children of the Fort bloodline to carry on, short of another plague. Maybe she'd like to go south, once he had been released from his filial duties to Lord Grog. He should also tell Seabell about his interview with Torlo. The Master Harper should know about the runner's fears. And so much to be done, so much. He had all those petitions to sort through to find those that merited his father's particular attention. Well, today was a good one to stay inside and be warm. He took the steps to the hold, 2 at a time. Karoon Printer Hall, 1-3-31, present pass. Tagatarl squeezed tired eyes shut and pinched the bridge of his long nose, wondering at the same time why he thought that would restore his eyesight. Sleep would, but he had to get through the corrections to the dictionary. Some old harpers with too little to do were challenging definitions and deploring the new technological ones, which were vital if young students were to understand the language in which manuals were written. Being able to print many copies of the same material was a vast improvement on hand copying. Any Harper apprentice who had had to do his hours in the archives hall blessed the introduction of printing presses, but there must be a trick to finding all the mistakes that could creep into typeset lines. In his apprenticeship, if he made a mistake, he was able to scratch it out with a knife blade and rewrite, preferably before Master Arnor caught him at it. It wasn't as easy to correct a mistake after several hundred copies had been printed. So many printing runs were technical and had to be accurate. Explanations and instructions crystal clear. Roisin was particularly good at this, and her fast fingers could set up a page quicker than he could. But they were both learning how to manage the complexities of this new hall, and Tagatarl was particularly determined to honor Master Robinton's faith in him by making this project the most successful of all that had been initiated by his master and Avis. The slight creak of the office door sounded over loud in the still night. He jumped to his feet. Night? A glance at his eastern-facing window told him that it was nearly morning. "It's me," a whisper announced. "The correct grammar is it is I or it's I," Tagatarl told Pinch wearily. "How did you get in? The gate's locked." There had been no more Abominator attacks after the spate at Turn's End, but that didn't mean there weren't more being planned. Tagatarl had never figured out just how discards from the medical texts he had printed a turn ago had gotten into their hands. To be on the safe side, the printer hall now shredded all imperfect sheets. "True, and it's a fine, strong gate," Pinch said, coming forward into the pool of light from the desk lamp. He was not tall, and his angular face, blurred now with dirt and fatigue, had no distinguishing features. His present apparel was Karoon hillfolk, and smelled it. His ability to blend into his surroundings, to imitate the accents and manners of speech in any quarter of Pern, north and south, along with his keen ears and sharp eyes, made him the ideal observer. His very active, cynical mind allowed him to interpret what he heard. Pinch cocked his foot around a stool and pulled it to him, sitting down as if he hadn't a care in the world. An engaging smile showed very even teeth, and there was a clever twinkle in his brown eyes. "I didn't use the gate. Didn't really expect you to be up at this hour, so I came in across the roof again. One day you'll fall through the weaver's ceiling." "Oh, it's safe enough. Roisin Zola came to investigate, by the by, but when she saw it was me—" "It was I," Tagatarl mercilessly corrected. "And Bista, she went back to bed." Pinch clicked his tongue. "Say hello to the master printer, Bista." The little gold creature, who looked like an extra scarf around the harper's neck, cocked her head and blinked her green gemstone eyes at the printer. "So, why are you up?" Tagatarl jerked his thumb at the proofs he'd been correcting. "If you ever encounter someone in your travels who can spell and who recognizes proper sentence structure and syntax, I've a job for him. Her, preferably them." Pinch gave a sharp nod. "I'll keep my eyes open." "I know you will. So, what brings you over my roof at this time of night?" "It's very nearly day," Pinch corrected kindly. "I've been checking a few things, snooping about isolated holds and trader sites, sitting in runner stations. Karoon has all sorts of ill folk, you know, the kind that don't want their kids opera taught or healed. Then there are the ones who aren't really ill folk, who get too many visitors and have had very interesting indoor occupations." He reached into his jacket and removed a square of much folded paper. Carefully, he opened it to reveal small sketches, full face and profile. "Mind you, I wasn't exactly an invited visitor, but I found me a spot to watch and make a few notes.
I could flesh these out better with some decent paper and a carbon point. He looked inquiringly at Tagatarl. Paper, master? Pencils? Avis's latest improvement on ink. Hillfolk? No, people living in the hills. Paper? Pencil? He hooked the stool closer to the desk. Immediately, Tagatarl gathered up the pages he was working on, swiftly rearranged them into a neat stack out of Pinch's way. From a drawer, he pulled fresh paper as well as a collection of different drawing tools. Sit. Do you need claw, food, wine? Pinch grabbed a sharp carbon stick with one hand as he turned the sheaf of paper to his right. He was left-handed, and began sketching. Thanks. Yes, and yes. And something for Bista. We came straight here without a stop, using runner traces. They let me, Give me tips. Good folk, runners. Give me some food and drink, man. Just don't stand there gawking. When Tagatarl returned, lugging a heavy tray with a bowl of fresh meat for Bista, Pinch continued speaking as if the printer hadn't left the room. Told the runners not to worry about mechanical things. Wouldn't want one of those things squawking about my person, I can tell you. It'd make folks notice me, and I don't need to be noticed. Anyway, I'll always trust legs over spare parts. He gave Tagatarl a sideways grin, full of malice. Have a traditional outlook on life, And when the master printer snorted at such a remark from such a source, he added, Well, I do. It's why I risk life and limb on Harper business. Bista finished her meal and curled up on a shelf. By then, Pinch finished one sketch and tossed it to the side, making the first line of the next sketch even before Tagatarl could pick up the first one. Tagatarl examined the drawing. It was economically sketched, but it vividly depicted a big man with his right shoulder cocked up, a high forehead, black brows, a zigzag scar on his right temple down the side of his nose to a gouge on his cheek, a thick, wide-bridged nose, gaunt cheeks, a thin mouth, a narrow chin, and a scrawny throat with a pronounced larynx. The left hand, which he was holding up as if to warm at a fire, was missing the first joint of the index finger. His clothes, the usual heavy leather tunic and trousers, were worn and patched. Thongs, just under his knee in typical hill style, tied leggings, and his boots were long and thin, the leather cracked from wading too many streams or bogs. Using his right hand, Pinch pushed some bread and cheese into his mouth and washed that down with a long swallow of beer, while the left kept drawing. A real gift, Tagatarl thought, especially for someone involved in discreet surveillance. But then Master Robinson, the late Master Harper, had had the ability to command the talents of many unusual men and women. Before the present pass and the awakening of Avis, when Dragonriders had been denigrated and even the Harper Hall in jeopardy, Master Robinson had made use of rare talents. Harpers, men and women, who knew their way about most of the settled holds and halls, large and small. Tagatarl had met Nip, the first roving harper who had non-specific assignments and rarely sang. What Nip's real name was, no one remembered now. Nip had trained Tuck, another nonconformist, and had taken Seabell along for some projects, as Seabell, in turn, had made use of Pimer's unusually quick mind and abilities. Now Pinch had been added to the roster, and two others Tagatarl knew about, but was not sure that he had met. Tagatarl concentrated on committing the first face to memory. Rather pugnacious, all totaled, the printer thought, the sort that would worry a crack in a cliff until it became a cave. The next one Pinch finished was of a man who looked vaguely familiar to Tagatarl. Younger than the first man, he was taller and well-fleshed, with a darker but not weathered skin and short, fair hair. A pinched mouth suggested selfishness and obstinacy, and the eyes had a sly cast to them. His expression was both amused and supercilious. A woman was the third. Her stance, her left hand holding her right elbow, was awkward, her eyes wide and avid, as if listening to instructions that she would strive to carry out. She, too, was clad as a hillwoman, but the clothes did not fit either her body or her manner. These three were visitors, received with much fuss and fawned over, stayed several days and talked most earnestly in low voices. Plotting, probably. What? I couldn't hear, though I tried. I'd like these to get to Seabell as soon as possible. Do you think Ola would oblige? Vista's exhausted. Of course, Tagatarl said with gratification. Manali herself had helped Rasheen train her queen. This wouldn't be the first time Ola had flown discreet errands.
"I'll do the others when I've had a rest," Pinch said, and popped more bread and cheese into his mouth as he rose to his feet. His abrupt movement startled the chirp out of sleeping Vista. Absently, his left hand stroked her. "Can I indulge in a bath? I have to keep to these clothes." He held a fold away from his body with repugnance. "But I'd enjoy sleeping one night, or rather a full day, smelling clean." "Yes, of course, Elsie. No one goes banging about under you," Tagatarl said with a reassuring grin. Pinch often made use of the loft above the outbuildings where paper and other supplies were stored. When the print hall expanded, as Tagatarl earnestly hoped it would, apprentices would sleep up there, but right now it made a handy lair when Pinch wished to make inconspicuous visits. "That would be appreciated." Pinch took another wedge of cheese and the last of the bread and left. Tagatarl prepared a message cylinder for Ola, saw her off, and went to his own room. Rasheen sighed when he lay down beside her, and, sleepily, she turned toward him for comfort. Bendon Weir, midday, 1331. With the other wing leaders, Flessen attended a pre-fall meeting in one corner of the lower caverns. "It's the 10 pattern, so we meet it over the eastern sea, and Eigen joins us for the last hour over South Limos," F'lar said, his eyes going in a quick, keen appraisal of each of the 18 wing leaders sitting around him. "Weather's cold and dull, but the visibility is good." Out of the corner of his eye, Flessen noticed that everyone was trying to look as alert as possible. The entire Weir had been turned out to search for the 4 men involved in wrecking Bendon's healer hall. The details the injured journeyman recalled about his attackers would have described half the male population of any hold. The only thing he was certain about was that they were not from Bendon. Runners had agreed to spread word of the strike and ask isolated holds to report strangers. Gabal had scrupulously followed up one report, but the men had been honest traders. 2 of the oldest wing leaders had not been called to fly this fall, and Flessen could wish that F'lar would take a fall or 2 off now and then. While he was more apt to listen to Gabal than anyone else, F'lar ignored the merest hint of letting anyone else lead his Weir. No one would fault him, but the Weir leader made no exceptions for himself, bar the very few occasions each turn when Nementh had taken a score or strained a wing. F'lar assigned the levels, and Flessen jerked his attention back to the business at hand. His wing was high again, a measure of F'lar's trust in his leadership. "Warn your younger riders that dull conditions can blur thread in the higher reaches," F'lar continued. "Measure the wind as soon as you can. We'll know how the thread falls when it falls. We gather on the rim in 10 minutes. Good flying." As they filed out, closing their jackets, settling their helmets, and pulling on their gloves, Flessen felt the air of anticipation that always gripped him, speeding his pulse, deepening his breath. On the ledges of their weirs, green and blue riders were already mounted, firestone sacks on either side of dragon necks. Some brown and bronze riders were still collecting sacks, launching from the bowl to the weir rim. Wing-leader bronzes were drifting down to meet their riders in an orderly confusion. Golanth hovered above the ground to his left. Flessen, judging the distance neatly, ran the short distance and vaulted to his back. Golanth pumped his wings skillfully and circled, dropping down to his position on the rim between the wing seconds and in front of the wing, 22 strong. "The green reserves are ready, and will bring us sacks when you call them," Golanth reported. As he fastened his safety straps and pulled up the fur-lined tops of his boots, his knees were always cold by the end of a fall, Flessen thought of Tai, wondering what it would be like to have her in his wing. "Zoranth is bigger than any of the others," his dragon remarked, turning his head slightly so that the left, many-faceted eye reflected a view of his rider in the mid-plains. "Firestone, please." He twisted his head to his rider's leg, and dutifully Flessen supplied him from the bulging sack. Deftly, Golanth tipped his head back, positioning the rock on his thick grinders. Then, exercising great care not to bite the edge of his tongue, he began to chew, as did every other dragon on the rim. 5 pieces Flessen fed his bronze, sufficient for Golanth to work up a proper flame. From the bowl rose the 4 Bendon queens, the HNO3 cylinders strapped to their backs, their riders carefully holding the wands at a slant from the dragons. As they circled up, all eyes on the rim turned to the weir leader and Nementh. F'lar's arm was raised, Flessen held his high. The queens completed their last circle up, above the rim, heading north-northeast. "You know where to go?" Flessen formally asked his dragon. "We all know," Golanth answered. Nement roared and sprang forward just as F'lar's arm came down in the command to take wing. As one, dragons leaped upward. Then, as every one of the 484 Benden dragons was a wing, they went between. They came out again in an air almost as cold as between. It hadn't been bright at Benden, but here, above the eastern sea, the sky was grayer, a shade that would make the silvery strands of falling thread more difficult to see. Bend and Weir faced the probable entry of thread, glad to have the wind behind them as the wings sorted themselves to their assigned levels. Far below, Flessen could make out the Queen's wing, small dots against the gray of snowy land and pewter sea. Ahead of him, almost motionless, was F'lar, he and Nement as ever leading them by several dragon lengths. This was the worst part of a fall, Flessen felt, and with a glove-thickened finger he pushed the thick new scarf against his goggles. He tucked his left boot top against his inner leg, and then checked the firestone sacks dangling down Golanth's withers before peering at the sky for any trace of thread. Sometimes blinking helped. "It comes," Golanth told him, and stroked his wings forward. Nement's flame spouted brilliant orange and accurately seared the first thread to fall. There was nothing wrong with the Weir leader's eyesight, Flessen thought as he squinted to see the first threads slanting down. He felt a primitive surge of elation as he and his dragon once more attacked their ancient adversary. Monaco Bay Weir, 5 days later. 1/8/31. Present Pass, Avis. Sunlight woke Tai. Hot sunlight. She kept her eyes closed as her mind roused to awareness. If the sun was on her face, it was almost noon. She was in her hammock between two big frond trees whose great draping leaves usually shielded her very well. The sun must now be close to its zenith. As usual, her face was turned toward the wallow that Zoranth used as a weir. The green dragon was in full sun, just as she liked it, head between her forelegs, wings slightly drooping from her backbone so that her folds would absorb the heat. Many Dragonriders had pondered the question, did dragons store heat in their bodies for their forays into between? Zoranth had one eyelid open. By the gleam of the slit, she was watching something very carefully. One of the disadvantages of living in the open was the insect population in myriad forms. Some scratched, even burrowed in flesh if possible. Some merely moved in straight lines, like the trundlebugs that were the object of Zoranth's current inspection. A straight line for a trundlebug could also be perpendicular to the ground. They had been observed maneuvering up to the crown of a frond tree and down the other side. Right now, a very large trundlebug, its size denoting age, since the creatures could become quite large if no natural hazard ended their existence, was under intense draconic surveillance. This one had no fewer than 5 young still attached behind it, in various stages of maturation in the trundlebug's peculiar reproductive process. Their bodies also collected pollen from low-growing shrubs and vines, also the occasional tree, and shed it in their progress to whatever unknowable goal trundlebugs had. What other purpose they served, Tai did not know, but they were less nuisance than some crawlies, and rather curious to watch. Single-mindedness was exemplified in the trundlebug. It had been suggested there was only a female of the species. Trundlebugs were a good reason to sleep in a hammock. Humans used sticky goo tapes around the trunks of hammock trees and the base of any living accommodation. Most buildings were on stilts as another deterrent to being invaded by creepy crawlies. In low-lying coastal areas, stilts kept dwellings above high tide floods. Tai's little house was just beyond her hammock. All its shutters were open to let in what wind there was, the fine net screens preventing the entry of airborne insects. The afternoon breeze generally wafted away those clinging to the material. The diurnal ones departed at dusk. The nocturnal ones were noisier, but photosensitive. A tall spire of solar panel provided Tai with what power she needed. For lights, the warmer plate, the cold box, and for the occasional hot air during the worst of the cold weather, which to her was never as cold as she had once been in Karoon's foothills. In the southern hemisphere, some Dragonriders preferred to live in companionable clusters or with their mates, but Tai loved seclusion. She had handcrafted such furnishings as she had, shelves, bedstead, worktop, hooks, and the chest where she kept her clothing. Zaranth knew she was awake, but Zaranth was watching the trundlebug. Abruptly, the inexorable path of the trundlebug, which would take it into Zaranth's left nostril, ended. Tai blinked. Had Zaranth exhaled from the victim nostril, tumbling the trundlebug and her offspring away from her? Movement out of the corner of her eye showed her that the trundlebug was now marching in an easterly direction, an exact 45 degrees from its original course, and at least a full dragon length from its previous path. "What'd you do that?" Tai asked, not sure she had seen what she had seen. "I did not care for it to crawl into my nose. I moved it." "Just like that?" "Just like that." "Do you do it often?" "Now and then." "That," and Zaranth moved her chin slightly towards the redirected trundlebug, "does not belong where it was going." Zaranth lost her pose of indolence, eyes wide open, magically on her feet. "Felines! We're needed!" Tai scrambled from the hammock, leaping into her quarters, pulling on trousers, stomping into boots, shrugging into her riding jacket, and bother a sleeved shirt, and carrying the dangling safety straps out to slip the harness over Zaranth's eager head. It was as dangerous to hunt felines as to fly thread. Zaranth shrugged the leathers to the base of her broad neck and lifted her leg for Tai to clip them together. "Who sent for help?" "Cardiff. Fire lizard message. Golanth called half the full wing." Tai vaulted between the last two neck ridges and clipped the safety harness onto her broad belt. "I know where," the green dragon said, and took off so quickly Tai's head snapped. They were barely above the trees when Zaranth went between. They were back in the moist southern air, a half-dozen other dragons erupting nearby. "Cardiff herders spotted the pride. A big one." They had come out low above the rolling highland plateau, where the ancients had turned loose their grazers and ruminators, unable to transport more than breeding stock to the north. The herds had multiplied over the centuries and mutated slightly from their northern relatives, affording them some protection against the local parasites and poisonous plants. The master beastman had found the alterations fascinating. Right now, a huge herd of mixed varieties was stampeding from the edge of the jungle where the predators lurked to ambush the unwary. As a relatively new southern hold, Cardiff did its best to oversee its grasslands, but the 100 or so herders could not always protect the far-ranging stock. Watched by no more than 3 or 4 men or women, the beasts covered wide tracts in their search for edible grasses. Thunder, lightning, or the occasional jungle fire could send them into terror-stricken stampedes, which occasionally ended with masses of them falling over cliff edges or into ravines. Now they had been spooked by felines. The southern continent had a lot of problems with the big predators, the product of an ill-advised zoological experiment by one of the charterers. Like the abandoned herd beasts, they had flourished, too, and ranged freely through the jungles, grasslands, and up into the southern foothills. Humans avoided the felines whenever possible. Dragons were thrilled by the challenge of hunting them. Zaranth was gliding silently and speedily towards the nearest herd beasts, which had obviously been split off from the main herd by the canny felines. The predators were as apt to injure beasts, rendering them lame enough to attack later as to kill outright. Tai had seen the result of such tactics. A wide pasture dotted with bleating, moaning animals, awaiting the pleasure of the cubs that the felines hunted for. "There! A tawny spot, one of the fast ones!" Zaranth cried. Tai caught the merest glimpse of the yellowish-brown form, bounding after the terrified herd beasts. She grabbed her straps instinctively as Zaranth turned on a wingtip that just cleared one of the stunted trees that dotted the grassland. A shape leaped from its shadow, barely missing Zaranth's wing, and, in spectacular leaps, made for the cover of the jungle. To flush a feline was unusual. Neither dragon nor rider would have seen it lurking in the shade. Of course, neither would the herd beasts, who were obviously the intended prey. Zaranth hissed at so close a swipe. A small flame, residue of the most recent fall, escaped, spurting after the beast. "Watch it, love. The hide's worth more unsinged," Tai cried. Despite being large for a green, Xerath had lost none of the agility that was her color's most valuable characteristic. Xerath dove with a burst of speed that took the breath out of Tai's mouth. Matching the rhythm of the feline's bounds, she caught it mid-leap. Tai felt Xerath's heavy shoulder muscles convulse, then relax. She had a glimpse over her shoulder of the limp, spotted body stretched out on the plain, its back broken.
"The other one!"
Xerath cried, spinning obliquely to her left and heading back up the plateau toward the first predator they had seen, who was closing in on a herd beast and unaware that its hunting partner had just been taken down. The most successful and safest tactic was to come up behind a feline, as Xerath was now doing, keeping their shadow from warning the carnivore of pursuit. Now, just as the feline swiped its front paws at the herd beast's galloping hindquarters, Xerath's claws made contact and snapped its neck in one clean jerk.
"Not bad hunting,"
Tai said, well pleased with a bag of two, both prime specimens and, unless Xerath had singed the first one, quite saleable.
"Shall we continue?" "Monarch says it is all in hand. A big pride, but a half-wing is sufficient,"
Xerath said as she circled back with her second kill, depositing it with an almost disdainful negligence beside the first.
"These,"
and Xerath's tone was possessive,
"are mine. No one will dispute it, but I get the skins."
And skinning was hard work. Tai's brief elation departed.
"I'll help,"
Xerath said.
"If you promise not to drool all over me or lick me while I'm working,"
Tai replied with mock severity. In the heat of the day, in an open field, there was no shelter at all from the pests that would smell blood and come for their share. However, she told herself, 2 pelts would be worth the discomfort. She debated throwing the bodies over Xerath's neck and taking them up to the cooler, swarm-free foothills to skin. Once she was on the ground beside them, she discarded that idea. They were big brutes. She was strong, but these dead weights would be impossible to shift onto her dragon. The first one was smaller, of a different mix, with a mottled hide. The other was a tawny yellow-brown, with striped markings on its legs. Both were females with engorged dugs, and Tai sighed at the thought of yet more of these monsters maturing to savage herds. She removed her jacket and hung it on a low bush, taking a well-honed knife from her boot.
"Lift the first one up, please. And remember, you get the carcass faster if you hold still. And don't salivate all over me." I know.
But Xerath's mouth was very wet as she lifted the feline by the head, so Tai could make the first incision at the base of the thick throat. One zipped down, slit the arms and legs. Xerath did drool as she helped. Tai quickly worked up a sweat. To distract herself, she pondered once again about meeting Flesson and his interest in astronomy. Was he going to make that his career after? Maybe she'd meet him again. She reproved herself. He was a Benden Weir leader, son of Lessa and F'lar, and despite the fact that he had quite earnestly said that green dragons were essential for every wing, their paths were unlikely to cross again. Thinking about him was no distraction. She concentrated on her task. Helpfully, the green idly moved her wings to deflect the swarms of insects drawn to the smell of blood and raw flesh. The most persistent attacked between wing strokes. It was dry work, too, in this heat, and Tai regretted that she hadn't grabbed up her water bottle in her haste to answer Tegelin's summons. She took a deep breath as Xerath rotated the feline so Tai could strip the pelt from the limp body. A mass of flying insects covered skin and skinners as Xerath, fanning furiously and growling, lifted the carcass a length away. Without Xerath's wings, clouds of insects attached themselves to the blood on Tai's arms. She broke off a wide leaf of a low-growing shrub and, beating the air about her, walked up the slight incline to see how the rest of the wing was faring before she started the back-breaking task of skinning the second one. Shading her eyes, she saw that 2 dragons were still aloft, chasing felines away from the safety of thick vegetation bordering the plateau. She counted 8 dragons on the ground, waiting for their treat to be skinned. 3 more were already eating. Settling dust off to the northeast indicated that the herd beasts, stupid as they were, had stopped running. It was a good-sized herd. Then she caught sight of bright-colored shirts and galloping runners streaming down toward them, the Cardiff herders catching up with the stampede.
Brave of them, she thought, since they could still be attacked by any of the remaining pride. One of them hailed Ty on the hillock and turned his mount toward her. Slung to his back were a short bow and a weir-hide carrier full of the sort of barbed arrows that would be needed to bring down felines. "Oh, thanks for such a prompt response," he said, halting beside her and swinging down. "Ty, isn't it? And Zerath? We've been following to herd since dawn. Got stampeded by last night's heat lightning, and with the smarts only such dumb critters possess, they headed right toward the thickest congregation of felines anywhere in Cardiff. We keep hunting them, but they keep producing. And you got two. Big mothers." "You said it. Both were nursing cubs." He cursed under his breath, wiping his forehead on his red sleeve. "More of the sharding killers to get, and getting smarter all the time."
"Dragons are even smarter," Ty said, grinning with pride. But quickly she shut her mouth tightly, so as not to inhale any of the fresh insect clouds that zoomed in on both of them and the sweaty mount. She swept her frond in a wider arc to discourage the swarm. "Miserable things, ain't they?" he commented with a rueful smile, using his broad-brimmed hat as a fan and tugging a big, dirty cloth from a leg pocket to mop his sweaty, sun-weathered face. She didn't recognize him, but she wasn't surprised that he knew who she was. Cardiff holders were punctilious about knowing the riders who weired at Monaco Bay. "I'm Renzi, Cardiff Hold journeyman," he said, squinting against the sun glare. "Ain't easy to bring down too," he added, impressed. "We flushed the first by chance," she said easily. "Zerath's fast." "Obviously." "The other didn't see its partner go down and we came up behind her." He chuckled appreciatively, but her disclaimer did not lessen his respect for her double kill.
The herdsman chuckled appreciatively, but her disclaimer did not lessen his respect for her double kill. "Heard tell yours good bringing down vandals," he said, touching his own cheek to indicate he had noticed her healing cheek. He untied the water bottle from the back of his saddle and handed it to her. As she drank, he kept fanning. "Thanks," she said, refreshed by the cool water. His canteen must be one of the new thermal types. She coveted one for herself. The canteens were expensive and the waiting list long. Still, the price of the 2 pelts would bring that wish closer. "Drink up, Ty. We're not far now from water. Can I help you skin the second one?" He gave her a broad smile. "Won't take 2 of us long." She nodded, her smile appreciative. As he divested himself of the bow and arrow sheath, she took a second, longer drink, carefully replaced the plug, and handed it back to him. "Would you know yet how many the dragons brought down?" he asked as she led the way down to the second feline. Zerath didn't raise her head from her meal. "I saw 11 dragons on the ground. Tegelen brought half the wing and a couple are still hunting." "And you accounted for 2. She skinned up the front leg as he deftly did the hind one. "We'd been trying to catch up with this part of the herd," he explained in a rueful tone through clenched teeth. "Wanted to get 'em turned before they got this close to the jungle. Felines don't usually hunt so late in the day, but if there were 2 with litters, they'd be hungry and more apt to attack when they saw so much food on the hoof." Renzi gave a resigned sigh, swiveling to look at the dense forest with its multi-shades of green leaves, fronds, and spike that bordered the plateau, the light breeze ruffling the taller, more flexible branches. He mopped his forehead and cheeks and shook his head. "Well, if we didn't have so much on the hoof nearby, it'd save us to track down and finish the cubs before they start hunting." He paused. "As it is, they'll have to take their chances like the rest of us." "Can we help you turn the herd back out of immediate danger?" Ty asked as they flipped the hide from the legs and wrestled the carcass over. Renzi was almost as good as Zerath as a helper. "We'd sure appreciate it," Renzi said. Herd beasts were as terrified of dragons in the air as felines on the ground, so herding them merely required the dragons to keep their shadows on the beasts. "Sure. Dragons have to fly straight with full stomachs, you know," she said. "No reason we can't help you spook the herd in the right direction for now." Today's feed would last Zerath the 7-day. "Just need to set them in the right direction, Ty," he said. "There's a ravine," and he pointed in a northwesterly direction, "and water. Whooshing them that way is all we'd need." "No problem," Ty said. "If you'll be kind enough to stop eating long enough to tell Monarch what's needed." "He just told me," Zerath said,
sucking the tail into her mouth and licking her lips. "Makes short work of it, doesn't she?" Renzi remarked approvingly. Ty grinned. "Monarth says we'll be glad to help. Half the wing is fed today."
"I am the only one who has two."
And Zoranth, her faceted eyes flickering with orange pleasure, strolled indolently over to them to await her second course. Renzi chuckled as he and Ty pulled the skin cleanly off the flesh. Once they had rolled it up, he went back to his mount, which stood far enough away from the dragon to feel safe. Ty, letting Zoranth move in on her bloody kill, followed him, hoping to get away from the worst of the insect swarms. Renzi handed her the bottle and a towel. "Take a good swig, and then we can wash off some of the gore. Like I said, I'm not that far from water," he said, and Ty was grateful to be able to rinse herself. Feeling somewhat less sticky, they walked to the top of the incline. Though they had washed off most of the blood, the swarms began a renewed assault in waves so that they clenched their teeth and kept their eyes narrowed. Fanning vigorously with his hat, Renzi watched with satisfaction as they could see other riders heaving pelts to their dragons' backs. Suddenly, the mass was whisked away. Zoranth had finished eating and was sweeping her wings broadly, scattering the insect cloud.
"I'm ready to leave when you are,"
Zoranth announced with a final lick of her lips. "Do you need to loan them a rope?" Renzi asked.
"That'd be real welcome,"
Ty agreed. Her riding harness would secure one, but two? "Be sure to check no nits borrowed into your skin," he said.
"I most assuredly will,"
she told him through clenched teeth. Deftly, the two humans roped the pelts on either side of Zoranth's second neck ridge. Flying straight was time-consuming, but she could fly high enough, once they'd helped move the herd, to be cool and escape the insects. She held out her hand to Renzi to thank him for his help and the loan of his rope, and swung onto Zoranth's back. "My pleasure, Dragonrider," Renzi said, stepping back, fanning with his hat as swarms tried to settle to the hides.
"Get us out of here before I eat bugs, Zoranth,"
Ty said, windmilling her hands in front of her face.
"I ate very well,"
Zoranth said smugly, and Ty could feel a satisfied belch rumbling from her chest to her throat and out.
"Inelegant,"
Ty muttered with mock severity as Zoranth leaped skyward. Courteously, Zoranth dipped her wings, causing Renzi's mount to back away from him in sudden panic.
"Out of here. A man doesn't need to be chasing his runner."
Then they were out of range of bloodsuckers and into cooler air. Zoranth circled, looking for Monarth and the rest of the dragons.
"Monarth is aloft, and path,"
Zoranth told her, and headed in their direction.
"We are to swing wide behind the beasts. It's not the first time we've herded,"
Ty said grumpily. She also wished she had more in her belly than cold water. She had had no lunch. At this altitude she had a good view of the bright-shirted herders, stringing out over the grassy plain, starting the beasts back the way they had stampeded.
"It would be good to have a swim when the herd is turned." "It most certainly would."
There were plenty of hospitable coves on the way back to Monaco Weir, and trees full of ripe fruit. Altogether, Ty thought, apart from the insects, the day had been profitable. It would take time to clean and stretch the pelts, but once word got around to the traders of today's kill, she might even get to sell them raw. One day she might keep a particularly fine one. She fancied a clouded fur with ghost stripes, but in the meantime Northerners prized whatever was taken. Part 2. Throughout the same day. Ruatha Hold, local time 12:04 in the morning, 1/9/31, present pass Avis, 2553. Stepping out of the cot-hold, Shara wrapped her cloak tightly around her. It was very cold, but the wind, which could cut like a knife down the broad avenue back to Ruatha Hold, had died out. She was tired from a long nursing, but the weaver would recover from his accident. She silently thanked Avis once more for the medical information he had left. She had been able to repair the tendon in Possil's hand, something she could not have done 5 turns ago, and to stitch shut the jagged wound. She could honestly tell him that he would have the use of his hand and be as skillful as ever in 2 months' time. A light caught her eye. To the east. Startled, because it was automatic to be fearful of anything coming from the east, she saw shooting stars, long, straight slashes in the dark sky. She stopped in her tracks. These were not like the ghosts of Turnover. For all they'd been bright this year, ghosts lasted a second or two. These were visible longer, almost ribbons in the night sky. One bright spot seemed to linger, then exploded. She blinked. This could not be the result of fatigue after a delicate surgery. Certainly not Thread, she told herself firmly. Thread isn't due to fall anywhere tomorrow, and Thread came down silver gray, like rain, in daylight, not like a streak of fire at midnight. She didn't realize she was running until she was halfway up Ruatha's broad causeway and could hear the fretful whine of the watchword. "McCullen!" she called, remembering from the duty roster who was on guard that night. "I'm not seeing things, am I, Lady Shara?" McCullen's hoarse whisper sounded scared as he leaned over the top of the smaller tower. "If you're seeing long white streamers, you're seeing the same thing I am." She raced up the stairs. "I'm calling Jackson. Go rouse Brand. But it's not Thread, McCullen, and it's not turnover ghosts either." "Ruth! Ruth, wake up!" She felt the very reassuring presence of the white dragon, a sleepy one, in her mind. "Wake Jackson. Tell him to bring his binoculars. There's something he must see. Hurry! And it's cold." McCullen rushed past her to open the great hold door just wide enough to slip through it on his way to wake Steward Brand. Shara stood with her back to the door facing east, hoping that this amazing display would continue long enough for Jackson to see it. There! Another long streamer, shading to a yellow tinge in the tail. The ghosts never had colors. And another. A long drop, and then nothing. "What's the matter?" Jackson hauled the door open. The sound echoed by the opening of a second door in the lower inner courtyard as Ruth poked his head out of his quarters in the old kitchen. The white dragon's eyes began to whirl as he stared at the splashings in the sky. "Shards!" his rider cried, and lifted his binoculars to focus on the display. "What are they? What are they?" "That isn't Thread," Jackson said decisively. "And they're too bright for ghosts. Besides which, according to Wanzer and Aragon, that cometary shower is long past us, and they seem to be coming from one place in the sky. I think. Hard to focus." He propped himself against the doorframe and held his breath. "A little better. Here, brace yourself before you look." He handed the binoculars to her. It took her a moment to alter the focus of double eye. They were a relatively new acquisition, an instrument that Jancis had recently developed. "Oh, they are beautiful. And they are radiating from one spot," she said the last in a fearful tone. Jackson pulled her toward him, moving oddly from one foot to another until she saw his feet were bare. "I said it was cold." "If you're not going to look, I will," he said, taking the binoculars she had lowered from her face. "Oh, Wancer and Aragon are going to want to know about this. How many sparks did you see?" "I wasn't counting," she said tersely. She undid her scarf and put it down. "Stand on this. I'm not nursing you again." Without looking down, Jackson stepped onto the scarf. 8, 9, 10, and then he counted off another 5 rapidly, swinging round as he followed the path of whatever was burning so bright. "Possibly just another cometary tail." "Has Thread ever fallen at night?" Shara asked in a whisper. Jackson shrugged. "Too bad there's no way I can reach Tipple at Crom. He's nearly as dedicated a skywatcher as Master Idarolan, and he's got binoculars too. Maybe he did see it." Jackson took another long look. "Think I'd better have Ruth bespeak Drams to Roth. Cove Hold should be informed. It's early morning dawn there." He was in the act of talking to Ruth when the door behind them opened and Brand came out. The steward saw the long streaks in the sky and stood as transfixed by the sight as everyone else. "How beautiful," he said. Isn't it?" McCullen said, looking up as 5 separate glowing spikes flared out at once. With a jaunty set to his shoulders, he moved past the 3 in the doorway and returned to his post. "Yes, it is," Shara agreed, by now overcoming her initial concern. She eased against Jackson, who tightened his affectionate hold as he offered the binoculars to Brand. "Did you note the time, Brand?" "In passing, Jackson," the steward said, his attention on the sky. "Whatever it is." "Meteors, I suspect, if I remember my astronomy lessons from Avis," Jackson said. "They seem to be flying from east to west, but—" Brand swiveled to follow another shower. "Are they likely to strike the ground?" "Probably burn up in the atmosphere," Jackson said, almost regretfully. "Pretty,"
Ruth said from the courtyard. I have told Taroth. He will tell Duram, who is running around and very excited. Could be this is more widespread than it would seem, Jackson said. Brand, you keep an eye on it, will you? I think I'll get dressed. You can't have been undressed, Shara said somewhat caustically, because she could see his legs encased in the same trousers that he had worn all day. Not completely. He flicked his tunic away so she could see his bare chest. I was waiting for you to get back. Were you able to repair Postle's hand? Thanks to Avis, I was. I may go on to landing, love, Jackson said, but you'd better get some sleep. And you can do without? She asked reproachfully as he guided her into the main hall. You know me. I'll rest when I find out what this is all about. If Dram is running around at Cove Hold, then what we're seeing is more than pretty shooting stars. Same time at Telgar Weir, 4:04 in the morning, local. 1/9/31, present pass. Avis 2553. Honor and old brown Raneth were on night duty at Telgar's rim when the riders saw the tiny sparkles of light low on the horizon in the southeast. He blinked and turned away. Couldn't be the Red Star. He knew too well how that looked. Besides which, it couldn't be in the east. It had been northwest when it had been skewed out of its old orbit by the blast from the 3 old antimatter engines Avis had had the bronze dragons drop in a crevice. It wouldn't ever again be in a position to drop sharding thread on Pern, ever again. No way that sharding thing could bounce back east. He took up the binoculars, now required watchrider equipment, and focused carefully on the sparkles. They were like a shower. Could they be coming from one place before disappearing? That wasn't what the Turn's End ghosts looked like. They were pale and strung out across the sky. Furthermore, the ghosts were much further north, nearer the ice regions. He had an uneasy feeling. Honor rose from his comfortable position on the upper arm of his brown Raneth, eyeglass still focused on the brilliant showers. There was another long one. Definitely not ghosts, burned too long. What is it? Raneth demanded, coming out of his doze. A brown of many turns, he slept when and where he could, but his rider's alarm was palpable. He turned his head in the direction Honor faced and was equally startled, rearing back on his haunches. It is fire, but what could stay alight so high above Pern? I don't know. Honor gulped. Sometimes metal fell from the sky, large enough to cause damage, like the big hole at Circle Runner Station. Knowing that the Dawn Sisters had been the ships that had brought the ancients to Pern had not been easy for Honor to assimilate. Learning about Avis had also been unsettling. He was too old for such complications. He wanted no flaming things falling down before he and Raneth could retire to a warm and comfortable weir on the southern continent. As watchrider, he did have a duty to sound an alarm for any unusual occurrence, and this ranked in that category. Tell Willarth, Honor told Raneth. The old brown rider was glad that the weir leadership of Telgar had changed recently to a younger bronze rider, Jaffrey. Old Ramart had become quite difficult before he'd gone to the southern weir for less onerous duties. Bedella and her queen, who hadn't risen to mate in 3 turns, had gone with him. Tell Ramoth while you're at it. Bendon's supposed to know. I will also tell Taroth at Cove Hold. Yes, tell them too. They should know all about such things. Same time at Bendon Weir, local time, 6:04 in the morning. The watch dragon reared back on his haunches and bugled a warning as bright sparks appeared almost directly overhead in the sky. Since it was nearly dawn in Bendon, a good number of weir folk already breakfasting in the lower cavern were startled by the bugled alert. It coincided with Ramoth giving Lessa Willarth's message from Telgar, so Lessa was on her feet, grabbing at F'lar's tunic to drag him with her. Everyone else present scrambled to the bowl after the weir leaders to see what was happening. Those aren't ghosts, Lessa cried, coming to a stop so abruptly that F'lar had to sidestep. She could see what had alarmed the watch dragon. Long, flaring ribbons in the sky, almost directly above Bendon. One large burst startled everyone,
as if some smaller piece had broken off the bigger ball.
No, they aren't,
F'lar agreed, gazing up, his hands on his weirmate's arms, rubbing them to warm her.
Willerth didn't say they were,
Ramoth reminded her rider. Then she added, surprised,
Ruth says there is something above Ruata that Jackson doesn't think are ghosts either.
By now, every dragon in the weir was peering up at the manifestation, their eyes beginning to whirl with agitation, creating the effects of rings of vivid color around Benden's inner walls. Fëanor and Flessen joined their weir leaders, peering up at the phenomenon just as more flares burst from it.
All the shooting arrows,
and Lessa gestured with her hands,
seem to come from the same source.
I'd like to know what source,
Flessen said, scrubbing at his thick hair, an uncharacteristic frown on his face.
You're the one who studied astronomy,
F'lar remarked, turning his head slightly toward his son, but not taking his eyes off the sprays of brilliant lights.
Not something like that,
Flessen said.
Though it could be a meteor coming through the atmosphere. We do get them. Yes, Circle Runner Station never lets us forget,
Fëanor murmured wryly.
Do we have to worry about it falling on us?
Brecci asked, curling her hand over Fëanor's arm.
Shouldn't it be moving?
Lessa said, becoming a little nervous.
It seems to be hanging right over us.
I'd say that's an illusion, Flessen replied, trying to sound reassuring. He caught F'lar's cocked eyebrow and shrugged. It'll probably disappear in a few moments, though the ghosts usually travel from west to east, noticeably.
They're also paler,
Lessa said.
This one is getting brighter.
She shivered. F'lar dropped his arms across her to provide more warmth than the wintry, early morning light.
It is very high above us,
Ramoth said.
And it is getting brighter.
She blinked the first protective lid across her eyes.
I agree. The winter ghosts are higher still,
Bronze Nemanth added.
Would the Yoko see it, do you think?
Lessa asked. Or is it too far north for the sensors?
Tyroth says that he takes 4 to landing to see,
Ramoth said, sounding surprised. Lessa echoed that surprise when she repeated the message to the other riders grouped around her.
Well, Master Wanser certainly should be there, and that journeyman of his, what's his name?
Aragon, Flessen said.
Aragon, to see what the Yoko reports,
Lessa finished.
I'll go too, for Benden's sake,
Flessen offered gallantly.
Selly?
He caught the arm of his second son, Selasan. Technically, he should call him Slan, as the boy had impressed the Brown 2 turns ago, who had sneaked out to see what was causing the commotion. The boy was as curious as Flessen had been as a youngster.
Run get my flying gear. First table on the left.
The boy raced to obey.
Aragon has that big telescope,
Fëanor said.
He'd have been off watch at dawn,
Flessen said with a grimace. 2 hours ago at least.
Wouldn't he have seen such a phenomenon?
Lessa asked, gesturing overhead. Just as it seemed the splashings were gone, a fresh burst exploded into the pre-dawn sky.
It just couldn't appear out of nowhere, could it?
There have been reports of other such things,
Fëanor said, dismissively enough to reassure Brecci, who was shivering beside him.
Let's go back inside.
It'll go away because it isn't being watched?
Brecci asked, regarding him with an affectionate smile, but she went with him.
Well, I'll find out what Yoko thinks it is,
Flessen said. Summoning Golanth from his ledge, he didn't take his eyes off the long ribbons in the sky as he shrugged into the riding gear Slan had brought him and crammed on his helmet. Thanks, son.
It's not going to fall on the weir?
Slan asked, gulping nervously.
Is it, Wingleader?
Nemanth says not.
F'lar gave his grandson a reassuring look.
Go finish your breakfast, young Slan.
Obediently, the brown rider moved away.
I'd like to see what Yoko reports, F'lar,
Flessen murmured.
It may just be skimming the atmosphere, which is what's causing all the bright trails.
But you're not sure, Lessa said, craning her head around to look at her tall son's face.
No, but there's a great deal about the skies of Pern that I don't know, he admitted, with one of his ingenuous smiles.
I thought you were using those fancy new binoculars you got from Jancis, she said.
So I am, Lessa, so I am, he agreed, as Golanth dropped elegantly to the floor of the bowl just beyond the riders. But they're at Honshu, so we'll go to landing where I can learn what this is all about.
With an agile leap, he vaulted to the back of his bronze. Lessa blinked. "Oh, Talina's Arwith says that Tagellan is going to landing too." "I'm away. Golanth will inform Ramoth." He raised his hand in farewell, and the big bronze ran a few steps to launch himself and abruptly disappeared. "You must have a word with him," Lessa said under her breath to her weirmate, scowling. "Why?" "He shouldn't take off that quickly, and scarcely a wing's span above the ground. He's setting a bad example for the young riders." F'lar grinned, surreptitiously looking around. "No young riders nearby, and it's still too dark for him to have been seen." Lessa glared up at him. "I doubt he checked. For all we know, Slan may have seen. You know how he tries to be like his father." "Let's finish our breakfast, now, while we've a chance." "With that thing still glowing overhead?" "Why not? We've seen the displays. If it starts to drop on us, we're safer in the lower cavern than out here, and it's cold." With that, Lessa agreed, and, with one last look at yet another trio of bright flarings, she huddled close against his warmth on their way back inside. At Harper Hall, 1 a.m, local time. Drum messages from Telgar Hold had roused Sibel. Beside him, Manoli groaned. "Now what?" "Shooting stars, unexpected, confirm." "Confirm what?" Sibel said, pulling his heavy robe from the chair. "At this hour? Couldn't it wait until morning?" Manoli complained sleepily. "Probably," Sibel replied, tying the belt tightly to keep out the cold. "But Larad's not generally nervous." He went to the window of their bedroom. He couldn't see anything in the east, as the cliffs around Fort Hold occluded his view. He did see a light come on up at the hold. "Grog," he said the name to himself. The old lord did not sleep well at night. Sibel sighed. So, he'd hear any drum message and want a full report. "Go back to sleep, Manoli," he said softly, and watched her with the deep and abiding affection he had for his extraordinarily talented mate as she cuddled into the warm spot he had just left. He picked up the handlight, found his fleece-lined house shoes, and made his way through their apartment down the stairs. Ronchin, who was on duty in the hall, was turning on more lights. He pointed out the window, and Sibel saw a figure running down the steps of the hold toward the short tunnel that linked the hold with the hall. Halligan, probably, Grog's usual messenger. He was not particularly surprised to see a dragon settle in the big forecourt of the Harper Hall. He gestured for Ronchin to throw up the bar on the heavy door and open one leaf for their new visitors. "Ruth and Jackson called me to Ruatha," Natan said urgently. "There's a meteor or a comet in the east, showering stuff. Had a look at it through those binoculars of Jackson's. It isn't a late ghost, and for all it's in the east, it most certainly is not a return of the Red Star." "Red Star?" Halligan, just entering the hall, repeated that with scornful incredulity. "Couldn't be. Father thinks the Abominators are up to something." "Not this," Natan said, shaking his head. "I spoke with Shara, as Jackson and Ruth had gone straight to landing. There are reports of seeing these shooting flares from Telgar, Bendon, Cove, and Landing. There'll be more messages in, Sibel, so I thought you ought to be aware." "And what is it?" Halligan asked, straightening hurriedly donned clothes and trying to look more alert than cold and sleepy. "That's what we'll have to find out," Sibel said. He motioned them to go into his office. "Bring us some claw, Ronchin, will you? I'm sure the Harper Hall will be the first to know what's going to keep us up all night." He stirred up the fire and threw more blackstone on it. "It has nothing to do with Abominators, does it?" Halligan asked. "I told Father it couldn't have." "How?" Natan asked with some exasperation. Lord Grog had been seeing Abominators in anything unusual. He strode to the big map of Pern hanging on the wall and pointed as he explained. "Watchrider at Telgar saw it, and at the same time it appeared to be directly overhead at Bendon, visible from Cove Hold and Landing. That would make it very high up, probably above the atmosphere. I doubt even Avis could have rigged such a display over such an immense distance. So tell Lord Grog to discard any notion of an Abominator scheme. Ramoth said Golanth and Flessin have gone to Landing. They'll report directly to her. We'll know as soon as she does." Halligan's face was thoughtful, obviously trying to figure out what to say to allay his father's alarm when Manoli, well wrapped in a robe, arrived with a tray of steaming cups of claw. "I didn't mean to wake you," Sibel said. "You didn't, but Halligan's boots did,
and she gave the holder a mock angry scowl as she passed cups around. "You're very good to Lord Grog, you know," she added in quiet approval. "And it has to have come from beyond Pern," Sibyl said. "Abominators cannot have contrived that." "Whatever it is," Manali said cheerfully, handing Halligan his cup of claw, "the Abominators will be sure that somehow Avis arranged it turns ago." "How?" demanded the three men in chorus. She shrugged. "Or maybe the Red Star is on its way back. You know how many people feel that we should never have tampered with it in the first place." Landing. Local time 10:12, mid-morning. Pairs of fire lizards blanketed the air above landing as F'lar arrived. They were volatile at any time, and, on this morning, were exceedingly raucous and flying in intricate, acrobatic displays, screaming in cacophonous descants. Their antics did not, however, obscure the next burst from the object in the sky. It amazed F'lar that the phenomenon of a fireball, which could seem directly above Bendon, could be visible in almost the same position here at landing. It was brighter, which meant, he thought, that it was very bright indeed to be seen in daylight over landing, and casting odd shadows coming from the west, which was eerier. He hoped that Yoko would have noted the increase in its magnitude. Could it be a comet swooping down so close to Pern? Hopefully, he thought, on a hyperbolic orbit that would give everyone a beautiful display, a bad fright, and then disappear, still shedding part of its mass. Unusual. Most unusual. Exhilarating, too, in a scary way. He saw more dragons emerge from between and recognized Monarch with green path on his right. So, Monaco Bay was curious, too. A host more of dragons appeared. These were occluding his view of the fireball, clearly visible on the northeastern horizon. He shouldn't waste any time getting to the interface office and Yoko's screens. He wondered how long the old ship's telemetry had been monitoring it. This would be much more interesting than astronomy accounts of things that had happened a long time in the past. "Put me down, Golly." "There are too many people," Golanth said, back-winging strongly as he was unable to find enough space in the dense swarm of people in front of admin, nervous fire lizards dipping and flitting above them. "They'll move." F'lar had to see the thing, the fireball, whatever it was, land. "They've nowhere to move to," Golanth told him. Cursing under his breath, F'lar examined the mass of heads and bodies, the ring of guards around the door preventing entry. It would take time to push through that crowd, and he was boiling with eagerness to see Yoko's telemetry reports. "Land on the roof." "But I'm heavy." "Just get me close enough to drop on it." F'lar swung his right leg over the last neck ridge, slightly swaying with Golanth's maneuvering to get directly over the roof. Golanth raised his foreleg. This was an exercise rider and dragon had perfected in drill for use when the dragon couldn't land and the rider had to reach the ground. F'lar smoothly dropped to the sturdy forearm, his feet dangling in the air as he let his hands slide down to Golanth's paw, hanging on to the talons. "Right over the entrance. I'll just drop to the ground. Someone will break my fall." His right foot connected with something solid. He dropped to all fours on the roof, sliding down backward until his feet caught on the drain, slipped on that, and slithered until his knees lodged briefly in the rain gully. "Drop, Dragonrider!" someone below him shouted. "We'll catch you!" Hands tugged at the toes of his boot. He went limp, committed to the downward fall. Instantly his ankles were caught, then hands fastened on his knees, letting him down, supporting his thighs. In the next moment he was on his feet, being congratulated and enthusiastically thumped for the success of his daring stunt. "Made it," he said somewhat smugly to Golanth, who was hovering above. "Thanks, he said, skewing around to those behind him and then turned to the door. "Bendon Weir's orders," he said to the two guards who were preventing anyone from entering. The crowd behind was bombarding him with a babble of questions. "I'm F'lar, let me in!" he shouted above the tumult. They did, immediately resuming their defensive postures. F'lar strode forward, wondering how much time that stunt had taken, opening his jacket and peeling the helmet off. "She's here," Golanth said. "Which she?" "Both of them. She studies stars, you know. She has shared night watches at Cove Hold."
Then please inform Zorant that Flessen requires her rider's assistance in the interface office. Flessen turned back to the door guards. The Monaco Weir Leader's on his way in. He had to shout to be heard above the babble outside. See that Green Rider Ty comes in too, as quickly as possible. Then to all the others shouting questions he smiled and waved, saying, We'll sort it all out and report to you shortly. Menard said he saw how you got in, Flessen. They'll try it. Maybe Miriam will break a leg, Flessen muttered, feeling uncharitable toward her. As he continued, he nodded in a blithe, unconcerned manner to a knot of anxious men and women at the other end of the reception area, and hurried down the right-hand hall to the Yokohama interface offices. At the end of that hall, the door to the Avis chamber was open. He felt the usual grab at his throat when he saw the blank screen that had once given humans access to the most amazing intelligence on Pern. He swallowed the lump and turned left into the room where, 7 turns ago, he had learned how to build a computer. There had been significant additions to the original office, of course, to deal with all the data sent down from the Yokohama, the one remaining colony ship. Ordinarily, the office was pleasantly busy, people at the 4 banks of workstations that were arranged back to back in the center of the large room. Now, an odd, anticipatory silence dominated the room as all eyes were trained on the wall monitor, which Flessen couldn't see from the door. You can't come, began the burly door guard, whom Flessen recognized as Tunj, one of the regular men. He skipped aside and explained with soft intensity. Sorry, Bronze Rider, but everyone and his flailers has been trying to get in here since that thing in the sky was spotted. Tunj was impressed and scared. Flessen made a quick survey of those in the room. Where was Wanser? Surely Lytol and Dram had got him here so the phenomenon could be described to him. Master Wanser? He murmured to Tunj. Oh, him? With a quick grin, Tunj jerked his head back down the corridor. Him and Lord Lytol and Bronze Rider Dram are in the conference room. There's a big screen there, too, you know, so they could tell him what information's being processed. Directly across the room, one of the smaller monitors was blinking the legend, PHO, P-H-O. Flessen shook his head, trying to remember what the initials stood for. Possibly hazardous object? Why had he assumed that the bright light was a comet? Below the title, and counter-analysis, were 8 columns, headed Estimated Time to Perigee, Distance, Velocity, Probability, Atmosphere Breakup, Impact Error Latitude, and Longitude. These were showing numbers that altered rapidly, either decreasing or, in the case of longitude, increasing. As Flessen watched, the estimated time perigee ticked over to 5,800. That display gave him another frisson of apprehension. When had that clock started ticking down? He'd come as fast as he could without timing it, but then he hadn't anticipated that this could be a real crisis. He inched carefully along the wall, moving people who were almost unaware of being manipulated, so intent were they upon the monitor's reports. He recognized several as off-duty technicians. Being tall, he eased into a spot in the corner and still had a clear view of the monitor. In front of him, Steinar, the duty officer, was standing with the barrel-chested man of medium height, dark-haired with a handsome hooked nose, whom Flessen recognized as Aragon, Wanser's assistant. Shouldn't he have been in a conference room? Flessen chided himself. Lytol and Dram could explain adequately to Wanser, but Aragon was needed in here, interpreting the Yoko's telemetry. When this was over, he'd undoubtedly report to Master Wanser the more technical details of this unusual occurrence. The two were intent on the visual transmitted to landing by Yoko. At maximum magnification, Yoko showed a small image of the nucleus, impeded in clouds of dust. Yoko added another window, attempting to trace it back to its original orbit. Details came up as semi-major axis, 33.712. Period, 195.734. Eccentricity, 0.971. Perihelion, 0.953 AU. Inclination, 103.95 degrees. But Flessen, knowing all these figures would be available later, concentrated on the comet, now resolving jets and debris. Yes, it must be a comet. That would explain its slowing with respect to the stars. Outgassing can push a comet about, making an estimate of its orbit even harder. Furthermore, with the long axis running from the northwest to the southeast, who could tell? It may skid across our atmosphere and disappear south, thought Flessen hopefully. Yet another working window opened, labeled Searching. Images of what Flessen knew to be Pernese space flashed past, the streaking orbits of some of the minor planets against the background of northern hemisphere stars. "What's all that about?" Steiner asked Aragon, who was blinking at the rapidly altering display. "I'd hazard to guess that it's searching for any old images of the comet. It is possible, you know," Aragon went on, frowning at the speed of the search pattern, "that the comet originated in the Oort cloud." His grin was forced. "It might even have been seen by our ancestors." "Really?" Aragon sighed, flicking his attention to some of the other sidebars. "We have a lot of material to review, you know, just for our home system." "Ah, yes," and he pointed back to the search. "The material we're seeing was released from the comet 2-3 weeks ago. Here we go," he added, intent on the newest sidebar readings. At that point, Aragon visibly tensed, leaning slightly forward on the balls of his feet in an attitude that confirmed Flessen's bad feelings about the alteration in probability of impact. He wasn't certain that the ellipse error of impact was reassuring. Unless the comet suddenly pulled itself up in an escape parabola, estimate to perigee decreasing. 1,500 seconds, or 25 minutes, Flessen told himself. He also didn't like standing around, watching, in a room full of people who didn't seem to realize what could happen. The tension was palpable, but all everyone was so focused on was the screen, too scared to ask questions or to break into the concentration of Steiner or Aragon. New figures at 1,200 seconds from the Yoko's synchronic orbit over Pern gave coordinates of range 71,377 kilometers, Yoko latitude 45 IN, Yoko longitude 118.4. The magnitude was -5, which was bright enough and getting brighter, and the fireball was suddenly moving a degree every minute. He stepped right beside Steiner and Aragon. "Where will it impact?" Flessen murmured for their ears only. "We still don't know that it will," Steiner said softly, restlessly shifting his feet, turning his head sideways so that his words just reached Flessen. "There's a 300-kilometer range error," Aragon said, as if that was significant. "Where?" Steiner demanded. "Right now, the range extends along the further eastern island ring." "On the islands themselves, or in the sea?" Steiner took the hand control unit from his pocket and punched in a command. The monitor opened a small window in the right corner, while the probability impact percentage rose steadily into the 50s and the error ellipse got smaller. The new window showed the eastern sea as it must be seen from Yoko, and the scattered islands of both eastern rings. A wide band was superimposed over the upper islands. "Looks more like the islands," Steiner said with a little shrug. Flessen knew that the islands were uninhabited, too far out in the eastern ring sea to be attractive for anyone, even Torek, to hold, except whichever island currently housed the Abominator exiles, and no one but Natan knew where that was. "I don't like that," Aragon said, stiffening. "Why?" "Those islands are all volcanic. An impact on them might trigger eruptions all along that chain," he said, pointing. "Then we'll just hope it falls in the sea," Steiner said with a slightly nervous laugh. "That will produce other hazards," Aragon said solemnly. Flessen caught his breath. He had seen volcanoes erupt. The one Pimer had discovered off the westernmost tip of Southern Hold blew up periodically, sending clouds of gray ash to blot the sun and stifle even the rich tropical vegetation. The one in the near eastern ring, which the ancients had called Young Mountain, liked to send immense boulders skyward and great lava flows down its side, spinning burning chunks onto its neighbors. The islands that the comet was heading for were much larger, and he shuddered at the thought of all of them becoming active. They would cause tidal waves, which could have a disastrous effect on coastal areas, like Monaco. "It could still just graze," Aragon murmured to Steiner, in a tone that gave Flessen no confidence in that possibility at all. He glanced up at the legend, numbers whirring into new configurations all the time as Yoko telemetry updated them. "It's only got a few minutes to change course," Flessen said. Aragon glanced at him, blinking, as if he'd forgotten the bronze rider's presence. "Did you know your weir leaders are in the conference room with Master Wanzer? Lessa and F'lar were also here? When and why had they arrived?" Obscurely, he was glad they had, especially the way this event was proceeding. Lessa and F'lar were also here, Flessen thought. When and why had they arrived? Obscurely, he was glad they had, especially the way this event was proceeding. "No, but I'd rather be in here and know the worst," Flessen said, watching Aragon's shoulders twitch in startled reaction to the last word. "Where will it hit us?" "We don't know yet," but Flessen saw Aragon's eyes flick to the impact probability, which flickered onto the 60% mark. All three men caught their breath as the percentage jumped in a matter of seconds to 100%. "That's still a consequence of the grazing impact," Aragon said, but Flessen didn't think he believed that. "The ellipse is shrinking. Can you adjust Yoko's visuals?" On the map in the right-hand corner, the figures flickered in latitude and longitude, following the last downward plunge of the comet. Filling that screen at maximum magnification, the tuber-like shape of the comet nucleus showed geysers and jets blowing into space. Chunks broke off, floating slowly away. Flessen was amazed, since he knew the speed at which the comet was traveling, and that eerie, almost dignified breakup of its parts was like a gather dance. "It's going to miss," Steiner whispered, unconsciously pushing both hands in a deflecting motion. "Just a few more degrees." Aragon, too, was taut, as if, by exerting sufficient willpower, he could shift the plummeting fireball south and east. "It's got to be far enough away." Flessen was adding his tension in an unconscious effort to effect a descent that no effort could now alter. Flessen found himself squinting at the sudden brightness of the picture, the brightness of sunlit sea or the comet. The magnitude of its dust trail now registered an eye-blinding intensity of -9. A new message imposed itself prominently. 120 seconds to perigee, 105 seconds to impact. The monitor altered abruptly, darkening, and Flessen saw the line on the sidebar that indicated Yoko was displaying a constructed image made up of the optical, infrared, microwave, and other print capabilities that Aragon had once tried to describe to Flessen. The nucleus of the comet looked suddenly darker, but the reduction of the glare relieved his eyes. Ominously, the message now read 60 seconds to atmosphere. Another read 20 seconds to impact, angle 12 degrees, magnitude of dust trail -9. People splayed fingers in front of their eyes. The glare-reduced optical version saved them from the splintering whiteness that erupted, which the monitor hastily continued to reduce. A screen flicked to a new image, identified as synthetic radar, as Yoko attempted a way to see through the clouds. 20 seconds couldn't have elapsed, Flessen thought, and then realized that Yoko was slightly behind in its reporting. Where had it impacted? The island chain or the sea? No one spoke. All seemed to be holding their breath. The silence was broken by printers churning out reams of hard copy that fell unnoticed into baskets or spilled to the floor. As the comet was spilling its substance onto the sea? Flaming molten debris down on the nearest ring islands? Even the image on the screen seemed to recoil from the incredible brightness. Squinting through his fingers, Flessen saw the radar image showing the surface topography and a series of rings on the ocean. Waves traveled outward from the impact point, immediately followed by a much higher fountain of water as the sea fell back into the impact crater. Then he had the distinct impression of a wall moving out with astonishing speed, and saw a column of red-brown steam spreading down to the sea with black bits whirling up and out, and then vast billows rushing out from it across the sea. Still, the silence in the interface office was broken only by machines doing what they were programmed to do: disgorge columns of figures. The human observers struggled to absorb what they had just seen, were still witnessing as retinal afterimages, the creation of a storm of staggering proportions, blossoming up and outward. Steams, gas vapor, and whatever the head of the fireball had been composed of were part of the storm. The fireball had extinguished itself and then hit the sea, Flessen repeated, making his mind believe what his eyes had seen. It made a hole, which made a wave, which fell back and sent up a fountain of water. Abruptly, the data on the screen changed. Impactor summary. Probable cometary origin. Impact velocity 58.51 kilometers per second. Dimensions 597 times 361 times 452 meter ellipsoid. Volume 51 million cubic meters. Average density 0.33, plus or minus 0.11. Total mass 17 million tons. Derived impact energy 29.7 exajoules. Explosive equivalent 7.4 gigatons. 15 degrees northern latitude, 12 degrees east longitude. It came down in the sea. Steiner's sigh of relief held a triumphant note. Ramoth saw this too, Golanth told his rider in a muted tone. That's when Flessen recalled that Aragon had said that the Bendon Weir leaders and Wanser had been watching this on the conference room screen. His memory started to recall sentences, paragraphs, and irrelevant details. They weren't all that lucky, after all, that the comet had missed the volcanic islands. A huge mass like that hitting open sea would cause a great deal of trouble. There'd be a shock wave, wouldn't there? In how many more minutes? How much damage would that cause? Was landing far enough away? Monaco Bay was at sea level. It'd be flooded to the hills, and they were a long way up the sloping beachfront. He tried to calm these thoughts, to resurrect the necessary information from lessons now long past. A cold fear in his guts increasing with every second, Flessen peered at the screen as the cloud boiled red-brown to occlude what was actually happening. They ought to know what was happening at sea level, the bronze rider thought. There was something... Everyone in the office had now recovered their wits and their tongues. If everyone around him would only stop babbling excitedly about this spectacular event, he could think. Where was Ty? She might know. She should be here. So should Tegelen. The coast of the southern continent was not going to escape the effects of something so big dropping at that speed. Suddenly, the view on the screen altered, not only dropping the infrared screen, but also presenting a new perspective, well back from the impact site. A discernible wave, a darkness of water, was moving outward, just faster than the flat-topped clouds boiling up and out. More data was being presented in margins. Flessen blinked, unable to decipher the critical messages given. Flessen kept his eyes on the screen. The Yoko adjusted its viewpoint by pulling back at speed, back beyond the hump of one of the big rainforest islands just north of the impact point. It was burning. Burning? Oh, yes, memory informed Flessen. The thermal flare of the comet would cause flash fires with the heat of its passing. We're very, very lucky, someone muttered. It didn't hit any landmass. No, we're not lucky, Flessen said savagely, watching the dark, watery circle expand. That island's on fire. Then he pointed to the map in the right-hand corner. The one due south will be burning too, and look at that gap between them. There'll be sea pouring through that gap, circling out, spreading, and coming straight down to the southern coastline in a wall of water. He paused, uncertainly trying to recall the specific term. Tsunami. Ty's soft, shocked voice behind him in the silence of the interface office gave Flessen the word he had been trying to remember. She stood with Tegelen and Miriam against the wall. He hadn't even seen them arrive. She stared with awed fear and fascination at what the monitor depicted. The distant cloud expanded sideways and skyward, and the surface of sea was reacting in its depths and sending ominous black undulations out in all directions. And something swirled up and over the rainforest island. Then the view retreated to show a new aspect, where the island had been subsumed, and a thick line of debris. The lush, huge trees, some 30 meters tall, were now just sea wrack, bobbing until finally they would be tossed up on beaches as jetsam. The dark circle continued to spread outward, westward. East, too, Flessen now realized, though the cloud obscured that fact. He checked with the radar screen, and yes, the rings were heading east and south right at unprotected lowlands, possibly as far as the Hook Islands, and certainly speeding right toward the lovely little bays that dotted the Monaco coast, and Monaco Bay itself, the harbor, the busy boatyard with sheds, pier, and cot-holds. And Cove Hold? Would the Carraine Cape protect it? That's what a tsunami does to what's in its way, Flessen said, pointing to the wreckage, the shocking disappearance of two substantial islands. A shaft of cold, deep fear engulfed his bones. He urgently signaled Ty to join him. Tsunami? Miriam echoed, in a surprise tinged with denial, fear, and resentment. She lifted her hand to stop Ty, but Flessen scowled at her as he waved the green rider to his side. I thought tsunami occurred with sea or earthquakes, Golanth said, stunned. Tsunami can also occur when something very hot and heavy falls out of the sky, Aragon said in the tone of someone who wishes he did not have to announce such news. And a comet just did. He pointed to the grim impactor summary figures. Flessen shook his head, unable to deal with such incredible quantities as a mass of 17 million tons and a derived impact energy of 29.7 exajoules. Now that was a typically esoteric Avis word. He was almost relieved to see Aragon and Steiner were also struggling to put such terms into Pernese contexts. "What does all that mean?" Miriam asked, her tanned skin pale. In all the turns he had known her, Flessen had never seen this confident woman so scared. Aragon swiveled on his heel, giving her such a piercing look that she recoiled slightly against Golanth. He gave his head a final shake, took a deep breath, and regarded the Monaco Weir leader. "I don't know how big the tsunami will be. That depends on the shoreline and what might deflect or diffract it. But Monaco," he pointed to the map still up in the right-hand corner of the big screen, "will be inundated. Flooded." He gestured with his fingers west, north, and east. "The force of the impact will send the tsunami in every direction." He shook his head again, as much in denial as emphasis. Then he took Flessen by the sleeve with one hand as he reached out for Golanth with the other, giving the Weir leader's shoulder a resolute shake. His expression was filled with compassion. "You must evacuate the coastal holds to the hills, to high ground, the harbor, too." He put a hand to his forehead, obviously marshalling his thoughts. "Steiner, are there maps of the coastlines we can access?" "There are," said a gruff new voice, rising above the stutter of printers and the low, anxious murmuring of frightened people in the office. "And I have them." Master Idarolan stood in the doorway. Miriam wasn't the only one to stare blankly at him. Flessen felt a sense of relief. They'd need the retired master fisherman more right now than at any time in his resourceful life. Fleetingly, he realized that the captain had probably been taking his usual morning weather scan. The deck of his hold in Nerat was above the sea, facing east, and he might well have seen the comet. If it had been visible at Bendon Weir, it had probably been visible to anyone looking in the right direction. Master Idarolan could have seen it from Nerat's ankle. "But how—" Flessen stammered. "The Weir leaders required my presence," and Idarolan winked at Flessen before turning to Golanth. "You have a lot to do, Weir leader, and we won't stand in your way. You bronze riders," he paused significantly, "you will need to make good time," and he stressed that word, "to get all accomplished, or so the Bendon Weir leaders inform me and you." He made a sweeping gesture for the Dragonriders to make their exits. As they started to move, he added, "Warn Portmaster Zewi to ring the dolphin bell and get any ships in harbor out to sea. It won't be as dangerous offshore." They were out the door by then, hearing his gruff voice saying, "And I need your best mathematician and the use of a computer that isn't talking to the Yokohama." "Does that mean we're to time it?" Miriam asked Golanth in a hushed tone as soon as they were past Tunj, who had not recovered from the multiple shocks. "What else?" Flessen asked, right behind her, hauling Ty along beside him. "How else could we do what is to be done?" Golanth added, as he dragged his weir-mate into a near run. "Yes, Ramoth just confirmed it to Monarth." "But what do we do first?" Miriam demanded in a scared voice. "Monarth's bespeaking Talina Zarwith. I've told her to take 4 wings at once to Monaco Bay to warn Portmaster Zewi and to start moving people to safety." "The dolphins will be safe?" Ty asked. Miriam shot her a furious look. "We have to think about the weir. It's spread out all over." Despair made her flush. "So many people." "The dolphins will know what to do," Flessen said, taking a firmer grip on Ty's arm, hurrying her along. "If we can time it," and he couldn't resist grinning at the permission, "we will make the time we need." "But our weir's no more than 50 meters from the sea," and Miriam's voice rose with anxiety, her face pale under her tan. "On low-lying ground." "Weir folk are a lot better at taking orders than holders or crafters," Ty said, for once the one to reassure. "And all those sea holders!" Miriam gasped at the enormity of the task ahead of them. "I've maps in my office of every holding that looks to Monaco," Golanth said as they strode, ever faster under the impetus of their anxieties, toward the back door. The guards at the front entrance were now shouting that there was an emergency. Specialists to stand right, other volunteers mustered to the left. Landing itself was completely safe here in the foothills, except from the shock wave. When would that be hitting them? We'll warn them all. How long ago did you leave? Flessen asked as Tgelin straight-armed the door open, holding it for the others to exit. We can go back as soon as you left. Get a bit of a head start. I don't know, Tgelin said, startled. When we finally made it into the office, time remaining stood at 4870. I remember that. An hour and a half ago? As well as the time we wasted talking, Flessen said. Had so little time elapsed, and yet it had seemed so long, watching the stunning visuals as mere curiosity in a bright point in Bendon's morning sky turned into a planetary disaster at midday in landing. Ramoth says only bronze riders are to manage timings, Golanth said, his tone awed. Tgelin gave a sharp bark of laughter, glancing over his shoulder at the Bendon wing leader. So, which of us has more experience timing? Not a point to argue, Flessen said. Let's do it. All we need are our dragons. There wasn't enough room for 4 dragons, even if 2 were green, to land on the area outside the rear door, and the guard was goggle-eyed at the flurry of so many wings. Next avenue over, Flessen told his bronze. Tell Zaranth. This way, Ty, between the buildings. Meet you there. He raised his voice so Tgelin would hear over the noise of Monarth's descent. Path crammed herself against one wall to drop as close as she could to Mirim. He glanced at his watch before he drove his fist into the sleeve of his flying jacket. Golanth, see the comet as we saw it coming into land. Flessen and Ty ran through the space between buildings that had become classrooms for the many youngsters studying at landing. Golanth was in the act of putting his feet down when Flessen leaped to the forearm and vaulted astride. As the bronze immediately began to ascend, Flessen caught the sight of Ty astride Zaranth's back. Golanth, tell Zaranth to take her coordinates from you, Flessen said, not even bothering to close his flying jacket or jam his helmet on his head. Maybe the seconds between would cool him down from the heat that he hadn't even noticed in the interface office. He concentrated on timing it, and Golanth took them between. In the conference room at landing, 1-9-31, present pass, Avis. Once again, landing had become a command center, Lessa thought. Though she could wish it otherwise, she would be happier as well as more useful here than at Bendon Weir. It had been Ruth's query to her through Ramoth that made her wonder if perhaps that bright spark in the sky, still hanging overhead at Bendon, was dangerous. Tiroth had already brought Wanzer, Lytol, and Dram to landing. Maybe the Bendon Weir leader should join them, if only to see what the old Starmaster had to say about this intruder. Steinar was quite willing to turn on the screen in the conference room so that Lytol and Dram could describe what was happening to the blind Wanzer. He could still distinguish light from dark, but no details. Despite his blindness, he had cultivated an uncanny ability to locate other people in the same room with him, sometimes calling them by name when they came near. His round face with its opaque eyes had lit up with an extraordinary smile when Lessa and F'lar entered. Lessa! How did you know? Lessa asked, swiftly moving to take both his hands in hers. She had half a mind to give him a kiss for his unqualified welcome. My dear Lessa, wherever you go there is a vibrancy that is unmistakable. And then, he chuckled, you wear a fragrance that is unique. He held out his right hand toward F'lar and returned the strong grip. Craggy-faced Lytol and Dram, whose weathered skin was nearly the color of his bronze's hide, had risen at their entry, and now Lytol was holding a chair for her, one facing the screen with its view of what the Yoko was seeing. Is all this serious? Lessa asked, taking the seat and noting a bewildering amount of baffling information scrolling down one side of the monitor. The fireball that had seemed almost directly overhead was now coming straight at them, even from Yoko's altitude above the surface. It could be, Wanzer said. Aragon is watching with Steinar, and of course we now have you here. He smiled. Do go on, Lytol. Any new information on that error ellipse? Some of this will be very technical, Lessa, Lytol said courteously, reseating himself before he leaned close to Wanzer to describe the scene and recite the numbers that were flowing down the side of the monitor. Beside her, F'lar gave it his attention, though he, too, she noticed, scowled subtly. The complicated astronomical data was beyond him. Someone brought in a tray of claw and meat rolls, and, eyeing the screen warily, departed as quickly as possible. There was a degree of fear in the girl's manner that troubled Lessa. She was accustomed to listen to her instincts. As she served Dram a cup of claw, she bent close to his ear. What would happen if that fireball came down anywhere? Clearly that possibility had occurred to the old bronze rider. "It could be a miss," he whispered softly. "A near one?" Lessa said, hazarding her opinion. "We can hope so," he replied, shifting his position in his chair. "Yoko hasn't displayed any information about its size, but it's clearly a large object." "Flaming," she said sardonically. "So it will make a large hole and shake the surface." The ram gave her a startled glance. "We don't know that it will impact Lady Lessa. Let's think of the worst that could happen, and then we can be pleasantly surprised." "Fortunately, there's a lot of sea for it to cross," he murmured. "Then it's best if it falls into water and does no harm." His eyes widened. "It will cause harm. If it falls, there will be tidal waves of tremendous force, flooding all low coastal areas and surging inland. You remember the high waves caused by the last eruption of Palmer's volcano?" "Indeed, but the hurricane of 2 turns ago caused a great deal more havoc." Ram thinned his lips. "This would cause more widespread damage, believe me. That is," he amended hastily, "if the worst should happen." He paused, frowning and twisting his lower lip between 2 fingers. Looking her full in the eyes, he added, "But if we know about it, we could prepare, evacuate." "We? Meaning Dragonriders?" He nodded quickly. "People could be lifted to higher ground before the wall of waves reaches them." Maps hung on the conference walls behind them. She skewed herself around and saw the big map that Avis had called a Mercator projection. "Faulty," she remembered him saying, "in that the polar areas are larger than their actual size, but it gives you a coherent grasp of the disposition of land and sea masses." She wished with all her being that somehow Avis's deep, quiet voice would issue from the speakers, informing them how to deal with this crisis. But Avis was gone. Whatever problem this fireball presented was theirs, and Dram had suggested a way in which they could, in an emergency, reduce the potential damage. Master Idarolin had once told her about seeing a huge wall of water drowning an island. A tsunami, he called it. "If it's coastline we need to protect, we will need Master Idarolin's experience and knowledge," she murmured to Dram. "He still has his charts of deep harbors and shallow moorings." "What are you two whispering about, Lessa?" F'lar asked, as quiet-spoken as they. "If that thing," she gestured to the fireball, and it suddenly looked a lot less amusing, "falls on us, we need to be prepared." "But," F'lar began. "Besides," she went on, intensifying her glance at him and giving an indolent shrug, "even if it misses, this is a phenomenon that would fascinate Idarolin. He'll see it better from here than from his deck at Nirat's ankle." "You say," and Wanzer's light voice turned excited, "that the probability reads 58%? "Go, F'lar, and give Idarolin enough time," she said, stressing the word, "to bring all the records he might need." "I'll be," F'lar grinned at her, "right back." Lessa glanced over at the wall clock. 11:35. "Is he going to—" Dram began, stopping in surprise. "But you don't encourage—" "No, I don't. But as I said, if we prepare for the worst, we can be pleasantly, rather than unpleasantly surprised. Something about that." She regarded the fireball. "When a dragon's eyes are that color, she's at her most dangerous." Dram looked at the screen. "Yes, you're right." 7 elapsed minutes later, when the clock registered 11:42, F'lar and Idarolin swung into the conference room. Both of them were laden with bags of chart rolls and looked as if they had been running. Idarolin's eyes swept those gathered, then were held by the monitor as he swung his burden to the tabletop. "I see that I am in time," his roughened seaman's voice caressed the word, "to be of use." "Oh yes, Idarolin, yes, I'm glad you're here," Wanzer said excitedly. "I don't think the cometary fragment is going to miss us." He sounded as if this were an achievement to be relished. "What's the object's magnitude right now?" "It's sending a brightness of -8, Idarolin exclaimed and sat down heavily, ignoring his paraphernalia. "I'm glad I did some calculations before I came." He swung about. "Where's Aragon?" "Interface office," Lytol said as repressively as he could, trying to concentrate on giving Wanzer at least some of the readings. "It will hit us then, won't it?" Lessa murmured. "Yes, I fear so, Wanser said, all his initial enthusiasm and excitement lost in acceptance of that reality. They were all silent as the screen depicted that catastrophe was on its way to them. Master Idarolin was the first to recover his wits. "I'll need the help of your best mathematicians," he said, hunting through the bundles on the table and selecting a tightly wrapped tube of papers. "Monaco must be evacuated first. I don't know how long they will have. 2, maybe 3 hours. Lessa stood also and clasped the hand holding the papers. "Tell the Dragonriders there that I want them to make—" She paused to impress that on him. His eyes twinkled as he took her meaning. "Time to accomplish what needs to be done." Monaco Weir, 10:22 morning. Timing it. Golanth and Zaranth were hovering at tree level above the wide clearing that surrounded the large, long building that was Monaco Bay Weir. The space was big enough to accommodate many dragons, Flessen thought. Then he winced. So much time was consumed by doing safe landings and takeoffs. They had no time to waste right now. As Golanth sank to the ground in front of the Weir center, Flessen caught one glimpse of the sea, tranquil and pale green, and a bright streak slightly north and east of Monaco Bay. "As much as I wanted to see that comet, I may wish I never had," Flessen remarked ironically. "Zaranth's rider said that too." "Well, tell Zaranth to remember the position. We can use it as a handy time mark today." Despite the speed with which dragon and rider exchanged the comments, Monarth arrived 2 inches above ground. Without waiting for the bronze to touch ground, Tegelen was sliding off and racing up the steps to the wide porch, shouting orders, banging on doors as he went down the wide porch that surrounded the weirhold. Path landed even closer to the steps, Miriam dropping right onto the porch and scrambling to the nearest wide door. "But you just left," a woman exclaimed, coming out of the Weir's main building. "Well, we're back, and there's an emergency, Dilla," Miriam said, going to the bell and rigorously pulling its rope. "Come on, Ty, we can start evacuating the children. You can help too, Flessen, while Gel gets the maps." She raced inside, and Flessen heard her announcing the crisis to all within. Typical Miriam, he thought, but at least she was over the panic that had seized her in the interface office. Immediately there were screams, sobs, shouts, and general confusion. The loudest complaint was, "There's bread to be baked!" "How far inland is safe?" Flessen cried, catching Ty before she could follow Miriam indoors. "They can get high enough in 20 minutes fast walking." Ty pointed toward a well-used path that led around one corner. "Not much time for packing, but we'll need some things." She wavered for a moment on the threshold, looking beyond the clearing, then sighed and shrugged her shoulders, hurrying on inside. Miriam's shrill voice was organizing the Weir folk inside, while others, alarmed by the tolling bell, were racing in on the various paths to find out what was wrong. Just then, a crowd of half-grown boys and girls came swarming to the end of the porch, joining the other worried Weir folk. "The Weir must be evacuated," he told them. "I told you that fireball was bad luck," one of the older boys told the others. "How could it make the sea burn?" a girl demanded, looking to the bronze rider for an answer. "It won't," Flessen said authoritatively. "Don't make guesses. Right now you need to do what you're told." He gave them his best reassuring grin. "This is going to be an adventure. You've got to get to your own weirs. Pack as much as you can, as quickly as you can. No more than you can carry. Tell everyone to make for the heights." He pointed to the path Ty had indicated. "You need to be at least 200 meters from the shore, up into the grove of fellis trees." He gave the bell another clanging to reinforce the urgency, and those who had heard what he had to tell them dispersed in seconds, running in all directions. Miriam came out, herding little ones in front of her, helped by her sturdy son Gelem, while other Weir women followed her, some carrying sacks and bundles. Ty had one arm burdened with packs, and the other around a screaming toddler. "Ty, get aboard Zaranth, and I'll hand the babies up to you. Flessen, use the safety straps to tie them to her." "Oh, do stop screaming, Vessa," Miriam said to the hysterical child behind her. "Flessen, get her aboard Golanth. She can hold another once she's on his back. He can follow Zaranth to the heights with this lot, then come back for another. It's too far for them to make it on their own." Miriam's bossy streak was in full operation, Flessen thought, as he hoisted the hysterical mother up to Golanth, while Miriam handed her her child, and started passing up sacks and bundles. Ty placed the screaming toddler on Zaranth's neck, an action that instantly silenced it. She leaped astride, and took the others Miriam lifted up to her. "I'm ready," Ty cried. "Follow Zaranth, golly." "Of course." I know we're responsible for all of Monaco, but I can work better if I know our folk are safe, Miriam said, excusing her actions. While Golanth's gone, you can help me organize the others inside. We have cradlers to take too. Will Golanth mind?
Not likely, Flessen said. Even his dragon would not thwart Miriam in this mood or under these circumstances. Fortunately, Miriam was already on her way back inside the room and did not see how close to the ground both Green and Bronze had been when they went between. Think of the time they saved, he told himself.
You can go on path,
he heard her saying, and she nearly ran him down on her return with 3 older women barely able to move for the things they were clutching.
Flessen, we'll need rope to tie the cradles to Golanth over in that closet.
We have some time to spare, Miriam, he told her as he complied. Golanth, carry cradles? Well, who better?
I'll send these off on my path. She knows where to go. Flessen, when you've got the ropes, put them on the porch. The tanner journeyman needs your help with his materials, and we've rolls of fabric in the loft we simply must save.
There's Monarth doing nothing, Flessen muttered under his breath, but he got the ropes, put them on the porch, and went to the assistance of the crafter, who was trying to carry too many hides, as well as various tools, and dropping things. And where was Tegelen with his maps? By the time much of the weir's most urgent household items had been shoved or bundled into packs, brown, blue, and green dragons had arrived to be loaded and sent off. 3 other blues took the cradled children. Browns were draped with fabric rolls and sleeping furs, and bulky items were tied to willing backs. It was as well that dragons had an innate instinct for avoiding each other on the ground as well as in the air, for the traffic in and out of the main weir clearing was amazing. With Zaranth, Golanth had made 3 more trips between without his rider, conveying the healer and 6 patients. Tegelen finally came to Flessen's end of the porch, lugging one end of a heavy chest. 2 brown riders held the other. Tucked under his belt were maps. While the brown riders secured the chest to Monarth's back, Tegelen beckoned to Flessen, who was beginning to worry about how much time this was all taking. The weir cook, arms full of bundles, nearly fell down the steps, followed by weir folk struggling with sacks full of clicking pots and leaking supplies just as Golanth touched down again. Tegelen rolled his eyes significantly at the younger rider, and Flessen offered Golanth's services. The cook mounted first, securing as many things as she could to Golanth's ridges. When no more could fit on his back, he raised just high enough above the ground to go between yet again. Then Tegelen was at Flessen's side, unrolling one of the maps just as 3 bronze dragons deposited their riders on the recently cleared space. 2 riderless brown dragons hovered above the trees, waiting to land.
I suspect you're more adept at timing than that trio, my friend, Tegelen said, admirably cool in manner. So you get to go the furthest. Take Steven on Milth and Creel and Galuth to help.
The weir leader gestured to the Browns. He unrolled the map to Flessen, who took one edge as he recognized a copy of the aerial maps that Avis had supplied all the weirs.
We were out over this area last time you flew with us. You'll remember this orange cliff.
Tegelen tapped at the recognizable landmark.
Long wide bay, long sloping sands to the sea.
He grimaced at the thought of the clear path that would give the incoming tsunami.
Granite cliff. White sands stand out against it. Bay looks like the sea took a toothless bite out of the coastline.
He gave the younger rider a reassuring grin.
Don't let them talk you into conveying their boats. Those are replaceable. Lives are not.
With that philosophy, Flessen agreed, but he also knew how difficult it was to make holders abandon whatever treasures they might own.
Holds are mostly near this stream, but that would provide the tsunami with a channel to flood badly way inland. Be sure everyone is well back on the summit. We can't estimate how high the tsunami crest will be. Reaching the heights will be a climb for some, but there are switchback steps cut in the lower levels. But with help from the 3 of you, you ought to be able to evacuate them all. Somehow or other.
Tegelen's expression was grim again as he thrust the map at Flessen.
You're a good rider.
He gave Flessen a supportive clout on the shoulder.
Stow that chest on Monarth, will you? Creel, Steven? Then Flessen's your wing leader. I've called in as many riders as can be spared to clear Monaco Harbor and Cove Hold, Tegelen said, his forehead furrowed with worry. Sweep riders are warning inland holders, but we can't take time to figure out how far above sea level they are. They'll just have to get as high as they can, but all have got to be warned.
In a final aside, before the weir leader mounted, he leaned into Flessen.
Don't shave time too close. Lessa would kill me if you got time lost.
Then he was astride his dragon, and Monarth leaped skyward and was gone between before the upper sail of his wings cleared the roof tree on the weir building.
Creel! Steven, mount up!
Golanth! Golanth! He felt the sudden air pressure on his body and didn't need to look to know that his bronze had landed on the ground beside him. He couldn't resist a proud grin at such accuracy. "We're going to the Sunrise Cliff Sea-Hold. Take your directions from me," he added, stuffing the aerial map into a thigh pocket. "Remember where the fireball was when we got here first, Golanth?" "Of course." "Put it in the same place above Sunrise Cliff Sea-Hold, and let's go then." Flessen vividly imagined the grass-topped rock face with white sands for contrast. Golanth sprang upward, once again going between, a leg length above the ground. In the cold between, Flessen had just time enough to wonder if the dragons were all embarked on something like Moretta's ride. What had she used for a time mark? Or had its absence caused her death? In the conference room at landing, 1:10 local time. After seeing Master Wanzer with Dram and Lytol leave to return to Cove Hold to organize its evacuation, Lessa's mind raced with all the details that had already been sorted out. She'd need time, of another sort, to organize her thoughts. How Flessen must be loving this license, she thought sardonically. Aragon or Idarolan would be here soon enough to explain how bad this tsunami, tidal wave, wall of water phenomenon might be. She turned off the monitor. She had had enough of its depressing show of figures for the time being. She felt the claw pot and decided its contents were still warm enough to be drinkable. Who knew when she might have time to eat or drink in the time-tossed turmoil that had just been set into motion? She sipped as she reviewed the last hectic half-hour. She thought they had done rather well, leaping into action after the initial shock. F'lar had gone to muster Bendon Weir, sending sweep riders to warn the most obviously vulnerable holdings along the Nerat and Bendon coastline. Few on the rest of the planet would have any idea what had just happened in the Eastern Sea. It was Monaco that would suffer the first huge wave. Tegelen had 34 experienced older bronze riders to manage evacuations. F'lar would ask Jaffrey at Telgar and Gedenet at Eigen to send more bronzes to assist. Minora and Brekkie would organize supplies, food, medicines, and healers. She would organize landing. She had before. Ramoth had called Bendon's junior queens to help with dragons coming and going. Jackson and Shara would bring Seabell. They'd have to call a conference with lord holders and craftmasters, that is, as soon as she had enough details. She finished the last of her claw and turned as she heard the door click open. Aragon stood there, his face expressively conveying that his details were not going to be good news. Resolutely, he closed the door and strode over to the Mercator projection, fumbling to extract a red marker from his pocket. "I'm afraid," he said, "that while Monaco Bay is in the direct line of only one main wave, it will also be inundated by others, diffracted by the inner ring islands." He put his red marker on the islands and made a rapid downward stroke, ending at the coastline. "I figure the first wave—" "First wave?" Lessa exclaimed. Yes, first wave of 5, to be accurate." While Lessa was speechless, he hurried on. "The first will strike at Monaco Bay at 4 hours 15 minutes, local time, 3 hours and 25 minutes after impact, and hit the Jordan River mouth an hour and a half later. Rather spectacularly, in fact." He paused. "I can't help it, Lady Lessa." "That's just the first wave?" she asked grimly. "Steiner's trying to do a diagram so we all can see how the waves will be spaced and reflect against the shore. One comes in a straight line from the impact site. The others won't be as strong, of course, as the unimpeded tsunami." He tapped the headland that jutted out into the sea east of Monaco Bay. "The Cape may provide some protection, but the harbor facility?" He shrugged with regret. "I'm confident that the dolphins will warn ships at sea. We know they do. They will surely have felt the impact. They are so tuned into their medium. Ships may not experience more turbulence or be much the worse for it. It's when a tsunami meets the shore, or shoals or shallows, that it crests and runs in. As to Cove Hold, Lady Lessa, it's shielded by the point east of the coast and the islands between." He tapped it by way of demonstration. "From some of the waves that Monaco Bay will experience. Additionally, the underwater extension of the eastern point at the upwelling will break incoming waves. Spectacular breakers, but much less actual wave height until fairly far west along the coast. Most of what the cove will see is a splash wave as a result of the secondary wave breaks." He gave her a swift, ingratiating smile. Lessa shifted restlessly in her chair. Devastated by Aragon's talk of 4 tsunamis striking Monaco Bay, She felt perversely irritated by the fact that they had only recently restored the hold to its pre-hurricane elegance. "I suppose the news about Cove Hold provides a little relief." Instantly aware of how bitter she sounded, she held up her hand. "Which is none of your fault, to be sure." She nodded at him to continue. Better to hear the worst and clear her mind to plan how to proceed. "Now, there will be flooding west of Cove Hold." His pen crossed the open area to the outjutting of Southern. "These two coastlines will also be flooded." His pen moved again. "Possibly with less force." "The new dolphin hall?" she asked, hoping that young Redis's new project would survive. "I believe it's on the west side, so this headland," and he marked the spot to the right of the mouth of the Rubicon River, "will protect it. There might be a very high tide, but the dolphins will surely have spread the warning." "That's their bargain with humans," Lessa said drolly. "However, to go on west," Aragon continued, almost as inexorably as that wretched tsunami, Lessa thought to herself. "Macedonia will experience 4 different waves, but I understand that coastland is not well settled." "Then Monaco has not been singled out?" Lessa asked caustically. She had to find some balance in this calamity. Her mind roiled with all they would have to do. At least, unlike that hurricane, they would have time to rescue those most vulnerable. She had to keep that thought foremost in her mind. "Oh, no," Aragon assured her. "The most direct wave will arrive in Macedonia about 9 hours after impact, about 4 in the afternoon local time. Then a direct tsunami will strike Southern Hold about 11 hours after impact, 4 in the afternoon local time. The second will arrive about 15 minutes later, and a third at about 4:50 local time." "Torek is going to be furious," Lessa commented, but that caused her none of the heartache that she had felt on hearing about Monaco Bay. "On the northern continent," Aragon went on as he shifted his all-too-busy red marker upwards, "a tsunami will strike the foot of Nerat, and all the way up the shore." Lessa sat straight up as she saw him reddening the entire eastern coastline. "But there's time," Aragon assured her. 3 to 4 hours after impacting on the southern shores, the other section of the waves will reach High Shoal in front of Loskar and demolish it, which, I understand from seamen, might reduce the dangerous currents the shoal produces. Loskar will definitely need to be evacuated, but there's time enough to get people to foothills, even a good portion of their belongings and herd beasts. You see, there's not much to stop the straight line of the tsunami as it radiates due west from the impact site." Lessa stared, disbelieving the extent of a wave. "Ista," Aragon continued, producing a tentative smile, "will only get ripples produced by reflection off Nerat's toe. They did suffer far more damage during the hurricane." He paused briefly and turned to the other side of the Mercator projection. Lessa gasped. "The western ring of islands will absorb much of the tsunami's force, though. From the tip of Tillich and south to the end of South Bowl, they can expect to experience tsunami about 16 hours after impact, or 4:30 in the morning their local time. It will reach the west coast of Fort, much of which is rocky, about 21 hours after impact, 7 in the morning their time, tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Lessa echoed. "Yes. It takes time even for something as violent as a tsunami to cross that much sea. The farther away from the impact point or the secondary points, the less the expected effect of the incoming wave. It will spread out and reduce amplitude until it encounters an obstacle."
The farther away from the impact point, or the secondary points, the less the expected effect of the incoming wave. It will spread out and reduce amplitude until it encounters an obstacle. "Like Monaco Bay," Lessa murmured bitterly. "For instance," Aragon said, trying to interject a positive note, "the west coast of Southern, from Iron Island to the tip on the east side of Great Bay, will feel only a small effect from the eastward wave." Now he looked closely at the map and, checking longitude and latitude, made a little X. The two waves, what's left of them after losing much of their energy, will intersect in the open sea at about longitude 2 degrees, at latitude 15 degrees, but I don't think that'll be notable. Lessa regarded him blankly. Aragon continued. "The worst of all this should be over in about 16, 17 hours, he said, in an attitude of encouragement. "I hope you'll be able to repeat this, Aragon," she said wearily. "We are obliged to inform those Lord Holders most affected. Now we know who they are." He bowed his willingness. She closed her eyes briefly while she contacted Ramoth to bespeak the dragons at the various holds. It saved some time, at least, that Bendon had a right to convene an emergency meeting and expect those invited to respond speedily, even as speedily as that sharding wave was going to smash along both coasts. When she opened her eyes, Aragon's expression showed deep concern. He was rather a good man, she thought, and not like some who could thoroughly enjoy spreading bad news. "Sit down, man, and I'll get us something more to eat. We'll need to fortify ourselves." She left the room, giving him a few moments alone. 20 minutes later, Master Idarolan and Aragon had contrived to red-mark the vulnerable portions of coastline along both continents, including some quick estimates of how deep inland the flood would surge. To Lessa's intense sorrow, they had intricately marked the projected paths of the 5 different assaults on Monaco. F'lar had returned with Fëanor. No sooner had the 2 Bendon riders started to eat a hasty luncheon from the food Lessa had found than Lord Holders Cyparis and Toronas arrived. Close behind them came Halligan, representing Lord Grog, Jackson and Shara, Lord Ronrel of Tillich with the new Master Fishman Curran, 14 of Ista, Langrel of Aigan, Cashman of Caroon, Genisian from South Bowl, as Lord Sangel was too old to travel anywhere, even a dragonback, and the other 6 weir leaders.
"What's this about some sharding wave going to destroy the coast?" demanded 14. "Surely it can't reach from the Ring Sea all the way to my coast." "Come, come," Master Idarolan said, gesturing impatiently to the newcomers. "All of you be seated." He waved at Halligan to distribute chairs from those stacked in one corner. "It had better be good," Toronas of Bendon said, "getting us up and down here so precipitously." "Oh, it is, I assure you," Lessa said, in such a caustic tone that no one else spoke as they hurried to get settled around the table. "At least it was already morning for you, Toronas," Jackson said, seating Shara, who was blinking to clear her eyes from what little sleep she had had. "Not the middle of the night, and yet you see Ronrel, Halligan, and Genisian wide awake and with us." Lord Toronas clearly wanted to object to the presence of Genisian, who looked younger than she was, even if she had been sent to represent her grandfather, Lord Sangel. "Sit by me, Toronas," Lessa said, smiling encouragingly at Genisian, who remained close to Shara and Jackson. The South Bowl girl composed herself to listen, but her eyes were darting to the red-streaked maps and then back to the other members of this emergency meeting. Ronrel nodded a greeting to her, and Cashman stared boldly. "If you will begin again, Journeyman Aragon," Lessa said formally, "then everyone will have a better understanding of why this meeting is so vital. Some of us have less time than others, and none of us have time to waste." Just as Aragon was about to explain how the multiple waves would inundate the southern coastline, a rumbling boom made him stagger. Lessa clutched at the arm of her chair as the awesome noise vibrated through the soles of her feet on the floor. "What was that?" she cried. They could both hear the shouts and screams from the hallway. "That," Aragon said on his way to the door, "was the ground shock wave from the fireball impact." He glanced at the clock. "Right on time. Excuse me." He hauled open the door. "It's all right. That's the shock wave reaching us." He shouted to those milling in fright in the hall and closed the door behind him, leaving Lessa to contemplate the multiple disasters of the day. Rescue at Sunrise Cliff Seahold. Timed back. The 3 dragons arrived at Sunrise Cliff Seahold circumspectly, above the first rank of dunes that marked high tides. The dunes would no doubt be wiped away, dragged back by the tsunami, Flesson thought. The dragons glided along the shore to where the granite escarpment had been broken during an earthquake, tumbling boulders, creating the wide, shallow bay and a defile along which a stream now found its way to the sea. Beyond the stream, the escarpment began to rise again, ending in another height on the eastern arm. Along the white sand beach, they could see small fishing craft pulled up. "Don't let them talk you into rescuing their boats," Degelen had said. "But maybe they could somehow sling—" "Not before people. People we save today," Golanth told him sternly. It looked like the entire population of the Seahold was out, standing on the dunes, gazing northward. White sands sloped down to the little waves lapping serenely up the wide beach with a picturesqueness that would shortly be devastated.
They had barely 2 hours to evacuate. Flessen sensed that was not going to be easy. Who would believe his tale of catastrophe in the making? Everyone was so intent on the fiery ball inclining now towards its impact. The air was so crystalline clear. There were 12 holes leaning up against the orange cliffs where the granite began to rise from the sands. These sea-holders had done well in the 15 or so turns since they had settled here, Flessen thought. They wouldn't abandon their prosperity so easily. Babes were being held up to see the fireball, and a scatter of children in various states of dress had followed their parents to behold the wonder. Near to 100 people in all, Flessen estimated quickly. Some of the older folk would have a hard time scrambling up the switchback way to the safety of the cliff height.
"Dolphins,"
Golanth said. Startled, Flessen switched his gaze to the sea. Scarcely 50 meters offshore, where the shallows sloped into deeper, bluer water, the curving bodies of 8 or 10 dolphins dove in and out, but not idly. He could hear their high-pitched screeing. He was accustomed enough to their graceful movements to realize that their antics today were frantic. 3 rose, tail-walking, then splashing heavily back into the water, their dorsal fins cutting the waves they made. Their screeing was shrill, though he couldn't hear what they might be saying.
So they know.
Relief diminished at least that worry from Flessen's mind. Nachua and her calf, all the Monaco Bay pod, would be somewhere safe.
I can't hear them, but it's obvious this pod is trying to warn the sea-holders. If they are, no one's watching them, Golanth said, gliding into a landing. We will be more noticeable.
Look!
One of the youngsters had noticed the dolphins.
Da! The dolphins! They're squeaking their warning calls, but there's no storm. What's wrong with them?
So the boy was the first to see the dragons out of the corner of his eye, heard the grunts as dragon feet made contact and skidded in the soft sand, back-winging adroitly to a halt.
"They're warning you!"
Flessen shouted, hands cupped about his mouth.
"That fireball in the sky! It will land in the sea and cause tidal waves, worse than the worst storm you've ever been in." "We can hear you, Dragonrider," said one of the men, turning slightly toward Flessen without taking his eyes off the fascinating orange bowl that was far more of a spectacle than 3 dragons.
"They've gone!"
cried the youngster with keen disappointment. He whirled at the Dragonriders as if their appearance had frightened the dolphins. Flessen was intensely relieved that not a single dorsal fin remained visible. They might be cutting it fine to reach safe depths, but they had kept their pact with humans once again in giving an alarm.
"The dolphins! The shipfish," he continued in a voice loud enough to reach those still mesmerized by the vision, "are warning you. Surely you know they consider that their duty to all sea folk." He pointed at the man who had challenged him. "Yeah, they let us know where fish schools when squalls are coming, but never seen 'em act like that before." The man preferred to watch the sinking fireball rather than attend the Dragonrider. "Look, man, it's not just thread that falls from the skies," Flessen said. "We're here to move you to the cliffs, up there, high enough to be away from the wave." "Wave?" Another man walked toward Flessen, his expression patronizingly amiable. "We're well above the high tide. Not this one," Flessen said. "Ah, now, Bronze Rider, I can see you ain't even wearing Monaco's badge. What call have you to—" "Where, Monaco?" Creel said, and Steven nodded emphatically. "Listen to Flessen, Golanth's rider." "We're evacuating you," Steven added. "All the coastal holds, every weir is helping."
Flessen swung his leg over and slid down, gesturing for the brown riders to dismount. Maybe face to face, not perched on a bronze dragon, he could instill some urgency for the present crisis. "Who's Seaholder?" he asked, striding as fast as he could across the soft sand to the crowd. "Me." The first man jerked a thick, scarred thumb at his tanned chest. He wore the customary sleeveless top and shorts. He had strong, hairy legs and was barefoot, toes splayed in the sand. "Binnis, Journeyman, Fishcraft Hall." "Journeyman Binnis, we are acting under orders from Tegelen, your weir leader, and—" Flessen had a sudden surge of inspiration. "Master Fishman Curran, to evacuate all your people to high ground." He gestured broadly to the western arm of the cliff, higher by a half-dragon length than the eastern one. Binnis chortled. "Don't try that one on me, Bronze Rider. The Master's way east at Tillich, as he should be." "It makes no difference where he should be, Journeyman," Creel said, losing patience. "He is at landing, meeting with everyone, trying to save lives.
Venus, wake up and listen, Flessen said. When that thing hits the ocean, and he pointed to the bit of the fireball still visible on the horizon, the biggest wave you ever had nightmares about is going to come straight to this bay. There's no ring island in its way to break its crest, and this holding is going to be drowned. He scissored both hands together to indicate the totality of the disaster. He caught sight of his watch, visible as his jacket cuff pulled up. In 1 minute, that fireball hits the ocean. You might be able to see the cloud of steam that the impact creates. Again, he pointed northward. It's gone, a woman cried, flagging her hand in a pathetic farewell to the novelty the fireball had presented to an isolated community. Flessen closed his eyes at the waste of time. 2 hours to move over 100 people and whatever possessions they could grab, and he hadn't even managed to get them to see the gravity of their peril. "You've a far-seer," he shouted, abruptly noticing the one slung in a holster at Binnis's side. "Take a good look." Binnis did use the glass, more as an accommodation to the Dragonrider's whim than because he expected to see anything. It took him more precious time to focus the instrument. Only because Flessen knew exactly in which direction to look did he see the top of the rising cloud. "Something's there, Binnis," one of the net-bearers said. "He's right about that. You know my farsight's good." "Yeah," Binnis grudgingly admitted. "Probably a storm." He collapsed the telescope and returned it to its keeper. "Dolphins was warning us then," another fisherman put in his opinion. "Why will you not believe me?" Flessen demanded, spacing his words as he sensed the passage of such valuable time. "Pack your belongings. We'll convey children, your aunties and uncles first." The reaction of the women was to hug their children to their legs, suddenly frightened of his presence. Flessen struggled to control his aggravation. Didn't they trust Dragonriders? Tgelin was a good weir leader. "Look, spread out that fishnet," he said, pointing to the nearest man with one draped across his shoulder. "That will carry a lot." "Ever had a ride, a dragonback?" Creel asked, hunkering down by the youngster who had seen the dolphins. Flessen kept checking his watch. Maybe he'd just have to wait for the shock wave to hit to prove that an emergency existed. Being nearer the point of impact, this sea-hold would feel it a lot sooner and harder here. It'd be seismic, wouldn't it? Traveling 10 times faster than sound along the rock of the seabed. They'd feel it. They'd hear it. Right up through his boots and the bare feet of most of the sea-holders came the shake. A boom that beat eardrums with its intensity. Several people fell to the sands. Even the dragons were unbalanced, raising wings to steady themselves. "Do you believe me now, Binnis?" Flessen demanded, brushing sand off his leathers. 2 of the women began to keen, nearly as unnerving a sound as dragons made when one of their kind died. "Believe you, Dragonrider!" The journeyman could also see the disturbed ripple of the waves in the bay. "Go! Go, pack!" Wide gestures of his arms sent the women scattering. "Lias, spread that net. Lads, go with your mothers. Collect everything you can carry. Pitan, get the other nets. You sure your dragons are strong, Bronze Rider?" "As strong as they need to be, journeyman," Flessen replied, grinning. He gestured for Creel and Sven to help spread nets. "We'll need rope." "Line," Creel corrected him, when Lias looked puzzled. "Line, then, in the corners, to make a knot for the dragons to lift the nets with. Where's the most sheltered place up on those cliffs, Binnis? Are there woods? You'll need shelter. There will be winds and rain, not to mention the high seas." "Plenty shelter atop," Binnis said, deftly flipping another net wide on the sands. A lad came running up with a rocking chair. No, furniture will come last," Flessen cried, waving the boy and the chair to one side. "Bring pots, pans, food, necessities," he called, as the scared boy dropped the chair and sprinted back to the largest cot-hold. "That's my old dam's chair," Binnis said, pausing to prop his fists challengingly against the wide belt, which had knife sheaths as well as the telescope holster. "Where is she?" Flessen demanded. "Coming. Lady Meta's coming." Binnis pointed to the largest cot-hold. 2 women, their hands making a seat, were hurrying out with an old woman, white braids bouncing. "Joint ale, but she runs us right well. She can be the first to go." If the woman managed the hold, then Flessen would station her where she could do some good. "She'll show you where," Binnis shouted back, grinning maliciously before he grabbed a piece of line and tied it to the back of the rocking chair. "Where?" he asked Flessen. Shards! But it wasted time to argue with him. Flessen swung his arm in Golanth's direction. "Loop it on the 3rd neck ridge. I'll take her myself and the 2 carrying her." He ended up with far more draped on his bronze
than the delighted Lady Meta, whose wrinkled face suggested 9 or 10 decades of living. She was in high spirits as she settled on Golanth's back, shouting orders to those who jumped to obey.
Use tablecloths for the food and loose things. Bring the waterskins. Stuff each pot with what comes to hand. Dragonriders, don't haul empty space when you can fill it with something useful.
Creel's brown Golanth had 2 younger women on his back, with 2 children apiece, and rough packs hung from the neck ridges and trailed down his backbone. Steven was leaning over Milth's side at a dangerous angle to be sure nothing was spilling out of the first of the packed nets the dragon lifted from the sand. It took much more time to disencumber the dragons on the summit. To his disgust, Flessen found the knots which Binnis had used to tie the rocking chair were hard to undo. Awaiting her usual seat, Lady Meta was upright on the trunk of a fallen tree and continued her stream of succinct orders, using a frond to keep the biting insects from her. Beyond her, Milk carefully maneuvered his net to the ground and landed beyond it to let his passengers off. The old lady gave a whoop of a cheer for such precise flying. Flessen struggled with the knot until the youngster who had seen the dolphins came running over. With a pitying look and a flip of one trailing end, the boy released the knot and the rocking chair was loose.
You should know how,
he accused Flessen, and ran the chair to his grandmother. Flessen rued not his ignorance of sea knots, but the time consumed fussing with them. Time! He vaulted, not as effortlessly as usual, astride Golanth. The bronze ran toward the precipice, wings wide, and fell off the edge. When Flessen heard shocked cries of alarm from behind him at Golanth's time-saving exit, he grinned. Binnis and the other men had filled 2 more nets and held up the knots for the Browns to grab. Flessen managed 5 children, 2 more women, and a string of sacks down Golanth's back on the next trip. He could see women and girls filing up the uneven steps zigzagging up the cliffside, everyone laden with so many bundles he wondered how they moved. On his way back down to the sands, he saw that one of the fishing dories had been manhandled up over the dune high-tide barrier. 4 men were racing seaward, obviously to get a second one. "Don't let them talk you into conveying their boats," Tgelin had warned him. "We can't handle that," Flessen cried, leaping off Golanth's back to confront a belligerent Binnis. Beside him was Laius, equally determined. "No boats, no fish, we starve."
"We sailed them all the way down from Big Bay, Dragonrider," Laius put in, his wizened face fierce. "Days of sailing. We can't abandon them."
Gasping for breath, the other 4 arrived with a second dory.
"The masts are unstepped,"
Binnis said, as if that made transport feasible. It would make them less unwieldy.
"We can rig the hulls to be lifted like you did the nets. We got the line."
Flessen delayed his answer, wiping sweat off his face and neck. Did they have the time? He glanced at the 2 small craft, then at his watch. These sea holders were about to lose their cot-holds. Neither of the dories was longer than a dragon's body. He saw they were clap-sided, only the sharp V of the transom covered. They couldn't weigh that much. Laius grabbed a cleat, slung a line quickly about it as if this proof would be sufficient to sway Flessen's doubt.
"You said dragons are as strong as they need be. Be they strong enough, Dragonrider?"
Binnis's eyes were wide and fierce with an entreaty and a challenge that Flessen could not resist. Flessen swallowed.
"Rope 'em, then. We'll give it a try. Be quick about it."
3 dragons? 3 small little dories?" Binnis cried, eyes suddenly full of hope again.
"Out of the 9 boats we got?"
Flessen groaned. He couldn't believe he was agreeing.
"Quick, afore he changes his mind!"
Binnis cried, sending off the 4 who were still gasping for breath. They turned to stagger back down the dune. He and Laius began to secure lines. He paused, tossed a coil of rope at Flessen.
"Start on the second one. Be sure the lines are the same length."
And Flessen found himself wrapping lines around cleats on the second dory.
"Everyone out of the holds? Everything you need?"
Flessen cried as the exhausted fishermen arrived with the 3rd hull, collapsing against it, wheezing, their sweating bodies covered with sand where they had stumbled.
"You go check,"
Binnis ordered, and the man crawled gamely to his feet and staggered toward the nearest cot.
"Laius, tighten that line. You, rig the port side. You, do a running bowline through the anchor bracket. Make it real tight."
When Creel and Golanth arrived to find the first ship rigged to be conveyed, the brown rider obviously thought Flessen was asking too much of them. All sorts of odds and ends, buckets, rakes, hand nets, a pair of sandals, more nets, fish spears, small buoys, floats, light anchors, and even some folded sails had been dumped in the dories.
"Nothing really heavy,"
Flessen said, peering over the new cargo as he wondered how all that had been stashed in when he was looking elsewhere.
"We can do it, Creel.
Golanth can do it. Up you go, Golanth!" And he gave the wing leader's signal to lift. Golanth added a roar, and Golanth was aloft so fast Greel's head snapped, but the brown dragon had the knot in his claws, and the dory was rising, swinging erratically in the air. Golanth waited until its swaying lessened and slowly rose, leading the sway slightly. If he didn't get the height, the ship could be dashed to bits on the cliff. It just cleared the edge. The fishermen cheered, and then Milth positioned himself to receive the knot for the second. Flessen nervously eyed the still calm surface of the wide bay until a spray of sand announced the return of the man who had gone to check the cotholes. "Everyone's out, Venus." "Then we're for the steps, Dragonrider. Mount, and I'll give the knot to your bronze." Just then the sea seemed to creep up the sands, leaving behind a wide, lacy border. Venus stared at it. Flessen swept his eyes across the sea, but he could see nothing that looked like the crest of a tsunami. The shoals were at least 50 meters out, where the dolphins had been swimming, and shoals were bad when a tsunami was rolling shoreward. "Lift, Dragonrider!" cried Venus, knot in one hand, waving urgently with the other. Flessen obeyed, Golanth rising and craning his head down, trying to look between his front legs. Flessen felt Golanth catch the knot and take up the slack in the lines. They had barely risen a few feet from the sands when they saw Venus, arms and legs pumping as the fisherman raced toward the steps.
"It isn't that heavy,"
Golanth reassured his rider, but it took him time to lift so as to not unbalance his load or lose his grip on the rope cradle. The summit was alive with people and goods, leaving no clear spot for the dory. Shouting orders from her rocking chair, the old woman solved the problem. It was with great relief that Flessen felt the tension ease in the bronze shoulders as Golanth succeeded in getting the third dory landed. Golanth soared up, bugling with his success. Well, it wouldn't be their problem to get the dories back down to the shore.
"Not today."
Golanth tilted northward, dipping low around the granite outcrop so that they could see the last of the seaholders reach the top of the rough stairs, crawling a little further from the cliff edge. Rider and dragon could see Venus still racing for the first step. The man stumbled, obviously winded, and regained his balance with difficulty. That's when Flessen saw the water being sucked back, away from the beach, all along the shoreline.
"He will not make it."
Golanth did not wait for an order, but dove sideways towards the man who was straining with effort, head up, arms carried tight to his chest, elbows flaring to suck air into his labored lungs, knees pumping. The bronze intercepted him, dipping to secure the man in his front paws. Venus looked up at the outstretched claws, panic contorting his face. Out of the corner of his eye, Flessen could see the wall of water that was rising higher. Higher, and coming straight at them. He saw the cliff looming up. If the tsunami didn't drown them, they'd smash against the cliff. Having slowed to catch Venus, Golanth did not have enough airspeed to gain altitude. Between had never been so cold or so comforting. 8 seconds, 4 deep, gasping breaths, and then a watery deluge all but drowning them.
"The wave is nearly as high as this cliff,"
Golanth said, sounding amused. He had changed position to bring them out of between, not far from the point where they had first entered over Sunrise Cliff Seahold. The bronze had also timed that rescue, on his own initiative. Dazed, Flessen stared down at the tremendous tsunami wave that should, by any rights, have drowned them. Water splashed high, its topmost point lapping the summit. Behind the first, a second tsunami roared ashore, battering the land, taking with it the steps that had so recently led the way to safety.
"I will put him down near the others,"
Golanth said, back-winging, hovering in front of the terrified seaholders who were clutching at each other, watching as the crest of the second wave just missed the summit. Milth and Golanth had spread their wings high, providing some cover from the wind-blown spray for the ancient woman sitting very upright in her chair that was rocking in the wind.
"I hope my claws did not scratch him badly." "He's lucky to be alive to be scratched,"
Flessen responded weakly. He couldn't quite believe they had survived the double peril. One more second and the 3 of them would have been pasted on the cliff face.
"I knew you wouldn't mind getting here before that happened."
Golanth turned his huge head to his left as the tsunami flooded inland, boiling up the stream bed. Almost daintily, Golanth turned on his forequarters and paused mid-air, lowering Venus safely to the damp ground. Flessen stared down at the man, supine on the thick, drenched ground cover. There were indeed red marks on Menace's bare arms where the dragon had clutched him. The bronze rider sagged across Golanth's neck ridge. He was aware of a booming noise, not like the shock wave, but frightening in its intensity. Water splashed high on the cliff again, as if seeking to regain a victim that only the initiative and quickness of his dragon had rescued. He did feel Golanth land. He was aware of Golanth tucking his wings loosely along his back, of the darkness that had replaced the bright sun, of the cries of those who had seen the tsunami curl and nearly inundate their summit refuge. These were dim background noises to the rush of blood pounding in his body, the dryness in his throat, the extreme weariness he felt. "Breathe deep, we're all safe now," said his dragon with proud affection. "Who has the wineskin?" The rasping voice cut through his self-absorption. "Help him down. Can't you see he's wore himself out saving us? Give him to drink. Kona, go help your man. He thinks he's dead of drowning." "He was real close, Grandam," a young voice said. A hand tugged at his sleeve. "Dragonrider, here's the wineskin." Steven and Creel had to help him down, Golanth crouching as low as possible to make that easier. The brown riders propped him up against his dragon and put the spout of the wineskin against his lips. He opened his mouth to accept a sip of wine. It was a rough sort, but its effect was more important than its quality. "Get a cup, someone!" Lady Meta ordered. "Can't have a dragon rider who saved our lives drink like a sot right from the skin." "Get several cups," Steven yelled over his shoulder. "Could only find one," said a woman, a moment later extending it to the brown rider. "Everything's mixed up." "But it's here," said Lady Meta. "Lias, Pitan, hold Binnis back out of all that splashing, then come back and carry me to shelter. Don't aim to sit in all this wet any longer than I have to. You fixin' to stay longer, Dragon Riders, you'd better get under cover, too. Never saw a storm blow up so fast." "It'll pass," Flessen whispered to Creel, who repeated his words loud enough to be heard. The wine revived Flessen sufficiently to get to his feet, propping himself against Golanth, hoping no one but his bronze noticed his trembling. "Ramoth says to come back to landing," Golanth said, evidently an order which Muelth and Galuth heard because the brown riders straightened up at the same time. "We are ordered to return to landing," Flessen began. "Can you get that far?" Flessen turned himself toward the sound of her anxious voice. "Yes." Lady Meta had pushed herself to her feet. She had a cane on which she leaned heavily, as she extended her right arm in a gesture that still retained a vestige of youthful grace. "We owe you, Dragon Riders. We owe you much." Behind her, the wet and bedraggled sea-holders paused in transferring their belongings and, as one, bowed. "We owe you much, Dragon Riders." The dignified simplicity of their tribute rewarded all three riders for the effort they had made to save the ships. Then Lias and Pitan waited until Binnis's dam had reseated herself before they carried her into the shelter of the forest. "Send the lads out to see what fruit's on the ground. Find enough dry wood to build a fire," Lady Meta was saying as she went. "Thought you were dead, Flessen," Creel murmured, his face wet. "Here, get your arms in your jacket or you'll freeze solid between." When Steven saw Flessen's hands trembling, he did the jacket fastenings, then found Flessen's helmet and put that on too. Then he and Creel heaved the bronze rider astride Golanth. "You're some wing leader, Flessen. Proud to fly with you." "I too, bronze rider," Creel said, and saluted before he ran to his waiting brown. Meanwhile, in the conference room, 212 at landing, 1-9-31, present pass, Avis. "I've got to break the news to Torek?" Fëanor demanded, staring first at his half-brother, then at Idarolan, who nodded emphatically. "You and Kavan are the logical messengers," F'lar said. "I'd send Gabal as my emissary, but he's—" He quirked one eyebrow expressively. "Making time." Kavan shrugged, raising both hands in reluctant acceptance. The expression on his angular, tanned face did not suggest great enthusiasm for the task. "We could take Cintari with us. He gets on well with Torek."
"He respects me," Leader Roland said with one of his fierce growls. "Get him organized, and we can proceed on to assist at South Bowl," he added, with a quick, sideways glance at young Genesian. He had heard good things about her, taking hold with her grandmother ever since old Sangel became so erratic. This might be an excellent time for the girl to show her leadership qualities. She was the best of Sangel's blood. "Unless, of course, Master Kern,"
and he deferred amiably to the successor of his rank,
"you have need of me."
"I have need of you, Master Idarolan," Cyparis of Nerat put in quickly, almost apologetically. "Nerat has more coastline to be affected." He glanced at F'lar. "We'll need so much help."
"Sweep riders are already out informing holders," F'lar said.
"But, Master Idarolan, if you will share those invaluable charts of yours—"
"They can be copied, indeed they can."
Idarolan slid out the relevant sheets. Idarolan was, F'lar thought, the only one who had come at all prepared to this meeting. An early riser by nature, he was in the habit of scanning the morning skies for weather signs, so he had seen the fireball. He was also aware of the phenomenon of tsunami and had immediately consulted his charts and logbooks. As Aragon had done, he had used red for the most vulnerable seacoast, orange for danger, and blue for easily accessible highlands. Before the Bend-and-Weir leader appeared to ask for his help, he had a pretty good idea how serious the situation was.
"Here."
With a deft finger, Idarolan extracted an open sheet and flicked it toward Fënor.
"Torek likes charts and maps and details. This will give you what he needs to know. He'd have, let's see."
Idarolan turned his eyes up, mentally figuring. 11 hours, minus the time of this meeting, Aragon said with an apologetic nod to the old master fisherman for giving the answer, "before the tsunamis meet the shoreline of his hold. At that he'll get off lightly, and consider himself ill-used to be assaulted from east and west," Lessa said, her expression inscrutable. Fënor gave her a long, wide-eyed look. She responded with a smirk as Aragon agreed with her. "But not entirely. He has many seaside holdings."
"South Bowl will be hit harder," Idarolan said, nodding solemnly at Genesian. "And Tillich."
"More rock-face than shallows along that south-facing coast of ours," Ranrel said, speaking almost for the first time. He had been taking copious notes. "We are very lucky that there has been such advance warning."
"The Yokohama has more than justified her continued existence," Idarolan said, with a slightly sanctimonious air, glancing sideways at Cashman of Karoon.
"I wonder what the Abominators will say about this," Jackson remarked, in a deliberately languid tone. Into the dismayed silence that greeted that comment, Fënor noisily pushed back his chair, reached across the table for the sheets Idarolan had sent in his direction, and finished the last of the claw in his cup. "Come on, then. We can send a fire lizard to apprise Cintari of our arrival." He looked to Lessa and F'lar.
"Might as well,"
Idarolan said, also rising to his feet.
"I shan't be long, Lord Cyparis, and then I'm yours to command. But I'll point out that the Keys and Long Beach at the head of Nerat River will reduce the violence of the tsunami there. The tip of Nerat, Bent Ridge, Grethel, Saluda, and Berea will be affected, and the river may flood all the way up to Juanita. I'll be back."
"I'll return Genesian to South Bowl," Jackson said, "once we've copies of all this for you and Curran, Ranrel, and for us." Back at landing, normal local time, 3:40. The instinct that saved dragons from colliding during Threadfall kept Golanth and his rider from disaster as they came out of between over a landing that, at first, seemed covered by dragon wings, like a vast, multicolored sunshade. "Ramoth says to land on the square. We are to rest." And without waiting for Flesson's comment, Golanth pivoted wearily on one wingtip, gliding over to the edge of the wide gather square. Flesson had time enough in that spin to see Ramoth, perched behind and above Admin, wings half open as she constantly swung her head from side to side across the area below her. Two more queens, the juniors from Bendon who were accustomed to working with Ramoth, sat on either side, slightly below her position. They also were watching and, quite likely, directing dragon traffic in and out of landing. Golanth was making his way towards the roasting pits and the nearest open space.
She is here. Wearily, Flessen blinked his eyes at the several green dragons immediately below him. Both these? Flessen asked, trying to inject some humor into his voice. His body felt as battered as if they had been rolled by a tsunami. Both. I land. Should you see a healer? I'll be fine when I've had some rest. Golanth's thought rumbled with disbelief, but he landed, flicking his wings up so that the tips and claws touched over his head, and he didn't touch the greens on either side of his chosen landing site. Zaranth was on his right, several shades lighter than she had been that morning. The other green had curled her head under one wing and was asleep, her rider's head pillowed on her wrist. With narrowed, blurry eyes, Zaranth watched Golanth settle. When the green extended her head to nuzzle the bronze's shoulder, Flessen, tired as he was, felt a spurt of surprise. The touch was more caress than acknowledgement. She likes me, Golanth said. Flessen saw that the green cradled tie on her forelegs, the girl's sprawled figure covered by two beautifully marked feline pelts. So, Flessen thought, she did save them. Flessen? Someone pulled at his leg. He looked down at Slan, amazed to see his son in the south. The boy and his brown Noranth were only just out of the Weirling barracks. What are you doing here? Grinning proudly, Slan held up a small cup. All of us were brought down to help. Healer says to drink this down and then dismount and eat. He climbed on the Golanth's foreleg to hand the cup to the bronze rider, and Flessen tossed back the liquid. Just as well. He never would have sipped the beverage if he had sampled a taste of it. What a taste! Worse than the Seaholder's wine. It did revive him enough to dismount, if only to eat something to get rid of the taste of it in his mouth. Golanth groaned as he sank to his belly, stretching out as much as he could without interfering with the tired dragons on either side of him. Using Golanth's shoulder as a prop, Flessen slid down to a sitting position against his dragon. Oh, help me out of my jacket, Sally. I must remember to call him Slan now, Flessen thought. Hang it on Golanth to dry, will you? That done, he took the bread roll the boy offered. You have to rest, Slan said, scowling at his father and looking, at that moment, like his grandmother. He unslung the two canteens looped over his shoulder. One's water. Don't drink the claw in the other one yet. It'll keep warm. Ramoth says every dragon and rider has time to rest. Ramoth says we have time? Good. Do I get back what time I lost? Flessen murmured facetiously, more to himself than for his son's ears. Thanks, Slan, he added. Flessen glanced slowly across the panorama of so many dragons sprawled in or near the square. Sticking the bread roll between his teeth, he put the canteens on the ground beside him. Was Lessa aware of how much his second son looked like her? Dark-haired, dark-eyed, with a certain familiar tilt to the chin? Scamp. No one argues with Ramoth, you know, the boy said. Gotta go. I'll be back. It seemed to Flessen more like a threat, but he chewed a huge bite of the roll. The bread was crusty and still slightly warm. With his free hand, he slipped the sweat-soaked helmet off his head and spread it where it could dry. Shards! That tsunami shed a lot of water. Wearily, he looked over at Tai, but she was sound asleep. She was lucky. Would he see that damned wave hovering over him if he slept? Or himself, Golanth and Binnis plastered like insects on the cliff? A vision out of a nightmare, sure to become one. Golanth really was the best dragon on all Pern. Of course I am, murmured the bronze immodestly. Flessen chuckled around the last piece of the bread roll, which he barely tasted, he was so tired. He swallowed the last of it with a sip from his water canteen. He could barely keep his eyes open. Had there been a dash of Fellas in that healer's cup? He took a long swallow from the water canteen. Golanth groaned and dropped his muzzle to one foreleg. Flessen reached up to pat the right eye ridge, nuzzled himself into a comfortable spot against Golanth's shoulder, and immediately fell asleep. At Harper Hall, 5 in the morning, and Southern Hold, 2 in the morning, 1:09:31. At Wintry Fort, Fënor and Idarolan informed Cybele of the dangers and the details.
Ida Roland had acquired sufficient extra copies of the projected tsunami path through the southern and western seas to give a set to the master harper. The interface office had the only automatic copier, another of the many technological wonders that were coming in so very useful. Considering the panic of drum messages into the Harper Hall from those minor holds and halls that had drummers, Seabell needed accurate information to give them. It was still night in the west, but the constant drums had interrupted the sleep of many, and lights were on in cot holes as well as in Fort's great facade. A messenger came running up from the healer hall with queries from Master Olddive as to where he was to send healers to help in this emergency, of which he'd like pertinent details so he could organize his craftsmen and women. "Have you time for something to eat and drink?" Seabell asked when the core of the emergency had been explained to him. "No, it's earlier at Southern Hold, and we'd best not delay explaining it all to Torek," Fëanor said, grimacing. "He'll demand to know why he's had to wait to learn about the fireball," Seabell added. Then he chuckled, his eyes bright in the gleam of the hall's night lamps. "I could use a laugh," Fëanor said. "I think he may regret having so many, shall we say, undisclosed coastal holdings," Seabell snorted, his expression amused. "Truth will out. Gavan probably knows. We'd best go. He and Cinteri will be waiting for us at the old weir site." "We will try to diffuse rumor with fact," Seabell said, a task that Fëanor did not envy him. Ida Roland gave a malicious smile. "Keep ears open for what those sea-worm abominators spread." "It's a natural disaster, isn't it?" Fëanor remarked. "Reported by the Yokohama," Seabell demurred. "And sharding fortunate we are to have at least one eye on the skies above," Ida Roland said in his caustic fashion. Fëanor thought about timing it. There was no question in Fëanor's mind that Torek's informers would eventually mention the exact minute and hour Landing had recognized the fireball as a threat, but he decided against making the effort just as Canth spoke. "Ramoth said not to. We do not know what else we will have to do today." "All right, Canth, I'm chastised." "You are not." "You know me too well." Another drum message rolled in, and with a backward wave, Seabell trotted up the steps to deal with it. Once sure that Ida Roland and Cinteri were seated comfortably again behind him, Fëanor gave Canth a vivid view of Southern Hold's rocky cliffs at night. Once sure that Ida Roland and Cinteri were seated comfortably again behind him, Fëanor gave Canth a vivid view of Southern Hold's rocky cliffs at night. "Ruth is not the only dragon who knows when he is," was Canth's exit remark. Fëanor experienced an odd dislocation as they arrived over Southern Hold. The peaceful sight of the riding lights of 4 coastal ships anchored in the harbor and night glows up the harbor steps, all serene here. Landing had been chaotic. Fort Hold had been alive with activity and tension. Silently and, Fëanor hoped, unseen by anyone watching below, Canth glided through the warm air over the sleeping hold and on to the original southern weir site. He was painfully aware that right now, on the other side of the planet, Monaco Bay Weir would be experiencing the tsunami. There had been enough dragons to rescue every man, woman, and child, hadn't there? The news he brought Torek was not as dire, though the Southern Holder might not agree. Ida Roland was reasonably sure that Southern Hold's cliffs were high enough to withstand the diffraction effect of the tsunami, compressed between Ista Island and the southern headland. Unfortunately, Torek would be experiencing the event on both sides of his holding. Ida Roland's chart and Aragon's calculations indicated a direct line of westbound tsunami which might just lose significant energy. Either way, there were coastal holds that must be evacuated, and herd beasts moved inland from the low-lying pastures. However, during the bad blow of which the dolphins had warned Torek, he had not moved quickly enough to reduce the devastation of the horrific gale winds of that hurricane. Gavan, with his weirwoman, Adria, Master Cinteri, and 4 of southern wing leaders, moved out of the shadows as Canth landed in the flower-scented night. 5 pairs of blue-green eyes shone as the brown dragon crooned a greeting and went to join them. Gavan distributed handlights. "Neither moon's out tonight," the young weir leader said,
his white grin visible in the reflection of the light he carried. Remart wanted to come, but we convinced him that retired means no more responsibility. Fënor bowed to Adria, nodded to the other bronze drivers, and finished stripping off his flying gear. He was grateful for the fresh breeze on the plateau. "I have my own light," Centauri said, turning his beam on the well-worn track from the old open weir to the hold. "Of course, Torek could just ignore all this," Fënor remarked in a low tone as the 8 of them carefully proceeded to the hold. Before they reached the first bend, a fierce command stopped them. "Who's out there?" "Fënor, Canth's rider," and Fënor tilted the light to his face. "Kavan, Adria, Maling, Nabil, Sidra, Haridan," the weir leader said, also lighting his face and flashing it at his companions as he named them. "Idarolan and Centauri," the harper said in turn. "Bringing an urgent message to Lord Torek from Landing," Fënor said. "A very urgent and very important message," Idarolan said, stepping forward in a purposeful manner. "And you had best guide us to him immediately." "It's the middle of the night," was the protest. "Since when has the middle of the night been free of trouble?" Idarolan did not pause in his stride, and the guard gave ground. "You sound like Idarolan," he said dubiously. "If you don't know your weir leader by sight," Centauri remarked acidly, "you're in a lot of trouble." "This way, Master Harper, weir leader Kavan, this way." They were going past the large square when he made one more remark. "You've got to wake him, not me." Fënor wasn't the only one who chuckled. Luckily, it was Ramallah who answered their summons, holding up a glow basket to identify the visitors. "Bad news?" she asked, leading them to the main hall. "Perhaps not as bad for Southern as it is for others," Idarolan remarked, which made her stop and regard him speculatively in the dimly lit hall. "If you would be good enough to wake Torek." "Yes, it had better be me," she said, and waved them to chairs as she opened the nearest glow basket. She disappeared on her errand, and, because they were listening, they heard Torek's muffled shout of protest. Then she came back, nodded at them, and said if they wouldn't mind opening more lights, she would get fresh claw. "Or wine, if you feel that would suit better." "Both," Fënor said bluntly. He could use a glass of wine right now. Breakfast at Bendon seemed to have been a long time ago, despite the food that had been served during the emergency meeting at Landing. Centauri and 2 of the bronze riders opened only sufficient glow baskets to light the front part of the big hall. They had taken seats at one end of the long table when they heard the scrape of sandals on stone. Idarolan grinned, arranging his papers on the table, preparatory to an argument with Torek. Shirt open, drawstring shorts rucked at one hip, the Lord Holder swung into the room, scowling, and the scowl deepened as he paused on the threshold regarding those awaiting him. "What the shards is the matter now? This can't constitute a council." A fireball impacted in the Eastern Sea at approximately 12 hours 20 minutes landing time, Fënor said bluntly. "The impact of what we believe is a cometary fragment has created tsunamis," Idarolan said. "You will remember what happened when that volcano Pimer discovered erupted." Torek's eyes rounded, thick, sun-bleached eyebrows turning his scowl into an expression of unpleasant surprise. "Some of your hold is in the path of the tsunamis, 2 sets of them, one with 3 different waves from the east and the other from the west," Idarolan went on relentlessly. He used the map in front of him to point them out. "Journeyman Aragon and Master Wanser confirmed the phenomenon." He paused for a moment and then rushed on as a man who regretted what he had to say. "Even as we speak, Monaco Bay is probably being drowned." Adria gasped, and Sidra and Nabil inhaled sharply. Torek stared at the retired fishmaster and then glared at Kavan. "Then what are you Dragonriders doing here, instead of being there to help them?" He waved his arms furiously to indicate the different sites. He dropped his eyes to study the chart, pulling it toward him. "Every weir has sent wings to help," Fënor said. "We're here to tell you what to expect in roughly 11 hours from now." Torek blinked. "I will have riders in the sky rousing the coastal holders as soon as Adria's queen gives them the orders," said Kavan with a stiff bow to Torek. "We know you prefer to be informed of the weir's movements. I have just returned from the emergency meeting at Landing." "I'll rouse your portmaster myself," Idarolan volunteered, "to warn the ships at anchor. They'll be safe enough at sea, able to ride the tsunami swell, if they notice it at all. It's the land that's vulnerable." Ramallah came in with a tray of cups and food, followed by a very sleepy and resentful pair of holder women, one bearing a big claw pot,
the other a wineskin. "You all need something in your stomachs to organize the evacuations," she said. Fënor wondered how she knew what they had come to organize. Ramallah was a good woman to be subtly on your side. "Then, leaving you in good hands, Lord Torek," Fënor said, courteous, "I will return to landing." "Good hands? I'll—" Torek lurched at Fënor. Instantly, before Torek had a chance to complete his lunge at the brown rider, Idarolan stood between them. With a well-calculated blow of his fist to Torek's shoulder, he spun him off balance. "If we're to save any of your coastal holds, Lord Torek, you'd best pay attention to me," Master Idarolan said in a loud, harsh voice that had quelled argument before and made the infuriated Lord Holder think. "Fënor?" Canth's mental tone was alarmed. Fënor saw Sinteri move to Idarolan's side as the stern Master Fishman held Torek motionless with his stony glare. The southern Lord Holder seemed to shake himself. With teeth clamped shut behind his bared lips, he gave a long hiss of breath and pivoted back to the table, spread with maps of his holding. "He's under control now, Canth," Fënor said, turning as casually as he could, trying to calm himself and his dragon. "Sharding, idiot." He could feel the anger of the other Dragonriders as he left the hall in measured strides. Thank the first egg that Idarolan had been right, that Torek respected him. Slowly his fists unclenched. He took his time walking back in the night to the old southern weir to regain full control of himself, and to face the other disasters this day seemed to be so full of. As much as he dreaded what he must see of a flooded Monaco, he was needed there, or at Bendon. With a wry grin, he realized he could get back in time to miss nothing, even if Lessa's license to time it was given only to bronze riders. Canth was well able for the trick. Its use was far more wearing on the rider than the dragon. He wondered if he could make time to see Brecci at Bendon. She'd undoubtedly be extremely busy organizing the mass evacuations along the Bendon Hold coast. She might even be annoyed with him for interrupting her at whatever she was doing. He knew that he took strength from her slight person, strength and comfort, and he did so need to be comforted, however briefly, for the terrible reality of a drowned Monaco. "She is at Loskar. The high shoals should protect it," Canth told him, eyes a brilliant blue as he stepped from the shadows. Other bright eyes watched the brown rider. "Your riders will be here shortly," Fënor told the other dragons, trying to strike a cheerful note. "Lord Torek had no immediate argument with the news we brought him." He shrugged into his jacket, secured his helmet, and climbed to Canth's back, affectionately slapping him on the shoulder. "Where do we go now?" "Where else, good friend? Landing." Sometimes it was as well to do the hardest thing first, Fënor thought, as they went between to landing. And some hard things, Fënor realized, tears blurring his eyes, his chest painful, were harder than others. Canth had come out above landing, facing north, so he had too good a view of the watery plain that had been forested Monaco, sparkling in the afternoon sun. He had given Canth the time after the 4 waves were expected. Involuntarily, Fënor covered his face, but he could block out neither that gleaming expanse of water that had boiled inland on the crest of the tsunami, nor the smaller Seiche waves that were sloshing back and forth in perpendicular movement across what had been Monaco's crescent bay. "The water will not stay. It will drain back." His dragon's voice was so full of sympathy and understanding of the pain in his rider's heart that Fënor dropped his hands, the wind in his face drying the tears on his cheeks. He forced himself to think of the red indentations on Idarolan's chart and hoped that the tsunami had not penetrated as far as initial estimates. For partial reassurance, he could see blobs of green on the western side of Monaco Cape, where stands of the big trees had survived the assault, and more, further inland on other hills. A rumble penetrated his grief for the stricken coast, and he felt Canth tilt and turn. There were other dragons in the sky, all facing west, all carrying at least 2 passengers. He easily recognized Ramoth, Nementh, the other Bendon queens, with 9 more bronzes, 10 browns, and some greens in attendance. They hovered above the Jordan River inlet. Join them. Might as well twist the knife a little, Fënor thought with rare masochism. They were not in time to witness the initial heaving of the sea, like the shoulders of a great, headless, pewter-colored beast. They did see the white spume outlining the leading edge.
They did see the gigantic wave, dragon lengths of it, crash against the Jordan cliff, and the way the spray tried to curl over the massive basaltic precipice, the wind blowing back the sound of that assault. They saw the second wave lurching against the bulwark. They could see old Oslo Landing inundated, see the tsunami streaming along the sloping coastline to attack the stones of Karain Cape. Out of the corner of his left eye, Fëanor saw that part of the tsunami now seemed to swell and race along the basalt walls lining the Jordan River, pushing it in its wake back up the length of the deep chasm. At his altitude, he could see the tsunami race. It seemed to flow over the natural seaward current, splashing against the rocky sides, but powerless to rise to the forest above. The tightness in his chest eased as he understood that, powerful though the tsunami was, the land could survive. The other watchers suddenly disappeared, going between. Fëanor had seen enough. He asked Camp to spiral down to landing. Hard work was a good way to blunt difficult emotions. Landing. 7 o'clock, late afternoon. 1:9:31. Present pass. Avis. Flessen felt a tentative prod on his shoulder. Felt a second, harder one. Felt Golanth's groan in the dragon's deep chest. Smelled claw and an appetizing odor of something roasted held under his nose. He opened one eye and saw a figure hunkered down in front of him, holding out a cup and a small plate heaped with bite-sized food. He pushed himself against Golanth and straightened. He nearly fell back because his right arm was half asleep.
"Flessen, drink. You need the liquid."
That sounded like Ty's voice. He opened both eyes. She didn't look any better than he felt. Haggard, and her face was dirty. Oddly, her hands were clean. She sat down cross-legged in front of him, without spilling the claw or scattering the food from the plate.
"They let us sleep longer. I don't know why, but I'm grateful."
"So am I." Flessen yawned mightily, holding the claw out in front, lest it spill on himself or Ty. Then he realized that it was cloudy. Landing's usually bright sun was visible as a hazy yellow orb in the forbidding sky.
"Dust in the air, someone told me,"
Ty said, with no expression in her voice. She wasn't a volatile personality like Miriam or Lessa, Flessen thought. More like Brecky. Quiet, self-contained, definitely reserved. "What's happening now?" The bronze rider jerked his thumb to the 3 Benden queens still on duty.
"The tsunami keeps going," she said, her head averted.
"Did it destroy Cove Hold?" Flessen blurted the question out. He could endure almost any other destruction but that.
"Oh, no,"
she said quickly, with a sudden, magically reassuring smile.
"Cove Hold has only a little bit of flooding in the gardens. They had nearly 4 hours to pack up everything portable, but the water never reached Master Harper's porch."
He felt tension in his midriff snap with relief. He closed his eyes, thinking of Cove Hold as he had last seen it. Gardens could be replaced. Whatever other things had been destroyed by the tsunami, he was deeply grateful Robinton's last home had come through this disaster relatively unscathed. But Ty did not look happy. She paused, her eyes unfocused, and her shoulders sagged again. The smile disappeared, and she seemed sunk in depression. He caught her hand, thinking he knew what would trouble her more than Cove Hold. "The observatory?"
"Not as badly damaged as it could have been. That dome is watertight. Karain Cape above it caught the brunt. There was a spectacularly high crest."
Flessen shuddered, remembering the one he had so narrowly escaped.
"At Jordan Cliffs. I'm told a lot of people watched."
The brief animation in her face faded quickly. "I'm sorry, Ty. Not much of Monaco would have survived," he murmured, squeezing her hand hard in sympathy.
"There were 5 waves, you know," she said flatly. "One after another. They sort of bounced off the nearer Ring Island and then plowed into Monaco."
She raised one hand and smacked it slowly, 5 times into the palm of the other. Then her shoulders sagged and her hands dropped.
"Pier went in the first one, and all the cot-holes on the beach. People saved a lot of the tools and supplies from the boatyard. The careening cradles are just splinters of the seiche. Leon said those are the perpendicular waves when the main ones subside. I don't know how he could go and look, except that he was trying to find the dolphin bell pylon. He said it's made of an indestructible material. She gave a heavy sigh as if she doubted anything could have survived the surge of 4 tsunami waves. "Portmaster Ziwi took down the dolphin bell, you know. Talion said he'd been out far enough to see for Gadareth to land and call report. It was pretty choppy and cloudy, but the dolphins reported." That seemed to cheer her a bit. "No pods suffered casualties, and they warned all the land people." Flessin stroked her hand soothingly. "I know. They warned Sunrise Cliff." He hesitated. "Is Reedus all right? At his dolphin hall?" "Yes," she managed a weak grin. "Talion checked. Reedus was high on Rubicon Cliff." He didn't know what else to say. He knew that Monaco Weir Center was probably bobbing with the splinters of the pier and the vegetation. Wherever she and Zaranth had weird was deep underwater. "Eat," Flessin said gently, and held a bit to her lips because he hadn't seen her take any of the roasted meat. She put a piece in her mouth, chewing it slowly, automatically, not tasting anything, and not looking at him, distraught. Why wouldn't she be, he thought. What news of other shoreline holds? Was everyone lifted to safety? Would he always see the panic on Binnis's face when he realized he was trapped between a wave and a rock? Irritation made her flush. She stopped her chewing and looked up at him, a small, outraged frown knotting her eyebrows. "I heard there were some who didn't believe the Dragonriders and—" crept back to get something they couldn't live without and drowned, he finished for her. "The Weirs are not responsible for errant stupidity." "But they'd been brought to where it was safe." She gripped her fingers so hard her knuckles went white. "Like the dolphins, we can't help it if people don't listen to our warnings." Flessin caught both her hands in his and tugged them to get her to look at him. "Ty, how much time did you spend today warning, rescuing?" She blinked furiously, tears spattering onto his hand. I can't remember. The fireball was always there." And she cast a frantic glance to her right, to the north. He massaged her taut hands and fingers, doing his best to soothe her, to relieve her inexpressible grief. Every dragon here did what he or she could do. I'll wager there are hundreds of exhausted dragons here. We did all we could. He thought of his son, barely 15 turns, taking his dragon on the longest trip between they had yet made to serve food and drink. We didn't lose a dragon, did we? No, he would have known. Dragons made a terrible noise when one of them died. She shook her head. He continued to stroke her hands as he looked out over the resting dragons, most of them Monacan, though he recognized a few from Telgar and High Reach's weirs. "How much more do they expect of us?" "Fireball fell and made tsunami," she said, her tone utterly bereft. Zaranth crooned sympathetically, encouragingly. Flessin reached out and pulled the dejected green rider into his arms. Her skin was cold beneath his hands. He snagged one of the feline pelts from the ground by Zaranth. "How in the name of the first egg could dragons have stopped the fireball dropping, or the tsunami from starting?" he demanded bitterly. "We did what we could." Once again, he used Golanth's shoulder as a backrest, and made Ty as comfortable against him as he could. He felt Golanth's sympathetic rumbling, and Zaranth shoved her nose over to give Ty's arm a brief lick. Flessin felt the reassurances of both dragons humming through him. Ty lay motionless, her breathing gradually easing from despairingly ragged to a calmer rhythm. "You'll see, Ty. We'll be more famous than Mareta and her ride. There were thousands of us doing it." "Mustn't say that we timed it, Flessin," Golanth whispered. "We're not to say we timed it, Flessin," murmured Ty in the same breath. Another little miracle of the day covered up, huh? Flessin felt rancor building in him. What did it matter if half the population of Pern knew dragons could go between time as well as place? It's not as if people could learn how. On the other hand, he'd had enough timing at these last few hours. Felt more like days, with that damned fireball hanging over his shoulder. Ty, who had begun to relax against him, now tensed again and struggled to sit upright. "Did you save these?" She held up one leg of spotted pelt. "Me? No. Are these the ones you skinned in Cardiff? Beauties. How did they get here?" Ty's eyes widened, her mouth dropped open, and she stared at Zaranth, who now looked very uncomfortable, and dropped her head from her rider's arm, hiding her eyes. "Zaranth said to Ty that she wanted them so much, and there was no time to go get them," Golanth said very softly to Flessin. "What does she mean by that?" Flessin asked, seeing an unreadable expression on Ty's face.
Same time at Karoon Printer Hall, 11:15 local time, 1/9/31. Present pass, Avis.
Sir, Master Printer, sir?
An uncertain young voice said at Tagatarl's elbow.
Just a minute.
Annoyed, Tagatarl held up his hand so he could listen to the last of the drum message being passed. He didn't want to miss a vital one. Most had been seeking information. Telgar and Lemos had confirmed a fireball visible in their sky. Bendon drums confirmed that it had fallen into the eastern sea. Roused from his bed early that morning, Tagatarl had gone to his office to find what reassurance he could from his maps. The eastern sea was a long way from Karoon, but he was awake, so he went down to the kitchen level to make fresh claw. He had a hunch he'd need it before this day was done. Several hours later, when the shock wave rumbled over Wide Bay, he blithely told everyone that this was natural enough. Most believed Harper's, but not all. His spouse, Roisin, gave him a skeptical stare. Drums rolling a message on to Karoon Hold informed him, and anyone else who could interpret drum messages, that everything was under control. A tag to it, that only a Harper would know, was an urgent invitation for Lord Cashman to be conveyed to landing. Nor was what was now under control explained. Situated in an old warehouse that had been converted to its new purpose, Tagatarl's printing hall was on the north side of Wide Bay. He had a good view of ships entering and leaving the harbor, but the hall was not conveniently situated to see if a dragon had taken off from Karoon Hold. With his good long-range vision, he could make out frantic activity on the wharfs as goods waiting to be shipped were taken back into warehouses. He didn't need his prized collapsible Farseer to see colored sails being hoisted on the dozen or so ships, some of which he knew were waiting for cargo. All through the morning, a tension seemed to pulse in on every wave that splashed the sea walls. Gales, whipping either east or west of Nirat's tip, often blustered up past Eigen's headland and up wide Karoon Bay. Tagatarl frequently found reasons to stop in his office for a few minutes and check what was happening in the bay. The ships were sailing south on a wide port tack, evidently heading up Karoon Bay for safety. A shuffling reminded him that he had nearly forgotten the messenger. "Sorry." He caught back, son, because the person in front of him was a young girl. He was still not accustomed to girls as Green Riders. She looked very uncertain of herself, but somehow proud. He'd seen that combination when a young student managed to play a complicated score correctly. She had her riding helmet crushed in one hand and a thin message packet in the other. Hesitantly she held that for him to take. She wore Monaco colors and a green Wehrling's knot on her flying jacket. "Sorry, Green Rider, is all well at Monaco?" she stammered.
"Very wet, master. I am to deliver you this."
His polite inquiry produced fear and anxiety in her face.
"For your urgent attention, Master Printer. I must wait until you've done it."
"You must you?" Tagatarl smiled reassuringly. She couldn't be more than 16 turns, and he wondered if this was her first long journey as a Wehrling. She also looked very tired. However, any news from Monaco might clarify and enlighten the tense situation, and explain why Lord Cashman had been called to landing. Of course, the new Lord Holder may not be quite sure of procedure in what appeared to be a widespread emergency.
"Yes, sir, and where may I wait?"
"Sit before you fall, girl," Tagatarl said, pointing to a stool before he opened the message. "From F'lar?" he exclaimed, recognizing the handwriting, bad enough under any circumstances, though the bronze rider had obviously tried to be legible. Tag. Urgent notice to publish facts. Should get inland where sweep riders have not already given warnings. Runners have been asked to distribute. Give the messenger 100 to take to Nirat. Please ask Karoon Station Master to distribute another 100. Riders will be sent for the rest. Rush. This last was underscored several times. Any irritation Tagatarl felt for the peremptory tone was discarded when he read the copy for printing. The body of the message was in another handwriting altogether, much easier to read. "Roisin! Turn on the big press!" he shouted down the hall. He heard her answering, "What?" and continued to call orders at what his spouse called his Harper volume, audible inside and outside the hall. "Apprentices, I'll need the big notice sheets. Check the toner cartridges." He turned back to the Green Rider. "Where's your dragon?"
"Patath's in the court. F'lar told me we'd fit. That's why I was chosen to bring the message. The printer hall wasn't hard to find once I got to Wide Bay. I'm the nega.
No one here seems to mind a dragon dropping in on them," she added with a charming naivete.
"The printer hall is accustomed to visitors, Danega, but you look tired, and you may want to get something hot to eat. The tween is cold."
He gave her an encouraging smile.
"Your first assignment out of Monaco, Danega? Good ride. Much damage at Monaco, Weir?"
Her face twisted, and tears came to her eyes, but she pulled her shoulders up proudly.
"They say the water will recede. We'll rebuild, Master Printer. We saved everybody, and as much else as the dragons could carry."
"Then you did very well, Danega. Very well indeed. Now run down to the kitchen, just follow your nose. There's always soup on the stove, and there was fresh bread this morning. Might just be time for you to get a short nap while I print these. Monaco will be proud of you."
"Thank you, sir. Thank you."
And as she turned to leave, she nearly ran Roisin down, bobbing again to excuse herself. As Roisin reached Tagatarl, he flourished F'lar's message at her, not allowing her time to read it.
"We'll both need to set copy. Headline in the boldest print face we have, biggest letters," he muttered, pulling her down the hall to the print hall proper. "Fireball will cause coastal flooding," he said, making a big bracket with his hands. Good time to try that 26 point they had just added. She grabbed the message from his hand.
"So this is what's got the ship sailing away. A fireball? What's that? Oh, the text explains. And they got Master Esselin to sign this too?"
She nearly tripped in surprise, and Tagatarl grinned at her. They had both done their stints of copying under his critical eye.
"Makes it more official, though, doesn't it?" Tagatarl grinned. "Apprentices, front and center, will need to wrap in 100-copy packets."
"Did I see Monaco colors on the girl?" Roisin asked, as they took the last few steps to the hall floor.
"You did, and you know as much as I do. Let's get this job done as fast as possible. Rumors, of course, will spread faster, but if the runners distribute a written message, people are more likely to believe the printed word."
"Considering how scarce they are," was Roisin's whimsical remark as she followed him. The results were not bad for a rush job. The new toner dried fast, so the copies didn't smear. He gave Danega the first packet. He'd be on up the hill to deliver the second one as soon as he saw her off. Over his shoulder he saw Pataf lift from the ground, but only high enough to safely go between. It didn't take him long to reach the wide bay runner station, situated as it was on the wide main road. He paused on the threshold, since the entrance was full of men and women, few dressed as runners. When the very air buzzed with excitement, stations were good places to garner news.
"Station master,"
Tagatarl said, effortlessly projecting his voice through the babble. To his right, inside the main room, Abominators stood on tiptoe to see him.
"Let the master printer pass. He's just the man to explain all this,"
cried Abominators in his equally loud, deep bass voice. People stepped on each other to get out of Tagatarl's way, but almost everyone asked, "The fireball? Do you know about the fireball?" as he passed them. Tagatarl held the package over his head, waving it.
"It's all in here."
He almost stumbled when he saw Pinch duck to one side. Trust that one to be in the thick of things.
"Station Master Abominators, I've been asked by the signatories of this message to request runners to pass these along inland. Sweep riders are warning coastal areas. I'll pay any charges you think fair." "Ha! You know we carry community messages free, Master Tagatarl,"
Abominators said, his bass voice rumbling with sardonic amusement.
"What does it say?"
Tagatarl began to recite the text of the message as he eased through the crowded room to hand the packet to Abominators. The station-master was besieged by those who wanted their own copy. Tagatarl stopped talking so as not to interrupt the concentration of those who had difficulty reading the smaller print below the banner headline.
"The Noivus prevented disaster,"
someone in the crowd, doubtless Pinch, Tagatarl suspected, though the voice was muffled.
"And what are the Abominators saying?"
Tagatarl demanded, hands on his belt glaring around.
"That Ivus caused it with all its meddling with the Red Star, and Dragonriders let it pass. It was seen from Telgai, you know,"
a man shouted.
"And Bendon,"
a soprano cried.
"Bendon and Landing acted," Tagatarl responded sharply. "More than any Abominator did. I expect I'll have more news later. I'll publish as I receive. I stopped here first to start spreading truth. I'll see these go out with every packet."
Abominators had to raise his voice again above the cries for copies. Pinch did not follow Tagatarl out, but he would probably be one of the first to spread the news where it would do the most good. Or thwart rumor quickest. When Tagatarl got back to the hall, he was surprised to see a crowd of people, all wanting their own copy of the news sheet. Roisin and the two apprentices were handing them out as fast as they could.
Tagatarl saw some far too curious folk circling by the shelves where he kept galley pages of work waiting for approval. "You there, wait your turn. Come up front," he called, gesturing authoritatively for them to stop wandering about the print shop. "You've no business back there." He went to supervise their departure and decided maybe he could do a second run of the sheet, get people to rely on the printed word, and he'd get new customers for the books and manuals he kept in stock. Later, on an unusually bright evening at Landing, Sunrise Cliff, and Honshu Hold, 1-9-31, Present Pass, Avis. Flessen and Ty had finished eating when the word passed among the Dragonriders that the emergency supplies were ready to be collected. Riders had been told to return to those holdings which they had visited earlier that day. They were to check on injuries and determine if it was necessary to convey any between to Landing's healer hall. Enough healers had been sent by Master Oldive to assist those locally assigned. There were healer kits of bandages, numbweed, fellas juice, and fortified wine for riders to bring with them. The riders were to make their own judgments about staying overnight at holdings if critical situations had developed. "What could be critical after this morning?" Flessen remarked facetiously. Ty gave him a hard stare. "I suppose we can bed down here tonight." She gave a shrug. "There's nothing left of our weir." He knew that she and a few other riders had had the courage to overfly the flood that had drowned Monaco Bay Weir. "You can stay at Honshu," and before she could refuse, Flessen extended the invitation to Creel and Steven nearby. "Have you been to Honshu?" he asked the brown riders. "Hunted nearby once or twice," Creel said, but his grim expression lightened at the invitation. "There's plenty of space," Flessen said expansively, "though I'm not sure about having enough food. Bring some with you, but there's a whole cliff of space for dragons." "How many can you accommodate?" Ty asked. Flessen raised his arms. "Well, not all of Monaco Weir, but 2-3 wings of riders and dragons, and any Weir folk attached to them." As Ty turned away to spread his invitation, he added, "And tell them to bring blankets. It's cooler up there." He and Creel fitted Zoranth's load to her back before Ty returned. "Everyone's grateful," she said, and he knew that she was, too. Tegalen and Miriam may have to remain here at Landing, and there are others promised to help the Weir folk on the hills. They thank you, Flessen. Landing's facilities are overtaxed." "There are always the Catherine Caves," Flessen said, trying for some levity. "Too small for our dragons," Creel said with good-natured condescension. "Move on there if you load it up," someone yelled at them. They did. Zoranth following Flessen, Creel and Steven out of the line. "Have you ever been to Honshu?" Flessen asked Ty. "Got taken there once." "Oh, Zoranth says Golanth just made sure she knows the landmark. I'll see you." Zoranth trotted away, sacks bouncing on her back, until she had enough clear space to launch herself. "Tell her good flying, Golanth." Flessen experienced an unusual sense of apprehension for the Green Rider. "She is strong. Zoranth is strong. The sooner we go, the quicker we get to Honshu. Honshu is quiet," his bronze told him, and Flessen couldn't agree more. Steven and Creel mounted over the supplies. He wondered if they were as uncomfortable as he felt, perched on sacks with hard things prodding into his legs. He latched his helmet, made sure his jacket was closed, and, raising his arm high, pumped it to direct his companions upward. "Let's not make shallow jumps a habit, brown riders," he said, waiting until they were well above the surface. Then he extended his arm southward to their destinations. "We all know where we're going?" Riders and dragons acknowledged. "Let's go." Coming out above an almost obscenely quiet seafront where Sunrise Seahold had been was as much a shock to Flessen as to the other riders. He could hear their exclamations above the sad noises all 3 dragons made. There might never have been human habitation here. Waves splashed idly against granite cliffs instead of wide white sands in grassy dunes, waters draining muddily back from the break in the cliff face that had been a stream bed. From the flotsam deposited, piled in places, they could see how far inland the tsunami had coursed. It had not yet pulled back far enough to show what might be left of the cotholds. Whole tree trunks floated on the waves, idly being pushed in by the high water. It was logical to assume that these had been swept off the islands just off the coast. Most were craggy, with no place for a holding of any sort, except near the summits, but they had supported the same variety of fruit and timber trees that grew on this part of the continent. and the fish would return to an area rich in feed. "Me'll sees smoke," Golanth told his rider, and turned his head. Flessen let out his breath. He hadn't known he'd been holding it. His throat ached. He must ask Binnis what his dam's name was. He hadn't a doubt that she had organized everything to her satisfaction. Odd that there was still light in the sky, a strange sort of luminescence, possibly something to do with that sharding fragment. After today he was going to review his old astronomy lessons, and he doubted he'd be the only one. "Let's see where the fire is." "Someone is waving a banner near the forest," Golanth said, and picked up the beat of his wings, angling slightly over the summit. Why was his telescope in Bendon when he needed it here? But he could make out quite a few figures, several waving what were probably the shirts from their backs. He hoped they had saved more clothing when he remembered the full nets that had been conveyed to the cliff top. "She is there," Golanth said, and Flessen looked about for a green dragon and her rider. "The old one in her chair." And so she was, looking dry, her hair carefully plaited, her rocking motion reflective. It stopped at the sight of the incoming trio of dragons. They were cheered as they landed, and would have been welcomed, but a barked command from Binnis kept all at their chores. A circle of stones accommodated a brisk hot fire, over which 2 huge kettles had been set on tripods. One was already steaming. At the forest edge, 2 men were skinning a herd beast. Fallen fruit had been gathered and lay in nets to one side, and wood was stacked under an oilskin. Binnis, his arms bandaged where Golanth had seized him, came to meet them, limping a bit. He was still barefoot, curling his toes up from the coarse ground cover. "Didn't expect you back, Dragonrider," Lady Meta said. "You didn't think we'd check to be sure you'd survive, Lady Meta?" Flessen asked, grinning. Binnis shrugged. "Mostly the only time we see Dragonriders is Threadfall, but you saved us from far worse today, and 3 boats." He nodded solemnly to where the dories had been propped up on stout branches to provide shelter for sleeping children. "Landing has sent water, bread, clog, glow baskets, handlights, medical supplies, canvas for tenting," Flessen said cheerfully. "It's warm enough these nights," Binnis said, tilting his head back. "I believe there are wineskins, too, which we thought you might be in need of," Steven added, grinning. "Did I hear him say wine, Binnis?" shouted Lady Meta. "Grand damn you have, Binnis," Flessen said. "Bring him and the wine here, Binnis. We've only herbal leaves to serve, but it's my own recipe. Puts heart in man or beast. Wine'll increase its medicinal value." "Anyone wounded? Sick?" Flessen asked Binnis when he had dismounted with 1 wineskin in his free hand. "More shocky than hurt. May I have your name, Dragonrider?" Binnis asked with a respectful bow. "I thought I was dead between that wave and the cliff." Flessen, Canth's rider, Bendon wingleader. They had reached her in her chair, which, Flessen could now see, rocked on a square of worn rug with a footstool to prop her swollen feet. The Dragonrider bowed respectfully to the indomitable old woman. "Lady Meta?" "I'm no lady," she replied with vigor, but she smiled at him coquettishly. "Not but what I haven't had a Dragonrider or 2 warm my bed at night." "Grand dam!" Binnis was shocked. "That's no way to speak to the man who saved us." "Did you thank him for saving you?" Her sharp blue eyes pinned her son before she turned on Flessen. "He thanked you proper?" "He did, and Golanth and I were glad to be in time." "In time?" She gave him a long, startled glare. "Closest run thing I ever saw, and only a foolish Dragonrider would have risked his neck and his dragons for my son. So I'm glad you did. He is my eldest." Then she flicked her hand, dismissing Binnis, and peered shrewdly up at Flessen. "How they fare at Monaco? I remember it's flattish there. Someone bring a cup for the Dragonrider, for the others too." "Monaco is flooded," Flessen said quickly, sparing Creel and Steven the need to answer such a painful query. He waved away the cup that a girl offered. "There is much to do. We can't stay long. I'm to ask what supplies you'll need to rebuild." "Ah!" Lady Meta flipped her hand. "We'll see what's left us. There'll be stone enough to rebuild. You saved some of the dories. It's all we need." Flessen gave her another respectful bow. "We'll be back in a day or so," Creel said. Steven reinforced the promise with a quick nod. "And you, young Flessen?" the old lady asked, pointing her stick at him and rocking her chair forward so that it nearly touched him. "Would that I could match you, Lady Meta," he said, with his most charming smile, and backed away. As he strode to Golanth and vaulted astride, he could hear her laughter, a genuine, rippling laugh, not an auntie's cackle. He gave a final wave to all before asking Golanth to launch. "Properly, not over the cliff edge," he added. They reported the particulars of Sunrise Cliff Seahold to a harried archivist who had set up a temporary office in a tent on the edge of Landing's Gather Square. When they were done, the archivist waved them in the direction of the tables on the other side where food was being served, and remarked that they would doubtless hear from their Weir Queen when and where they would be needed. "You wouldn't happen to know where what's left of Monaco Weir is being accommodated?" Creel asked. No, over there, she'll know." The man waved his pen vaguely. "Well, I could use clean clothes," Creel said, noticing that clothing was being stacked at the north side of the square. "Me too," Steven said. Although Flesson kept extra clothing at Honshu, he wouldn't be able to supply more than a few. All at once, the heat of the square, the noise of those thronging about, the day's exigencies seemed too much to endure a moment longer. "You get clothing, Creel, Steven," he said. "Find out where the rest of your weir is quartered. I'll get to Honshu and make ready for you." To Flesson's dismay, Miriam was already there, and had organized the couples who were holding a little north of this weirhold. He had thought her safely stuck at Landing. To Flesson's dismay, Miriam was already there, and had organized the couples who were holding a little north of this weirhold. He had thought her safely stuck at Landing. He should have known better. He should also be grateful to her, or tried to act as if he were, though she still tended to give orders to him. Very soon after his arrival, he was genuinely glad she had come. She was the one who had organized food, and there was succulent meat grilling on the main terrace for the many Monaco Weir riders who had taken up his invitation. Tai was one of them. He would have liked to be able to show her around Honshu, especially the observatory and the telescope, one of his most treasured possessions. He had found it when he and Golanth had been repairing solar panels on the cliffside, and discovered the thin, straight seams on what appeared to be solid rock, but were instead halves of an observatory dome. Getting in had been another problem, but the telescope, covered in that thin film that the ancients had used, vacuum packing, Avis had called it, was still on its U-shaped mounting. Wanzer and Aragon had been excited about its existence, but warned Flesson that awakening the scope would require a great deal of preparation. It required a computer to direct and focus it, and a screen to show what it observed. Tonight, he didn't have the energy to climb that long spiral staircase, and he was reasonably certain Tai didn't either. Honshu's sprawling precipice, its 2 terraces and ledges were so covered with dragons that soon others had to find space on the rocky terraces down by the river. Their numbers would be sufficient to keep away both the herd beasts who often came for shelter in the lower cave, as well as the felines who hunted them. Even in the early days of its discovery, Honshu had never had so many human guests. Sitting on one of the few chairs on the main terrace, Flesson airily advised each new arrival to dump his or her flying gear on any unoccupied space and come back for food. Tegelen had brought 4 wineskins. Steven and Creel added 2 kegs of the light beer Landing brewed. From Honshu's deep cellars, Flesson sacrificed some of the good benden he had put aside for a special occasion. Surviving this day could be considered in that category. There was enough for everyone to have at least a cup of beer or wine. That would be sufficient for men and women who had served double the hours a day usually spanned. Unaccustomed to having his space at Honshu so overly populated, Flesson took his wine up to the second terrace and was delighted to find Tai there. "I suppose we'll need time to wind down," he said, coming up behind her. "Sorry," he added as she whirled around, spilling some of her wine. "Don't waste it." "You startled me." "So I see. Again, my apologies." She flicked her hand in dismissal and seemed hesitant. "So, you noticed it too," he said, gesturing to the northeast where a silvery glow arched in the general direction of Monaco. She sighed and then looked up, where the light from other stars was undiminished. "Yes, but Rigel's still there." She pointed at the first magnitude star above them. "Hard to miss," he said, laughing softly. "And Betelgeuse," he said, subtly testing her knowledge of the southern night sky. She looked in the appropriate direction, and he chuckled.
Also A crux and B crux, she quickly added, taking up his challenge. The one 40 degrees away is Ye crux. Aragon said there was a fourth star in what the ancients called the Southern Cross, but you can't find it with the naked eye. I'll match those with Shola and Antares, and he lightly touched her shoulder to turn her toward Arcturus. I am glad that you retained Honshu's old name, she said softly, her voice rough with fatigue. I think it is honorable that we use the names the ancients had for their places and their stars. Why not? They brought the names with them. The stars haven't moved that much, and there are bright ones in our skies that the ancients saw from old Earth only as dim ones. It isn't the stars we have to worry about, Tai said, her voice as weary as the sudden slump in her shoulders. No, it isn't, he agreed tiredly. But it's good to see they don't change. I've a pair of binoculars, if you'd like to use them tomorrow night. You do? Excitement briefly sparked in tired eyes, and then she sighed. Tomorrow, if you trust me with them, they're hard to come by. Plessin managed a wry grin. I've known Pymer and Jancis a long time, you see, so I snuck to the top of the list. Besides, they're very keen to get the Honshu instrument working. A bit of extortion. Extortion? That startled her. It's all friendly. A dare and challenge situation, he assured her. Tomorrow night, then. We both need to sleep tonight. He put his hand lightly on the small of her back and gave a push. Quietly, they left the upper terrace and separated in the hall inside. For this one night, fire lizards would stand watch. Plessin shared his room with the last to arrive. Talion, Brown's Gadareth's rider, and his brother Kadrin, Brown Buleth's rider. But neither snored. Part 3. Aftermath. At Honshu, 1:10:31. Plessin found himself awake at Benden's usual dawn hour, though night lingered at Honshu. Ramoth says we must come back to Benden, Golanth told him. The Brown Riders will visit your seaholders. They are Monaco's people, not Benden's. Plessin quietly gathered his clothing, hoping to have a chance to bathe and change, and left his room without waking the others. He took a quick shower. There'd be many people wanting one. He was glad he'd fixed the cisterns. As he padded down the stairs, past many sleepers, the pungent and irresistible odor of fresh claw told him someone else was awake. He heard voices, arguing quietly but intensely. Well, that was their problem, whoever it was. He needed claw. He slid open the panel into the kitchen and nearly ducked out again when he saw that it was Miriam and Ty who were bickering. Or rather, Miriam was ranting at Ty. She kept saying, No, I didn't. No, the children came first. I don't know how. Zaranth says, Golanth told him, that Miriam thinks Ty deserted the Weir's children to save her skins. Skins? Her pelts from the Cardiff felines. She saved the children. I sent you with her. Zaranth says she got the skins. How could she? Plessin looked from Miriam's angry face to Ty's pale one. You were with her. She came and went with you. Golanth says Zaranth was with him all the time, transporting children, Plessin said, and strode across the counter to the huge urn of claw. He'd have a cup no matter what the argument was. Miriam whirled toward him. She didn't have the skins when she got to the weir. She did have them when she left. I didn't get them. She's telling the truth, Golanth said. Golanth says Ty's telling the truth, Miriam, so leave her alone. Then how did she get them? Miriam demanded. I didn't! Ty was taut with anger and frustration. If I'd had time to get to my place, I'd have saved my books and notes, not sharding pelts. Pelts like that would have given you enough credit to buy new books, Miriam countered. Aha, but not her notes, Miriam. Golanth says she's telling the truth. Now leave it. Plessin rarely spoke in such a tone. Miriam gulped and swallowed whatever she had been about to say. Plessin used her silence to drink down as much hot claw as he could. Thanks, whoever brewed the claw. He looked toward the pale, tense Ty and smiled, indicating he was certain she had made the claw. I couldn't sleep, she murmured. And if that doesn't, Miriam began. I told you to leave it, Miriam. Plessin took a menacing step toward Miriam, who unexpectedly gave ground. He saw the meat rolls on the counter behind Ty and, stepping around her, grabbed a handful. Thanks, Ty. Besides which, Miriam, I didn't see the pelts on Zaranth's saddle until landing. As he hurriedly slid the door open to leave, he heard Miriam sputtering behind him. He bumped into Tgelin, who looked thin and haggard despite a night's sleep. No matter what Miriam says, Gale, Golanth says Ty's not lying. Good flying today.
He raced down the stairs and out the wide door to the main terrace before he sat down to put on boots and jacket, allowing Golanth time to arrive from wherever he had weird that night. Slits of blue and green dragon eyes on the terraces above watched him mount, but closed again before Golanth tilted off the ledge and made his first wing stroke. Far to the east was the brightening of the sky on a new day.
And what does it have in store for us? Flessen wondered. Ty was telling the truth. I know. Zaranth saved the pelts. I suppose because she didn't know which books and notes to save. Quite likely. Ramoth calls me.
With that, the bronze went between. Considering what filled the day, it was not at all surprising Flessen did not dwell on that exchange. He and Golanth conveyed people and necessities to various Bendon coastal holdings, reporting on how the flooded areas were draining, occasionally using dragon strength to shift wave-driven debris, and everywhere he had to explain that the dragons could not have stopped the fireball from hitting, nor held back the tsunami. He was repeatedly asked why Thread was still falling, now that the Red Star was supposed to be gone. Few understood that the Red Star had only shepherded Thread close to Pern, and what was falling now was what the Red Star had dragged in behind it. At first, he had used diagrams on the sand, in the dirt, or on a piece of paper. A big circle for the sun, a much smaller one for Pern, tiny ones for the two moons. He'd draw the orbit of the Red Star and show how it swooped down and around Pern, then out, carrying with it the cloud of Thread. "Why does it take so long?" he was asked. "Thread's been on its way, and it takes between 45 and 50 of our turns to get past it again." Then he'd be asked why the fireball had dropped. He answered that by saying it had been a leftover fragment from the turnover ghosts, lost, trying to follow the others. That might not be exactly the truth. Masters Wanzer, Idarolin, and the newly promoted Master Aragon still had to deliver an official verdict, but at least most people had seen ghosts and could accept the little fiction. He'd drop another stone, the fireball, into the water and show them how the tsunami was like the ripples. It was, he knew, an explanation, not an answer. He didn't know what the answer was, especially for those who'd lost a lot to ripples. Back at Bendon Weir, no one had the energy or the wish to settle on a better explanation, or an answer. The next day, Bendon was flying Thread, so, after eating quickly and checking on Slan to be sure the lad was holding up well, he retired to his weir, checking his safety harness and wondering if he could afford new leather pants to replace the ones the last few days had split, torn, and scraped. Flessen remembered Ty's fine pelts. Well, there were plenty of felines to be hunted near Honshu. He could probably trade such pelts for weir-hide pants from the weir's tanner. It'd be fun to hunt with Ty and Zaranth. Golanth agreed. So Flessen gave the drowsing bronze an affectionate rub and went out to the ledge of his weir. He clasped his arms with his hands against the chill. During those earlier lessons with Avis, he had made himself familiar with the names of the brightest stars to be seen in Bendon's wintry skies. Canopus was low on the horizon, Gurtab outshining her. He really ought to get to work now, to make Honshu a viable part of what Dragonriders could do to protect the planet. That was at least obvious to him. He had no idea how a dragon, or all the dragons of Pern, could stop another fireball. They didn't have any more antimatter engines to drop on them, he thought wryly, but it made a lot of good sense to find out if anything else was likely to impact any time soon. From some scrap of those nearly disregarded astronomy lessons, he remembered that hazardous impacts were infrequent. There were a few documented, like the Circle Runner Station and the most recent meteorite that had rammed into the prison yard at Crom Minehold. Wanzer, the ever-competent Lytol, and Duram were certainly working all out on updating orbits with Aragon down at Cove Hold. The skies currently above Pern had altered within Rukbat's system since the colonists had first surveyed it 2,553 turns ago. Asteroids had collided, broken up into different pieces, spinning into new orbits. Perhaps one of them had been the fireball. Others, like the erratic wanderer inaccurately called the Red Star, had entered the system as comets or fragments. In the spare moments Flessen had, he had reviewed his old astronomy notes from his classes with Avis. A long-forgotten lesson reminded him that the Yoko got its information from what the ancients had called a southern array of satellites. Avis had once mentioned the absence of a northern array, which would have given a much clearer picture of minor planets, comets, and other orbiting bodies. He remembered that there were more telescopes stored in the Catherine Caves, which probably would have been set up in observatories to keep track of such objects. Old Earth certainly had known exactly what was in its solar system, but no one had anticipated the Red Star and Thread falling on Pern. Thread must have sharded a lot of the colonists' plans, Flessen thought to himself. To identify what now circled in Pern's spatially near vicinity would need more than however many apprentices and journeymen currently worked at Cove Hold. The telescope in the ingenious observatory that old Kenjo had contrived was the type that required a computer and a screen to display what it saw. The 10 by 50mm binoculars he had wheedled out of Jancis worked well enough. With these he had been able to spot what were marked in the Avis charts as minor planets and the larger objects in the asteroid belt. But to have an instrument that would produce images that one could study in detail, that would help enormously in charting the skies. He grinned, rubbing his cold arms. And maybe he'd get Ty to help him. When the entire furor over the flood had eased down, he was sure he could now get authorization from Master Wanzer to withdraw the appropriate boards and crystals out of storage at admin to be able to focus the primary mirror. Avis had taught him how to assemble a computer. Benelek, another of his old friends and now master of the computer hole, could probably be talked into helping him. Screens were harder to come by, but he might just cajole Steinhardt into giving him a spare one, if he promised regular reports of what the ancient Schmidt-type telescope detected. Enough stargazing. He had a tiring day ahead of him. He hadn't had a chance to show Ty where he kept the binoculars or the stand, much less the glory of the Honshu Observatory. As he turned on his heels and walked quickly back into his weir out of the cold, he smiled to himself. She'd like that. Circle Runner Station, 1-1831, Present Pass, Avis.
Not the first time.